Anastasia, age 5. Bad things don't happen on sunny days, not when the sky is blue and the breeze is warm. At least, that's what I used to think. My ribbon slips through my fingers. It's shiny and pink with light purple dots. Mama said it would make my eyes shine. I want to show her how pretty my dress is, but Mrs. Irina says I have to stay still. She tugs my hair, and my head tilts back. It feels like she's been doing this forever. It's hard not to move, but I try my best. Mama says princesses listen to their elders. My legs aren't long enough to touch the ground, so I swing my feet under the bench, wiggling side to side. Careful. If you keep moving like that, you're going to get hurt. Mrs. Irina scolds me, holding a curling iron, but her eyes are soft in the mirror's reflection. Yes, ma'am. I reply, and her smile brightens. Mrs. Irina is my nanny, and she loves me very much. There's a click, and the last crimson curl bounces around my face. All done! Bubbles float up my chest as excitement takes over. I go to get up, but Mrs. Irina stops me. You don't want to miss the best part. She opens a blue velvet box, showing me what's inside. Wow. My mouth drops open as she lowers a glittery tiara onto my head, pinning it in place. Pretty. When your mother was your age, she had one just like this. Mrs. Irina lifts my hair over my shoulders, letting the soft curls fall heavily down my back. Really? I look at it with round eyes, taking in all the sparkles. Yes, of course. She would stand up straight, and everyone would tell her how lovely she looked. Can you do that too? Can you stand up straight? Yes, ma'am. I stand, shoulders back like she taught me, and keep my chin up. Perfect. She strokes her fingers through my hair. No mischief today, okay? I bite my lip, but I can't stop my smirk. Mama and Mrs. Irina are always telling me I'm up to no good. It's not my fault everywhere we go is boring. No one plays with me. Instead, all the other children sit perfectly with their parents. I promise, I fib. She chuckles. Just do your best. There's a lot of important people coming today to see you. After all, it's your birthday. You're 5 now, Anastasia, and 5-year-olds are big girls. I stand even taller and parrot. Big girl. My body's filled with jitters, and I hop from foot to foot. I want to show Mama my dress. I'm already at the door when Mrs. Irina calls out, Wait for me. I'll just tidy up, then I can bring you. My eyes sting, and my mouth curves down. I want to show Mama. She sighs, then nods. Okay, but careful. Okay. I rush out of the room, through the hall, and take the steps 2 at a time. I have to skip since my legs aren't long enough to reach. Mama says one day I'll grow up to be as tall as her. I want to be just like Mama. The living room is an explosion of colors, like a rainbow has thrown up all over the place. There are flowers everywhere and pretty streamers hanging from the ceiling. But what steals my attention are the balloons. They're all different sizes and cool shapes. I see pictures of princesses and fancy words I can't read yet. I gasp and my eyes widen at the giant, shiny silver one with the rainbow unicorn on it. It's tied on the back of a weight, and I struggle to get it off. Determined, I tug and tug until it finally pops free into my hand. It starts to fly away, so I wrap the ribbon around my wrist over and over. My balloon follows me as I run through the colors that swirl around me, calling for my mama. My stockinged feet slide to a stop when I peek into the kitchen. On the island, there's a tower of purple cupcakes that's as tall as me. My stomach growls. My tummy was too tingly to eat breakfast this morning. Glancing from side to side to check no one is here, I grab a cupcake. I have to hold it with 2 hands to take a bite. It's sweet and delicious, and I try to finish it quickly. There's laughter coming from the doorway, and I look up to see my mama beaming down at me. She looks like an angel, light floating in around her, making her red hair glow. Mama is never mad, unlike Papa. What am I going to do with you? She crouches down in front of me until her eyes are at the same height as mine and wipes my face with a cloth. There. Now you look like a princess. Now let's see your dress. I spin, the pink skirt of my dress fanning around me, twirling over and over until I get dizzy. Mama's warm fingers catch my shoulder. Happy birthday, Anastasia. My cheeks hurt from my smile, and I jump into her arms, wrapping mine around her neck, holding her closer. She squeezes me once more before settling me onto my feet. Her eyes shine when she says, "Be good today, all right? I've got something extra special for you tonight." I bite my tongue and nod. I'll only get in trouble if Sebastian teases me. I can't help it if he deserves it. Mama leans in and whispers, "You're more and more like me every day." I wrap my arms around her and bury my face into her stomach. Her soft chuckle vibrates against me. She smells sweet, like cupcakes. "We don't want to ruin your hair." She pulls away, and the corner of my lips turn down. I'm not ready to let her go. I know parties are fun, but I like being with Mama more. Her fingers are warm as she brushes my curls from my face, adjusting my tiara, and leans down to kiss my forehead. "How about we cuddle and watch a movie in bed when everyone goes home?" "Okay," I say, a lightness lifting in my chest. She always knows what will make me happy. "I get to choose." Her laugh is bell-like. Of course, it is your birthday. I twirl and my arms fly up above me just like I learned in ballet class. I didn't do it right because the world keeps spinning when I stop. Mama reaches out to steady me just when the balloon's red ribbon slips from my wrist. I leap to catch it, but my fingers don't reach. "Mama!" I jump again. She tries too, but the ceiling's too high. It towers above us, and my silver balloon rests at the peak. "We'll just have to grab you another one." "But I want that one. It has a unicorn on it." Hot tears leak from my lashes. Mama looks up, then smiles at me, cupping my face and wiping my tears. "Don't cry. It makes Mama sad when you cry." All the other mamas are strict and cold, but my mama is warm. I sniffle and nod. "Yes, Mama." "Good girl. I'll get it for you." I watch as she jumps up to sit on the counter and slowly slides her feet under her. My eyes widen as she stands. Mrs. Irina and Mama always say I'm not allowed on there. I want to tell Mama it's not safe, but she's reaching up for my balloon. There's a creak in the hall and a soft shuffling sound. I run out to check who it is. I haven't seen my older brother, Nikolai, all morning, and I want him to see my dress. He's 4 years older than me, and everyone says he looks just like our dad. The living room is empty, so I walk deeper through the house until I'm almost at the front door. There's the shadow of a man through the glass. Is he here for my party? I raise my hand to the handle, but drop it. Mama told me to never open the door. A scream pierces the room, and the loud crash from the kitchen has me running. She's lying on the ground. The red of her hair that matches mine looks weird. It's dark. "Mama?" I call out to her, but she doesn't move. Is she sleeping? Why is she sleeping on the floor? "Mama?" No answer. Mama always answers. My chest tightens, and there's a weight I've never felt before. It makes it hard to breathe, but also makes my breath come out fast. I reach out. Why are my fingers trembling like that? Mama doesn't squeeze my hand like she normally would. I pull back and use both hands to shake her. She's heavy, but she finally moves. Mama! A sob steals my words. Her blue eyes, which everyone says look like mine, stare past me. Mama, wake up! Wake up, Mama! Wake up! Footsteps pound moments before my papa slams onto his knees beside me. He's wrapping Mama into his arms, rocking her back and forth. My own tears flow when I see streams down his cheeks. He never cries. I wrap my arms around him. I don't want Papa to be sad. It'll be okay. Mama's just sleeping, I tell him. He grabs me hard and jerks me off him with so much force a jolt runs up my spine and my teeth clack together. His face is contorted, eyes narrowed on me. I've never seen anyone look like this before. He shakes me hard and I want to tell him it hurts my neck, but he yells.
You did this. You did this to her.
He's holding me too tight, but he doesn't let go as he tells me over and over that it's my fault. I don't understand. I look at Mama. Tell him, Mama. Tell him it's okay.
You little brat.
Papa growls and I wince. My chest goes cold like ice as he lifts his hand above us and swings it down. There's a gasp behind us, but I don't look back. Papa's hand is still coming at me. Mr. Volkov, you let her go. Mrs. Irina is holding me now.
Where the hell were you?
I was...
Get out of here.
He lashes out with one arm. She stumbles backward, landing on her butt, pulling me with her. But I need to stay with...
You're fired. Get out.
Papa's demand booms in the kitchen, echoing off the walls. Mrs. Irina makes a pained sound, but she lets me go and gets up. Papa's holding Mama again as Mrs. Irina disappears around the corner without looking at me. Mama isn't moving. She doesn't answer Papa when he calls her name. She doesn't look at me and say it will be okay. My eyes burn and my chin wobbles as I watch them. Tears flow down my face. I want my Mama. Thin arms wrap around me from behind and tug me back as Nikolai pulls me onto his lap and he bands me to him in a fierce grip. He's crying too. Nico, why isn't Mama waking up? His glistening blue eyes meet mine.
She's gone, Anna. She's not going to wake up.
My head swirls as I try to understand. She has to. I turn over my hands. They're stained red from blood, and I scream. Chapter 1. Anastasia. Age 25. I am not getting married. I say firmly, concealing my hands behind my back, the sharp pain of my nails cutting into my palms the only thing holding me together. The woman in front of me raises a perfectly arched silver brow as she takes in my response. Her intricately embroidered jacket and black slacks make her look regal as she stares down her nose at me. She's technically my grandmother, but since this is the first time we're meeting, she's nothing more than a stranger. You're in no position to argue, Anastasia, she says with a hint of a lingering Russian accent. My teeth grind together as I hold myself back. The condescension dripping from this woman's mouth has me on edge. My brother clutches my shoulder.
That's not what we discussed on the phone when we agreed to meet.
The matriarch of the Romanov family replies expressionless. You say that as if we are the ones in need of a favor, when it is you who requires our help. Her words sink like a stone in my stomach. Our father's only been dead for 2 weeks and has already managed to screw us over. He'd been secretly borrowing money from the Salvatore organization, piling on an insurmountable debt we didn't know about until they came knocking on our door the day after his funeral. The Salvatores aren't like the Order of Saints. They don't follow any sort of code, instead operating completely outside of the law. They're a crime syndicate, not a secret society. Nothing could have prepared me for the promise in their eyes that we would pay, that the consequences of being late would be worse than anything we could imagine. There isn't a single ounce of me that doesn't believe them. The men had sat calmly in our living room as if it was just another day, and not one that was turning my life upside down. It was simple. Either we pay in full, or we'd be working it off for the rest of our lives. The way they leered at me told me exactly how women pay things off in their organization. Which brings us here, begging our estranged grandmother for help. As the head of the Romanov family, second only to the order itself, it would be nothing to lend us the money, but she'd insisted we'd come to New York in person before she'd hear us out. It seemed simple. Show our faces, bow our heads, and swallow our pride. I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. After all, it was my mother who'd betrayed them to begin with.
Marriage won't be necessary. Once we've recovered our businesses, we'll pay you back twice over.
My brother says, his hands fisting at his sides. My grandmother's head tilts, disdain clear in her cold features.
Look around. Does it look to you like I need your money?
The room's ceiling towers over us, adorned with intricate gold designs that scream expensive. The entire house resembles more of a castle than a typical home. Our feet press against smooth marble floors, veined with warm brown tones, while thick velvet curtains hang on either side of the windows. It's immediately evident that every aspect of this place exudes opulence and a level of extravagance that even billionaires would envy. It presents an image of a fairy tale, one that my mother left behind when she met my father for a love so strong it destroyed him. The woman in front of us could be made of ice. She's standing so still, expressionless, as she waits for us to accept our fate. She's nothing like her daughter, who was warm and kind. My heart twists as her memory tries to invade my mind, bringing the guilt with it. I shove it down deep, but I can't prevent the voice in the back of my head whispering that this is all my fault. I'd get on my knees and beg if I thought it would make a difference, but something about her tells me she'd hate that even more. If I get married, you'll give us the money? The second the words are out of my mouth, a chill runs down my spine.
It's a start. We can't forget that your brother is the heir to our family, so of course he'll have to marry too.
What? I gasp, stumbling back into my brother, whose face is ghost white. He stiffens.
I have no plans to be your heir.
You say that as if you have a choice. Both of you agreed to marry and we'll provide you with the money required to save your family's company. That's why you're here, isn't it? You wouldn't have come if it wasn't absolutely necessary.
Dread settles in my chest, making it hard to breathe. I knew they'd demand something when we came here. It's not like I expected to be welcomed with open arms, but not this. Nikolai has done everything he can to save the Volkov family. He's meant to be the one who runs it. And giving up his future to become the heir of the Romanov family isn't something I can let happen. My mother escaped them for a reason, and I, for one, don't want to know why. What I already know is they're known for their unscrupulous behavior, and I can't let my soft-hearted brother fall into that. A shard twists beneath my ribs as a familiar guilt washes over me. I'm not blameless in this. After all, had I not asked my mother for help, she never would have died, and we wouldn't be in this position to begin with. Now we have the Salvatore organization breathing down our throats, threatening us with God knows what. I glance at my brother. His gaze is hard on our grandmother as he stares her down. He knows as much as I do we need this money. He looks from her to me and back, His expression turns to one I'm entirely too familiar with. He spent a lifetime sacrificing himself for me. I can't let him do something stupid. I can't give up like this. I have to at least try one last time. There has to be something else. Something we can do. I rush out. The glint in her eyes makes me feel like she's lured me like an insect caught in her web.
We'll help you if you return what your mother stole from us.
My head whips back, and I look at my brother to see if he knows what she's talking about. But he seems just as much in the dark as I am.
We have nothing of yours,
he replies.
Of course you don't. She didn't steal it for you. How do you think a runaway was able to get protection from the Order of Saints? Do you think they'd just let your mother and father in?
I take a step forward, but Nikolai's firm grip holds me in place. What are you talking about? Our father inherited his place as a saint. She tuts.
It sounds like they've spun a lifetime of lies for the both of you. Let me be clear. When your mother left us, your father was nothing but an unsainted waiting for judgment. They knew the only way to escape our family was to have the protection of the Order of Saints, so they had to buy their way in.
That's impossible. The Order would never allow something like that.
Nikolai's voice is unwavering in his belief. A curve forms on her lips, which sickeningly resembles my mother's. It makes me nauseous to see anything they hold in common. She looks entirely too pleased when she delivers the next blow.
You have a lot of faith in them, but even the Order can be purchased at a price.
My brother shakes his head.
The position of saint is invaluable. No amount of money would be enough.
Agreed.
The matriarch lowers her head, but she never breaks eye contact.
Which is why they gave them something impossible to buy.
Her voice turns cold.
Something that belongs to me.
I rack through my brain for any mention of an item from my parents, but whatever it is, they kept it a secret.
The Kokoshnik tiara has been passed down throughout the generations, originally owned by your very namesake, an item that's coveted by all.
Her sharp gaze turns on me.
We expected your mother to be the one who returned it, but with her death, it seemed lost to us. I heard you played a part in that.
Acid crawls up my throat as my gut twists. Somehow, this woman knows exactly what I did, how I destroyed my once happy family, turning it into the mess it is now. I take a deep breath, knowing what I'm about to say is crazy. I'll do it. I'll return it. My grandmother's head cants to the side, and her eyes roam over me as if assessing me for the first time.
What are you saying?
Nikolai grabs my arm, worry written in deep lines on his face, imploring me to stop this. I ignore him. I know if I look at him too long, I'll lose my resolve. Getting caught stealing from the Order is nothing less than a death sentence, but I won't let him give up anything else for me. I'll get it to you, no matter what.
Anna, don't be ridiculous. If anyone is going to do it, it'll be me.
Nikolai says, but I don't look his way. The full smile my estranged grandmother gives us makes the hair on my arm stand.
Nikolai, you will stay here. You're the heir, after all. What better collateral?
I feel a chill when her attention falls on me.
It makes more sense for me to do it. I'm already a saint.
There's a sharpness to Nikolai's voice I've never heard before. My brother has taken care of me my entire life. He was the one who held me together when our mother passed away, who checked my homework and made sure I ate when our father gave up on life. It was my fault he became a shell of a human, no longer caring how his children survived. Nikolai sacrificed his childhood to be there for me. He should have been out with friends causing trouble. Instead, he was forced to grow up too fast and raise me. I won't let him be the only one to protect our family. It's time for me to hold my own. If this is what it takes, then so be it. I'll do it. Nikolai sucks in a sharp breath, but grandmother ignores him.
Perfect. Do be careful. I wouldn't want you to die too. Her tone gives away her lie. Whether I live or die, she'll get what she wants. I pull my shoulders back and meet her gaze. Of course, I'd hate to disappoint you. Sarcasm drips from every word, and I don't miss the tightening of the old woman's lips. Whatever happens, I'm going to make her pay for this. I promise.
Chapter 2. Bash. I fucking hate it here. I drain my glass of whiskey, savoring the smooth warmth as it travels down my throat and settles into my stomach, bringing a pleasant buzz with it. As I scan the room, my eyes take in the opulence and extravagance of the venue, adorned with pastel flowers that seem to cascade from every pillar and archway. What is this? It has to be at least the 5th Midsummer Night's Dream-themed ball I've attended, each one more pretentious than the last. I lean against the only pillar not covered in blooms, taking in the sights and sounds of the costly event. But amidst all the glamour, I can't help but feel a sense of monotony creeping in. Another year, another extravagant ball. I've spent my entire life in the world created by the Order of Saints. The society that plays it like a puppet on a string. As a kid, I dreamed of the day I'd become a lord and take over my family's place. Well, that turned out fucking sour. We live in a world where even the meek are hungry for power. It's been quiet for the last 5 years, but that just makes me more anxious. It's this calm that's settled over our lives that's made me feel uneasy, like there's an itch under my skin I can't scratch. But it's the tedium of the repeating day-to-day that has me about to snap. Lord Everett. A finely dressed man steps in front of me and bows low enough I can see the white roots growing from beneath his dyed brown hair. The silver wolf pin on his lapel screams to the world that he's a saint. Fuck, not this again. It takes me a second, but I recognize him as the head of the Wistbourne family. God, the guy's got to be nearly 70. It's a fine evening, isn't it, sir? He says. There's a teenager to his right, dressed in a matching suit, head turned to the side instead of down. I raise a brow at him, not saying a word, and Wistbourne turns his eyes up at my silence. He finds me looking at his son and hisses, "Charlie?" It sounds exactly like when Damon catches Olivia, my adorable 5-year-old niece, stealing another cookie. The boy's an unsainted. Basically, an apprentice to his father, trying to get his way into the Order of Saints. There's a flash behind his eyes, but he lowers himself into a deep bow. His entire body's stiff, not used to being the one without power. Every person in this room was raised with a silver spoon stuck up their ass, and it's only when they show up here that they have to learn their place. It's better he knows it now, before Damon teaches him. My eldest brother and the head of the Everett family is the leader of the Order of Saints. Had it been him this fuckwad was giving attitude to, he'd have been fucked. Probably why his father is trying his luck with me, the irresponsible Everett brother. I may be a lord, but I'm the fun one. Mr. Wistbourne, I finally acknowledge, allowing them to rise. Lord Everett, allow me to introduce my son, Charles Wistbourne III. I think you'd get along. This guy even has a stuck-up name. My fingers tighten on the empty crystal tumbler. If prayers were truths, it would be full to the brim. I'm getting a headache just standing here. You think we'd get along? I'm not sure about that. He looks like an asshole to me. The man's been around long enough not to respond, but I don't miss the way his lips pinch at the corners. His son, on the other hand, steps toward me, his hand slashing up to grip my collar. I chuckle as a thrill goes through me, slicing through the monotony. Finally, something interesting. It's my right to beat the lights out of this guy, and his father knows it. For an unsainted to attack a lord of the Order of Saints is a death sentence. But by the way his fist tightens on my clothes, this boy has no idea what he's just started. His father grows pale when a smirk curls my lips as I lean into the boy's hold. Go on, hit me, I dare, eager to feel the pain. Something to break the mundane experience of living every day exactly like the last. No one's had the audacity to punch me at a ball yet. This will be fun. I use my words to give him another push. What are you waiting for, coward? His fingers tremble where they're still folded into my fabric, but the reality of what's happening is descending on him fast. It's all right. I'll let you off the hook this once. All you have to do is throw that punch you're desperate to land. His grip loosens, and disappointment floods me as he releases me, and both of them step back, bowing again. Idiot. Wistborn has his hand firmly on his son's neck, practically shoving him to the ground until his head is bowed lower than his waist. He's noticeably shaking, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's fighting back tears. Is this the first time Daddy's been mad at you? Our deepest apologies. My son hasn't been himself lately. He's nervous about college. Disgust curdles my stomach, and the numbness takes over once again, any thrill washed away by their patheticness. I sigh. Leave. Shock registers over the man's face. Thank you, sir. They scurry off into the crowd. The way Wistborn's knuckles are white where they wrap around his son's arm tells me that he's in for a terrible night. I rub my palm over my face and fight back a groan. Where the hell is Xander? He's supposed to save me from this bullshit. With just 11 months between our births, we've been inseparable. He could sense when I was about to do something stupid and decide if he wanted to stop me or join in. He's been right by my side since the day I was born. That fucking bastard abandoned me for New York. So what if he's the CEO of Windsor Industries? We're supposed to be brothers. Stop playing with them. Damon's stern voice comes up from behind me. It's just too fun. I can't help it, I lie easily. It's been years since anything exciting has happened around here, and I'm bored. I need someone to spark life back into me. Someone new. Someone who's going to hold my attention. Someone addicting. Damon sighs. See any women you like? Wouldn't hurt you to find a good one and settle down. A laugh bursts out of me. What, like you and Matthias did? No, thank you. You're both so whipped I'm surprised you still have your balls. Both the eldest Everett brothers have settled down into the perfect display of domestic bliss. The only saving grace is they provided me with 5 adorable nieces and nephews. He squeezes my shoulder and gives me a cocky smile. Jealous? I don't respond, knowing he's right. I'd love to have what they do, but it's a 1 in a million shot. Damon had known instantly that Misty was the one for him, hadn't left her alone for a single second until she agreed to be his. Matthias waited for Scarlett for a decade for her to be ready before stealing her away. They'd both been so sure and did some absolutely shady shit to get them, which just makes it all the more obvious that I haven't found anything like that. I give the women who approach me respect, never crossing the line, but I've never been interested. Not in the way my brothers are. Can't blame me for holding out after seeing what real love can be like. Damon looks at me, his eyes softening. One day, you'll find her. Until then, stay out of trouble. I side-eye him. I'll try. You could have gone with Xander. Spending hours in an office going over paperwork while trying to revive a company we just bought sounds like absolute torture. Xander laughed at me when he invited me to come, knowing full well he was inviting me into my form of living hell. I just didn't realize how bored I'd be here without him. What? And miss all this fun? My bored gaze roams over the familiar faces. I spend most of my life with them, doing the same thing over and over again. It's almost painful. I glance at my watch, relief washing over me. A few more minutes and I'll have shown my face long enough to be considered polite. Then I can get the hell out of here. I know that look, Damon says. He still acts like my big brother, even though at 26, I'm a full-grown adult. Used to it, I flat out ignore him, looking blankly over the crowd. A fiery cascade of red hair catches the warm light and glows as Anastasia Volkov gracefully floats through the hall. Her years of training as a renowned ballerina are evident in every step she takes, her posture exuding poise and grace. A tight black gown tantalizingly follows the dip of her waist and hugs her hips before flaring out around her legs. She turns away, revealing the cutaway patterns in the fabric. Her soft, smooth skin is on full display. I swallow hard, and my hand opens and closes beside me as I fight the urge to run my fingers along her exposed spine. Her slap would hurt. Still, the pain would be worth it to feel her heat beneath my palm. Anastasia has always been a society princess, a symbol of perfection when it comes to the order. I've always seen her as an uptight ice queen myself. One who knows how to hide her emotions in order to fit in. Basically, the opposite of me, where I'm known for getting into trouble, for causing chaos, and for doing things for my own amusement. There's not a single speck of gossip attached to her name, which makes it all the more tempting to be the one to make her melt and sully her immaculate reputation. Anastasia's giving pleasant nods as she circles the room, but it's the way her gaze keeps drifting to the walls, peering into alcoves, that catches my attention. The crowd around her doesn't notice as she slows down every few feet, searching. But I do, and for the first time in forever, I find myself curious. I tilt my head to the side, a tingling sensation running down my arms. What is she up to? The longer I watch, the more I want to know what she's doing, until curiosity has me stepping toward her. "What are you doing?" Damon calls out. "Something captivating, I hope." He huffs, and without looking back, I know he's running his hand through his hair in exasperation. What's that supposed to mean? I don't know yet, but I'm looking forward to finding out. I have to double my pace to keep up with her when she turns the corner and escapes the ballroom through a small doorway. My smirk grows into a smile. This just got way more interesting.
Chapter 3. Anastasia. I can't ignore Mr. Williams when he beckons me over. It would be entirely too obvious if I suddenly broke the social norms expected of me. He is a saint in the Order of Saints, and one of my father's closest friends, which means he knows firsthand that the head of the Volkov family hasn't been the same since my mother passed away. A shudder runs down my spine as he wraps an arm around my waist, his fingers grazing the bare skin on my back. I make a note to only wear dresses that go up to my neck when attending events like this. With my father out of the picture, the men grow bolder. "Mr. Williams, how are you this evening?" I give him a tight smile and do my best to pull away. Thankfully, he lets me go. Even he has to follow the rules of decorum.
"Wonderful, wonderful, my dear. I have just the person for you to meet."
He gestures for a man behind him to approach. He can't be older than 18, but his presence here tells me he's at least an unsainted, the lowest level in the order. I groan internally at the way the guy leers at me. Etiquette dictates I need to wait to be introduced, and Mr. Williams wastes no time in doing so.
"Miss Volkov, let me introduce you to my nephew, Martin Williams. I'll have you know he's an up-and-comer. He'll be a splendid match for anyone lucky to catch him."
I barely prevent myself from grinding my teeth, keeping my serene mask in place. He's not even pretending to hide his intentions. Martin lifts my palm, his wet lips pressing against my knuckles. It's a struggle not to pull away. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Williams. I take my hand back and bow slightly. I'm sure whoever you choose will be lucky to have you. The words leave a nasty aftertaste, but at least I can leave now. If you'll excuse me, I have a few people I need to greet.
Already?
Martin's face contorts in anger, but he'll just have to shove it. Women might not wield the same power as the men in the order, but we aren't helpless. We still hold the right to choose who we're associated with, and forcing someone into an arrangement would end in the man losing his position. Mr. Williams knows that, so he gives me a curt nod.
Of course. We'll see you later.
It's more of a demand than a request. I'll have to be careful in the future to avoid these two. I'm looking forward to it. This time, I let them see the lie before escaping into the crowd. I don't stop again, instead giving the clustered groups a small wave as I pass by, not inviting conversation as I make my way through the crowded room. I can't allow them to get in the way of my search for the tiara. It's already like finding a needle in a haystack without letting them distract me. Everyone's dressed in their best, trying to catch each other's eyes. This is the place where alliances are born between families. No better than the balls held centuries ago. Women are on display for the men to use as peons in the unending game of power. Careful not to draw too much attention, I do several laps around the room. If there's one good thing about our family losing all our money, it's that there are no longer bodyguards keeping track of my every move, making it significantly easier to slip away. I sigh as I pass by another blank wall, nothing seeming out of place. Was I really hoping for some kind of hidden passage right in the ballroom? Just as I'm about to give up and call it a night, I spot the outline of a door. There's no handle, only the small rectangular seam giving it away. No wonder I didn't spot it on my last 3 passes. I check the room, relieved no one's paying attention to me as I approach the hidden doorway. I trace my fingers over the seam, the lack of handle making it impossible to open. It doesn't budge when I attempt to push it, and I'm quickly running out of time to figure this out. I'm partially concealed by a lengthy red curtain that hangs from the ceiling, but it won't take long to catch someone's attention. I'm pretty sure I've lost my mind as I run my fingers along the wall like it's a movie, and I'll find a hidden button. Of course, there's nothing there. A long sigh escapes my lips. I'll have to come back another time to avoid suspicion. Except with the 1-month time limit, I won't be able to wait until the next ball is held here. My foot catches on the bottom of the drapery that's puddled on the floor, and I topple forward, reaching out my hand to brace myself from the fall. I nearly tip again when the brass chandelier I'm holding onto shifts. I freeze in place, breath catching in my lungs when the door cracks open, only wide enough to slip and catch the edge. My heart's racing as I search the room for any eyes on me. I let out a breath when everyone's lost in their own conversations. My fingers slip into the crack, and I slowly inch it open when a burning heat crawls up my shoulder blades and lands firmly on the nape of my neck. My skin tingles and my muscles tense, ready to bolt as an eerie feeling of being watched settles over me. I take a calming breath as I search for the perpetrator. Carefully scanning the room once more, I see there's no one watching me. Chalking it up to paranoia, I slip through, tucked away from curious glances. The passage leads to an unfamiliar hall, the width narrower than the others in the hotel. The low lighting and dark wallpaper lead me to believe it's meant to stay hidden. Checking behind me to make sure no one is following, I reach the first room on the opposite side of the hallway. My fingers grip the handle, but I freeze before I turn it. I need to find where they're keeping this tiara, and since I have no clue where to start, a hidden room seems like the way to go. But depending on what's inside, I could be risking a lot. Would someone believe I stumbled upon this area accidentally? My heartbeat kicks up as I tighten my grip and turn the knob, then stills when I find it's locked. I should have expected that. I moved to the next one, finding it locked as well, and my heart is kicking for a new reason. I'm such an idiot. I should have known it wouldn't be as easy as snooping around. At this rate, it's going to take forever. The door right ahead of me opens wide. I press myself into the wall, and it narrowly misses slamming into my face. Blood rushes in my veins as an unsainted I've met in passing enters the hall in front of me. I'm so screwed. If he catches me here, I'm going to have to explain myself, and I have no idea how I would do that. Oh, sorry. I thought this was a restroom. I've only been here several times a year for basically my entire life. My breath catches, and my lungs burn as I wait for what's about to happen. Turns out there was no need to worry, as the man stumbles, swaying on his feet. He doesn't notice me as he makes his way down the hall in the opposite direction. Relief floods me, and I close my eyes, letting my head tilt back against the wall. What the hell are you thinking, Anastasia? At this rate, I'll get caught before I get close to finding the tiara.
I'm surprised to see you here, Ms. Volkov. Or should I call you Stasia?
A play on my name. My attention snaps to the side of the man towering over me, meeting clear gray eyes. His deep brown hair falls forward, casting them in shadows. Bash Everett. My lungs constrict, and I bite my lip to suppress the urge to swallow. A self-assured grin plays on his lips. His stance is deceptively relaxed, like it's been carefully crafted to put me at ease, but the stiffness in his jaw and the way his eyes track my every movement betray his true intentions. He's sizing me up like a predator, assessing his prey. Ice rolls down my spine. Out of all the people who could have caught me, it had to be a lord. I clasp my hands in front of me, pain radiating from my palm as my nails dig into the soft flesh. If I'm going to get out of this, I can't let on how I'm reacting. I'm a confused, innocent girl, just caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. I got lost. Even I want to roll my eyes at that nonsense. A dimple forms in Bash's cheek, and he leans a little too close to me, murmuring,
It's a good thing I found you.
I clear my throat, ignoring the way his playful tone heats my stomach. I guess I'll be going then.
And where would that be?
His eyes gleam, and I get the distinct feeling of being a mouse caught in a cage.
Tell you what, Stasia. Come with me for a bit, and after, I'll help guide you out of here.
He's giving me a look that says he doesn't believe a word I've said. Which, of course, he hasn't. You'd have to be a complete idiot. I have to get back to the party.
And you will. But we both know there's nothing exciting happening there.
He extends his hand.
Come with me.
A thrill rolls through me, and I take it without thinking. I'm losing my senses bit by bit. I should make excuses to flee, not follow him in silent, stupid agreement. Amusement is written clear across his face as he guides me through the door.
After you.
A quick glance in the room has me swallowing hard. He can't be serious. Chapter 4. Anastasia. As soon as I enter the smoke-filled room, my throat tightens and my eyes water. The pungent smell of cigarette smoke assaults my lungs, and I have to fight back a cough. 10 men sit around a large poker table. They're all silhouetted by the low light, but I can make out their familiar faces. Their stern expressions and focused gazes on their cards hint at the serious game underway. They're all acquaintances from our social circle, but thankfully not close friends of my brother's. He would lose his mind if he knew I showed up here. I can't help but wonder what their respectable fathers would say if they knew what their sons were up to. I have to go, I say, and a solid wall of muscle holds me in place as I stumble back directly into Bash. His chin brushes the top of my head as I tuck underneath him perfectly. He chuckles, steadying me with one hand. The men do a double take as Bash presses his warm palm against the small of my back, his hand rough and warm against my skin as he pushes me further into the room.
Are you crazy?
Eric, the newly minted saint of the Cromwell family, says as he stands, placing both palms on the table. His young face is pinched in disbelief.
You can't bring someone like her in here.
Bash tilts his head to the side, eyeing the younger man.
Can't I? I'm pretty sure I can do whatever the hell I want. Plus, Stasia won't tell anyone, right?
Don't call me Stacia. My hands fist at my sides. I won't tell anyone. Just let me out of here.
I don't think so. You see, the longer you stay, the more you're an accomplice. Then it would be as dangerous for you as it is for us to tell anyone about this as it would us.
A devious smirk curves his lips.
Isn't that right, boys?
The men at the table grunt, then go back to their cards. Bash is right. There's nothing they can do about it. If a lord says something will happen, no one will go against him, even if it means risking their reputation. A wave of high-pitched laughter drifts from the plush sofa to my right, drawing my attention. I spot a man sandwiched between two women, kissing one of them passionately. My stomach clenches as it hits me. I don't recognize either girl, and by the way they're dressed, they definitely didn't come from the ball. Panic sets in. I'm in some kind of sleazy secret gambling den.
Relax, princess. Nothing will happen to you here. Not with me, at least.
Bash whispers in my ear, sending tingles down my spine. My traitorous body likes the feel of his breath a little too much. I like sex as much as the next girl, but I've never felt this kind of attraction before. It's only when he wraps his arm around my waist and guides me deeper into the room that I snap out of my daze. I should fight against his hold, but with all eyes on me, that's the last thing I'm going to do. I'll just wait it out until Bash is distracted, then get out of here. An idea sparks, and I have to cover my smile. This may work out for me. After all, he is a lord, and who better to know where the tiara is? If I can just get him to trust me, this might be easier than I thought. There aren't any available seats at the game table, and I expect to move to the sitting area, but Bash looms over the players.
Move.
2 chairs clear immediately, not a hint of hesitation as they go to the sofas, quickly distracted by scantily clad women. This is a guy's paradise if I've ever seen one. I shudder at the thought of how many times they've used this room, and just what they use it for. I don't think I can do this. I say under my breath so only Bash can hear.
Come on, have a little fun. You're always so rigid.
My nose scrunches. I am not. Bash rolls back on his heels.
Yes, you are. You float through events like being there is beneath you.
He's wrong. I'm not distant because I want to be. I just can't let anyone get too close. Not when a closer look would reveal just how messed up my family is. I force levity I don't feel into my voice. Have you been watching me?
Why? Did you want me to be?
I laugh, unable to hold it back. Are you always this ridiculous?
Only when I want to make a pretty woman laugh.
Oh, so I'm just a pretty girl to you? I huff out a breath. Why would I expect anything less from a playboy like him? It's become the norm to see the youngest Everett brother with a different girl on his arm at every event, never getting too serious with any of them. If it's not a girl, it's his brother Xander, and they've been notorious since they were young for getting into mischief. All the more reason it's a bad idea for me to be here. He drags his tongue across his upper teeth, and his eyes grow dark, focused on mine.
Stasia, something tells me you're unlike anyone I've ever met.
My body buzzes as tingles course through me, and heat spreads throughout my stomach. I dig my nails into my palms, the pain snapping me out of it. The last thing I should be doing is reacting to a man like him. He's nothing better than a rogue. I told you not to call me that.
Oh, you're making me feel like you don't like me.
There's a glint in his eyes like he knows exactly how my body's reacting, and he doesn't believe any hint of my resistance. A man clears his throat.
Are you two playing?
Heat rushes up my neck, flooding my cheeks. All the men around the table are waiting for us, no doubt listening to our every word. I swallow hard, ready to bolt. Screw asking Bash questions. I need to get out of here before I explode with embarrassment. Bash pulls out a chair and guides me to sit down with a firm hand on my shoulder, letting me know not to try anything if I don't want him to make a scene. Then he takes the seat to my right. I tuck the skirt of my dress under my thigh. I don't have any money with me. I can just watch.
I've got you. You're my guest, after all.
Bash knocks on the table, and the dealer passes him a set of chips for me and himself. My breath catches. There has to be at least 100 grand in front of me. My eyes grow wide. What if I lose it all? He chuckles.
Call it money well spent.
I won't pay you back, I warn. It wouldn't cover how much we owe to the Salvatores, but it would definitely help.
Something tells me it'll be worth it.
His belief in me makes me feel bare. Unease settles in my gut as the dealer passes 2 cards to each player, and my hands shake when I pick them up. Careful to make my expression blank, I look around the table for anything they'll give away. Cromwell drums his fingers on the surface, and there's a slight redness to his ears. He's easy to read. He thinks he has the best hand here and wants to get this round moving. I take my time looking over each player, reading their tells easily. The ones that stare at their hand with a glint in their eyes, and the ones whose shoulders are curled inward. How exactly are they so bad at this?
Don't worry, we'll go easy on you.
The man across from me says. The look he's giving me tells me he'll do anything but. Wallace. He's still an unsainted and taking a big risk being here. For the first time since walking into this room, a swirl of excitement tingles my skin. I may not be used to gambling dens, but I've spent my entire life kicking my brother's ass at poker. A grin pulls at the corner of my mouth, and Bash tilts his head to the side as he watches me. For someone who's known for his recklessness, he's entirely too attentive. It's as if he knows exactly what I'm thinking. Turning away from him before my mind can go any further, I assess my hand. A pair of 9s. Not great, but I'll make it work. A quick glance around the table tells me I can stay in this. The first 3 men fold instantly, relaxing into their chairs and drinking. They'll have to wait until the next round to have another chance. Wallace reads his hand, then calls, placing $6,000 worth of chips into the middle. It's safe, so he probably has nothing fantastic.
Raise $12,000.
Cromwell says, sneering at me. He makes my skin crawl. Bash is next, and he places his cards face down.
Fold. It's up to you now, princess.
For how hard Cromwell's staring at me, there's a chance he has a great hand, but he's being a little too cocky for only having 2. My guess is his confidence is more misogyny than skill. I call, matching the $12,000 in the pot. It's worth the risk to see the flop, plus it's Bash's money. Everyone else folds, and Wallace throws his cards to the dealer. As expected, he's playing it safe, which leaves me against the saint, Cromwell. I give him a cheeky grin, not willing to back down, even though it's clear he's doing everything he can to intimidate me. Not today, asshole. The dealer flips the next 3 cards, and I have to hide the swoop of excitement from my face as another 9 is laid. Trips is an excellent hand. Cromwell raises another $12,000, the dare written all over his face. I take my time examining him. He's no doubt grown up with power and money in a world where women can't gain power. He may raise the stakes, but that doesn't mean he has a good hand. It's likely he truly doesn't believe I can beat him. I raise, doubling the pot, and Cromwell's eyes widen. There's greed written all over them. Bash chuckles from beside me. He's watching us, his posture relaxed, a Cheshire grin curling his lips. He's loving this. It's in the saint's hands now, and his eyes narrow on me, glancing over my chest, sending a shudder through me. Gross. All in. I glance at Bash to see if there's anything warning on his face. This is a lot of money, but he looks as amused as ever. Pushing my chips forward, I call. There's a ripple of eagerness in Cromwell's gaze, and I have to hold in my groan. He shows his cards first. He has a pair of aces and a 2 and 5. Not bad, but not good enough. His eyes widen when I lay mine down face up. Triples beats pairs. His lip curls, and the veins in his neck stand on end, but there's nothing he can do as the dealer flips the river card. I grin as another 9 appears. Bash laughs beside me as he leans back in his chair.
She beat you good, Cromwell.
The saint gets up, his face scrunched, but a quick glance at Bash has him walking out without saying anything. We're all dealt another 2 cards as the next round begins. Bash is the only one I can't read. He's lounged in a seat like he doesn't have a care in the world, but it's the firm wall blocking his expression that lets me know he's taking this more seriously than he's letting on.
You watching me now, Stasia?
I sigh. It's a part of the game. He leans in close, his arm brushing mine.
Keep telling yourself that.
I drop my gaze to my cards, not wanting to give any more reasons to pique his interest. A woman wearing a skirt that barely covers the start of the curve where her butt meets the back of her thighs approaches the table, holding 3 bottles and enough glasses for all of us. She giggles when one man wraps his arm around her and tugs her close. He's leering at her, and by the way she stiffens, she doesn't enjoy it. Nothing else gives her away, though. This is her job, and she's clearly used to it. I hope all these girls go home every night and make fun of how gross everyone is. The men may think their power makes them special, but to these women, they're just another mark. They better tip well. An empty crystal glass is set on the small table beside me, as well as a large bottle filled with amber liquid. I'm just about to say no when Bash collects his tumbler. There's a bubbling in my chest as the wheels start turning. He's entirely too closed off to get any information out of him, but if I can just get him intoxicated, there's no telling what he'll divulge. I take the open bottle and fill 2 fingers' worth of whiskey into his glass before adding 1 to mine. The goal is to get him drunk, not me. Bash rolls the glass over his bottom lip, assessing me before taking a sip. My fingers tighten on my own glass. I know my face is blank, but his piercing gaze feels like he can read my deepest secrets. I tip my glass, and the cool alcohol fills my mouth, burning the back of my throat. I cough against the taste, blinking away the tears. Bash runs his thumb over his bottom lip.
Careful. Do you want something else?
I'm fine. Just a bit strong.
I smile sweetly and take his glass.
Looks like you're nearly finished with yours.
I fill his glass again, this time a little more. I'll use my reaction as an excuse for why I have to drink slower, giving me the advantage of getting Bash drunk. He smiles before downing the drink and pushing it toward me to fill it again, telling me he's more than happy to follow my lead. Suspicion crawls up the back of my neck. He's being entirely too accommodating. He's rash, but he isn't stupid. Still, he drinks it like it's water before I refill it. Everything's going according to my plan, until he holds his glass up to mine in a toast, and I have no choice but to clink mine with his and take another sip. My throat constricts, and I fight back a cough. I swear it's strong enough to take someone out. I'll have to be careful, or I'll be the one losing my head. One round after the next, I pull the pot toward myself. My chips are growing into a tower in front of me. Bash is the only one who hasn't lost his money, playing it safe instead of going for it like our companions.
You're fucking cheating.
Wallace hisses, the muscles in his neck straining. Reactively, I move to the side, ignoring the fact that I've brought myself closer to Bash. Bash places his elbows on the table, resting his chin on his palms in a casual pose. There's electricity in the air, like the sky before a thunderstorm. The men swallow as they watch his gaze crackle when he says,
I'd be careful about what you say next. Stasia is my guest, after all.
His words are low and rough, daring anyone to go against him. His possessiveness sends heat swirling in my lower stomach as my thighs squeeze together, desperate for some kind of contact. I shift in my seat. It's easy to see that Bash is dangerous, even through his playful demeanor, but never once have I thought I'd react like this. The man goes pale, and he grabs the few remaining coins left on the table before getting up.
Of course. I'm sorry, Miss Volkov. I'm not sure what took over me for a second. Does anyone else have a problem with Stasia?
Bash uses the nickname so casually, like we've been friends for years, instead of this being the first time we've sat next to each other. I resist the urge to correct him again. The atmosphere is tense around us, and I don't want to bring any more attention to myself.
Of course not.
Wallace replies, grabbing his money.
Although I don't think I can afford to keep losing to you, Stace.
He cuts off my name when Bash's gaze narrows on him.
Miss Volkov.
Assessing Bash, I try to figure out what he's up to. He's been playing with my name all night, yet he looked like he was about to murder the man when he tried to do the same. That same possessiveness he has no right to feel is taking over his demeanor. My head feels light, and I can feel the heat crawl up my neck and settle in my cheeks. I blame the alcohol. Within an hour, the room's cleared, leaving only Bash and me. By now, I've filled his glass countless times, and he has to be feeling it. I lean over, giving Bash a coy smile, and refill his drink again. He lifts it to his lips with a wink before tossing it back. This man clearly thinks he has the upper hand, but I'm still nursing my first glass, with the excuse that it's too strong. His eyes are hooded when he gathers the cards in front of him.
Since you've scared them all away, how about we switch to blackjack?
I'd love to. It's hard to keep the smirk from my lips. I'm good at poker, but I'm excellent at blackjack. I just need my luck to hold out a little longer, and I'll get what I came for. Nerves rack through me as I evaluate my cards, laying them down with a click. I lay down my queen and 6, but he beats it easily with a king and 7. His gaze is sharp as he intently watches for my reaction. I squirm in my seat as his clear gray eyes focus on me a little too long. At this rate, he'll have to polish off an entire bottle before he's distracted enough for what I need. I'm going to have to find another way to distract him. A wild idea tumbles through my thoughts, and my back stiffens as he reshuffles the cards. I have no idea when I'll have this kind of opportunity again. It's not like one of the Everett brothers just strolls up beside you every day. Think of the company your family worked so hard for. Think of your brother. I smirk at him and tilt my head to the side. Why don't we up the stakes? His brows pull together.
I wouldn't want to win all my money.
Unease settles in my gut. It would be within his rights to ask for it back. After all, he is the one who lent the chips to me. I keep my expression soft. There's no way he can know just how much I need the piles of cash tucked to the side of me. I was thinking something a little more risky. His grin is wolfish when he replies.
I'm going to need you to spell it out for me.
Casually, I sit back in my chair, outwardly looking as calm as possible. Loser takes off an item of clothing.
Fuck.
The word is a breath from his lips before a laugh breaks from him.
You are definitely different from what I expected. I'll take you up on that deal.
I run my tongue over my teeth, steadying myself. Unfortunately, for this to work the way I want it to, I have to lose at least a few rounds. I need him as distracted as possible if I'm going to avoid his suspicion. As it is, I'm playing a much more dangerous game than just removing a few items of clothing. I flatten my cards on the table. Are you in?
Princess, I am so fucking in. Chapter 5. Bash. Stasia's thick lashes lower over her clear blue eyes, hiding her expression, but not before I catch the look of satisfaction. I should have called her out when I noticed she'd been feeding me drinks, but I'm nothing if not curious, and this girl has me more than intrigued. I have to fight the smile that wants to take over my face when I look at my cards. Queen and a 9 waiting, looking back at me. She's good, barely a tell on her, but the slight shift of her ears gives her away. I expect her to call for another card, but she rolls her shoulders back. She's taking a risk. I almost want to encourage her more, but the anticipation of what items she'll remove outweighs anything else.
Ready.
She gives me the sweetest of smiles, and for the first time tonight, worry shifts through me. She looks like a cat playing with a mouse. I flip my cards over, resting my head on my palm. 19. She sucks in a breath as she looks at my hand. It's about as close to 21 as possible. It's not until her lips curl into a grin that I know I'm fucked. She flips hers over, revealing a queen and an ace.
21.
Not possible.
Are you accusing me of cheating?
Her brows shoot up, and an adorable crease forms between them. Never dream of it, princess. Her mask slips with her win, and she accidentally reveals the fire burning within her gaze. I huff out a breath. She's riveting when she's up to something, and I'm going to find out what. Taking my time, I loosen my tie and let it fall to the floor before undoing the top button of my shirt. Her bottom lip catches between her teeth, a soft flush covering her cheeks. What you looking at, princess? Her gaze darts down to where she's shuffling the cards.
Nothing special.
I bark out a laugh. Oh, this is going to be fun. She deals again, and this time there's no lift to her ears. Nothing to give herself away. Impressed that she'd been able to trick me so easily, I knock on the table for another card. Stasia does the same, but instead of the glint in her gaze, her head drops forward and she flips her cards. 23. Bust. I run my thumb over my bottom lip, watching her intently. Will she play it safe and remove a piece of her jewelry, or did she suggest this game because she really wanted to play?
Shit.
Stasia takes her glass and tips it back, emptying the liquid down her throat. There's a muscle ticking in her flushed cheek, and she clenches and unclenches her fists on the table. I'm about to call it all off, putting an end to her misery, when my breath catches. She reaches behind her, and there's a soft click as she unclasps her bra. I can't look away as she lowers each strap, slowly slipping her elbows through until she's able to pull the thin black lace out from under her dress. My mouth fills, and I swallow hard as the tips of her nipples are visible through the thin fabric. Not fucking fair, princess. It's my turn to polish off my drink, and she fills it immediately. It's not lost on me she's filled it to nearly the brim. She's definitely up to something. But if she thinks she can get me drunk, she's sorely mistaken. Stasia has me riveted, caught in her snare. If only Xander could see me now. He'd be laughing his ass off at how easily she's pulled me in. But at this point, I'm way too curious to turn back. She wants me distracted, plying me with alcohol and showing off the sweet tips of her nipples, and I'm going to play right into her game. I let my eyelids lower and sway a little in my seat. I may be tipsy, but I'm nowhere close enough to be drunk. It's a good thing there's no way she could know that. Assessing me for several seconds, she must decide it's safe to move forward with her plan and ask her first question.
My brother told me the Order keeps most of their valuables in this hotel. Tell me why they would do something so risky.
There it is. What does my little princess want with that information? She's playing a very dangerous game here. I should end it, but there's a thrill growing in me, one that I haven't felt in years. Her voice is light, as if she's just making small talk, but her knuckles are white with tension as she looks at her cards, waiting for my response. She loses again before I can answer. This time, she plays it safe and leans over to remove her shoes. She lifts the hem of her dress until an inch of smooth skin above her knees is visible. My cock twitches as she bends low, fingers fumbling with the clasp. I kneel in front of her, loving the way she squirms in her seat as I raise her foot up to my chest.
I don't need your help.
Her knee is bent, and she's applying the slightest pressure, digging her heel into my pack, showing her displeasure. But I want to. I deftly undo the strap around her ankle and glide the shoe off, making sure I graze my fingers against her. I hum in the back of my throat when I feel her faintly tremble under my touch as I slide over the slippery fabric of her stockings. This is way hotter than I expected. She faintly trembles, and her cheeks turn a pretty shade of pink. She really shouldn't have had that last glass of whiskey, because she's lost the ability to hold her mask in place. I'm not complaining. I'm enjoying every second of this. Not wanting to let go, I knead my thumb into the arch of her foot. She goes to pull away, but I know exactly what will keep her there, and I never once agreed to play fair. It's devious on my part, but she's the one who suggested this. We keep most of the jewels here because this building has multiple levels of security. I give her a taste of what she needs, and she leans forward, eating up my every word. An unease fills me. If she was speaking to anyone besides me, she'd be in more than a little bit of trouble. Stasia, you should be careful. You're giving yourself away. Did your brother already tell you this is where the vault is located? The blood drains from her face, and I realize my mistake. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. The location of the vault is the worst-kept secret. Her skin's heating under my palms, and her lips are parted as her chest rises and falls rapidly. That's it. I rise from the ground and place both hands on either side of her, effectively caging her. She doesn't move as I lower my lips toward hers, close enough that our hot breaths mix together. Now she's the one that's caught. I shift so our mouths brush across each other, and her round blue eyes are dark on mine. Her breaths come out in shallow pants, and she swallows before asking,
So you keep the valuables in the basement.
Shock rolls through me as I realize I don't quite have the control of the situation I thought I did. I stare into her eyes, desperate to know what she's up to. Yes, there are several rooms down there. I rest my finger across her lips. But shh, that's a secret. She nods, her mouth parting, and the tip of her tongue touches me. A groan rumbles in the back of my throat, and I'm about to replace my finger with my mouth when the door swings open. There's a startled squeak. I'm so sorry, I thought this room was empty. As you can see, it's not. Even as I say it, Stasia's using the distraction to skirt from beneath me, grabbing her shoe and money before scurrying out of the room. I drain my 2 full glass, letting the amber liquid burn down my throat and collapse against the back of my chair. That didn't go how I expected, but I still can't be disappointed. She made a fatal mistake. Now, I need to know everything about her. I pull out my phone and open up our group chat. Brothers before mothers. Me. What do you know about the Volkov family? Damon. Where the fuck did you disappear? Me. I found something interesting. Do you know anything or not? Matthias, I'm not sure we should encourage him. Damon, agreed. Me, that's truly unfair coming from the both of you. Xander, sounds ominous to me. Me, ha ha, very funny. She just caught my attention. Matthias, she? I thought you were asking about the Volkovs. I placed my phone on the table. It dings again, this time with a message just from Xander. Xander, I'll look into the Russians here in New York. Xander, tell me what you're up to. Me, not yet.
Chapter 6. Anastasia.
You can't just walk into the vault. This is precisely why I said it needed to be me.
The exasperation is clear in Nikolai's voice. I skirted around how exactly I gathered the information when he called me, but that still leaves what the next step is. And since Nikolai's on house arrest at our grandmother's house, there's absolutely no chance he'll find out. Well, it's not you. So are you going to help me or not? I rub my temples as we go over this for the 100th time, always ending up with the same thing. There's no way I can go down there without someone noticing. Never in the Order's history has a woman been in the vault, blah, blah, blah. Wait.
I don't like the sound of your voice, Anna.
Nikolai says, "What's with boys calling me annoying nicknames lately?" Heat curls below my navel as images of Bash kneeling in front of me fill my brain. I shove them to the side. What if it's okay if everyone sees me?
Just because you're a Volkov doesn't change the fact that no women are allowed in the vault.
He lets a long, slow breath as if searching for patience. I itch to reach through the device and throttle him. I know that. That's why I think I should pretend to be you. His laugh is loud, and I have to pull the phone from my ear until he's finished.
No one in their right mind is going to believe you're me. Not only are you thinner, but I have several inches on you. You may be tall, Anna, but you aren't that tall.
He's not wrong, but at 5'10", a pair of 4-inch heels will do the trick. I tell him that. He grumbles.
And how do you intend on hiding those?
You wear robes, don't you? Already going through the plan in my head, I ignore his protests. Nikolai sighs.
You're going to go through with this no matter what, aren't you?
Definitely. Now be a good brother and help. Well, unless you want me to get caught. It's not fair to play that game, but desperate times call for desperate measures.
Fine. My robes and masks are in the bottom drawer in my closet. You'll find the key taped under my desk.
It's my turn to laugh. Jeez, who did you think was going to break in?
Considering the punishment for having someone else steal your mask is dismemberment, I'm sorry I was extra cautious.
A chill runs down my spine. The consequences of what will happen if I'm caught coming in crystal clear. I straighten and push as much assurance into my voice as I can. I can do this.
I know, Anna. If anyone can, it's you. It's just if something were to happen to you.
Even if someone does catch on, I'll get out of there. I assure him, pushing confidence into every word.
I still don't like it.
He sounds like the brother who raised me, and guilt rises in the back of my throat. He's protected me my entire life. If it comes to it, marrying some gross Russian guy won't be the end of the world. I say, hoping my laugh is believable.
That won't happen. We will run. I have some savings stashed where no one knows. I'll get you out of here. Screw the Salvatores.
Now he sounds like the big brother I'm used to, the one who taught me how to ride a bike and put bandages on my knee when I fell off. I've always been able to lean on him. This time I'll be the one stepping up. I raise my chin and make my way to my brother's room. never so grateful that he hadn't moved out. "I've got this, Nikolai." There's a long pause before he releases a breath and says,
"Just promise me you won't do anything risky."
Bash's gray eyes and the sly smirk he wore as he answered my questions fill my vision. I won't be telling my brother any of that. "I promise." He huffs.
"Why don't I believe you?"
"Aren't I always good?" I say sweetly. He laughs, and I'm glad to hear the levity return to his voice.
"If that were the case, I'd be there and you'd be here."
"I love you," is my only reply. This time we will just have to disagree because, to me, we're exactly where we belong. I started all of this years ago. The second my mother fell, all the dominoes that led us here started to fall into place. I have to do this. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't.
"Love you too, kid. Video call me when you get everything ready. I want to check what you look like before you go out."
"Of course you do." I groan, hanging up. It feels weird to push open my brother's bedroom door. I haven't been in here without him since I was little, but it's still as familiar as ever. Back then, he'd let me flip through his comics while he played games. I didn't realize it at the time, but he was kind of a dork, which was partially my fault because he'd been taking care of me ever since my mother passed away. I'm haunted by the memories of that bright morning, the way my mother lay perfectly still on the floor like she was sleeping. I called her name over and over, begging her to wake up. But instead of her warm smile, her hands were ice cold. I needed to show everyone there was no reason to cry, but when her face turned toward me, her lifeless eyes stared past me. My dad dropped beside me, his shoulder hitting my own, pushing me out of the way. His sobs filled the room as he hugged her stiff body. I pulled on his shirt, trying to get him to see me, to hold me, but he never looked away, and he hasn't held me since. It wasn't until I saw the blood on my hands that I understood. My mother was never coming back, and it was all my fault. I'd spent so much time in this room because it was Nikolai who comforted me when I had nightmares. Most were gruesome, filled with my mother's scream and my father's cries. Some were sweet where I didn't ask her to climb up to get that damn balloon, but she still ended up cold on the floor. No matter what I did, she never woke up. Nikolai was the one who woke me, telling me it would be all right, and always kept a light on because I hated the dark. He was only a few years older than me, but he'd taken over where my father couldn't. Tragedies shouldn't be allowed to happen on such nice days. That moment played over and over in my dreams. The stiff hands, the dull gaze. It feels cruel that it was so sunny outside. Our father walked around like a ghost after that morning, passing through the space like we weren't even there. The love he had for my mother had broken him. I slide my hand beneath Nikolai's desk until the cool, jagged edge of the key brushes my fingers. Gotcha. I unhook it from its hiding place and proceed to the closet. Gone are the oversized sweaters he used to wear, replaced with crisp pants and button-down shirts. Guilt pulls at my chest at the way he had to step up to lead our family when my father couldn't. I swallow hard. No matter what, I'll do this for him. This time, I'll be the one taking care of us. The key slots easily into the locked drawer, and it opens without a creak. The black robe is heavy in my hands as I rub the thick fabric. There's a little thrill tingling through me as I drape it over my shoulders. Never in a million years did I expect to put it on. No matter how much my brother cared for me, I'd never been allowed to touch it. No one messes with Lord of Saints' business. Well, until now. There's a velvet box on the bottom of the drawer. The gold latch lifts easily, revealing an angry-looking sterling silver wolf's mask that indicates my brother is a saint. My fingers shake as I lift it from the case and tie the coal-black ribbon securely behind my head, lifting the hood until it shadows my face and hides my hair. It weighs more than I expect as I make my way back into the bedroom and look at myself in the full-length mirror. I look like a child drowning in my older brother's clothes. There goes that idea. I take a quick picture and send it to Nikolai, who replies within seconds.
Nikolai, you look ridiculous.
Me. What do you mean? I thought I looked masculine. I add the sarcastic, melting face emoji to get my point across.
Nikolai, in the back of my closet there's a bulletproof vest. Put it on underneath.
My mouth purses and my brows pull together. Me. Why do you have that?
Nikolai, it's not important right now. Things have settled down lately anyway.
Me. You're not getting off that easy. We're going to have a long chat about this when you get back. I type as I make my way into the closet. Like he said, there's a bulky tactical vest tucked in behind. I shimmy off the robe, hook it onto the shelf, and grab the vest. My arms drop with the weight of it, and my cheeks puff out at the realization that I'm going to be wearing this for a while. Thank God my years of ballet have trained me for this. I'm in good shape, and I'm used to being uncomfortable. If I can do point shoes, I can do this. It's hard to hold one-handed, so I'm quick to push my arm through one side, then the other. The material is rigid, creating a box-like shape over me. I throw the robe on and head back to look in the mirror. My brows shoot up, nearly reaching the mask perched near my hairline before I pull the silver down into place. The vest has doubled the width of my shoulders, replacing my slimmer frame with a large masculine one. At 5'10", I'm not as tall as Nikolai, so it puddles at my feet, but I still look great in this. Hell, if I were a girl, I'd date me. I relax my face and clench my jaw, forcing my cheeks to widen in my best attempt to mimic my brother before taking another picture and firing it off to him.
Nikolai, decent?
I huff out a breath. Me. Come on, this deserves more than decent.
Nikolai, I'm still not happy about this.
Me. Do you have a better plan?
Nikolai, promise me you won't get caught?
Unease settles into my bones. We both know I can't make that promise. There's a genuine possibility of me being discovered, but I refuse to let the fear crawling up my spine stop me from doing this. I inhale deeply and remind myself, it's just a bunch of stuck-up rich men in capes. I can totally do this. I take it off, sliding it into a drawer in my room. Me. I'm not planning on it. Now tell me how to get into the vault. My head feels like it's going to explode by the time I hang up the phone. He'd made me run through my plan over and over again until it felt natural. He even drew me a crude map that's so bad it's nearly illegible. There's a drumming behind my eyes that's rattling my brain. The only way I'm going to prevent this migraine is if I cut it off now. Even then, it's a shot in the dark. I grab the painkillers from the kitchen cupboard. The water is cool on my tongue as I chase the pills down my throat. I'm about to finish when the doorbell rings and I freeze in place, my body stiffening. I'm not expecting anyone. And it's not like I have friends who'd come to visit. Even the women I work with at the ballet studio don't know where I live. There's a prickling sensation under my skin as I walk to the entrance. Dread slams into my stomach and swirls until the water I just drank threatens to resurface. The two Salvatore men from the other day stare at me through the glass panel in the door.
Open up, Miss Volkov.
One of them says. He's stocky, a good 5 inches shorter than the man beside him. His huge head sits directly on his shoulders, as if he took one too many hits to the crown and it compressed his neck. The other guy is his complete opposite, tall with a wide back and a tiny head that looks mismatched to his body, like a doll that had its parts switched. There's an uncanny valley look to him that gives me the creeps. I cross my arms over my chest. Why are you here? We still have time. The short man smiles, but it's all wrong.
We'll be seeing you periodically in case you get any ideas. Now open this door before your neighbors get curious.
I suppress a shudder and shake my head. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm already working on getting you the money.
Your brother in there?
The tall guy asks, a thick Boston accent morphing the vowels. Ice-cold tingles travel from my scalp, down my face, and over my shoulders, as if water was poured over me. Something tells me letting these guys know Nikolai isn't around is a very bad idea. He's busy right now. They tilt their heads in unison, and I have to lock my feet in place to keep from fidgeting under their gaze. The taller guy raises a brow at his partner.
I don't believe her. Do you? Not even a little.
The other replies, Shit. I need to get them out of here fast before they decide coming in here by force is a good idea. Listen, I heard you loud and clear. I'm getting your money, so you being here is just slowing me down.
You better be telling the truth.
The short man points at me, then gestures to his partner with his chin to head out.
We'll be back to check up on you.
That won't be necessary. I rush out.
Oh, but Miss Volkov, it's our pleasure. Wouldn't want you forgetting what happens to those that don't repay the Salvatores, do we? Well, unless you prefer to start paying it on your back.
I shudder. I told you I'd get the money.
Smart girl.
The man then follows his buddy, climbing into the passenger door of a blacked-out sedan. My legs are jelly, and I press my back into the wall for support as I try to calm the pounding of my heart. If I wasn't determined before, this little visit definitely lit a fire, which is exactly what they intended, I'm sure. I rest my head against the plaster and close my eyes. Let's hope I'm a good thief. Chapter 7. Anastasia. My nerves are shot as I move through the crowd. The grand ballroom is alive with vibrant colors, the walls adorned with intricate floral designs that seem to reach toward the lofty ceiling. With each minute that passes, the scent of flowers, mingling with the subtle hints of perfume, fills my nose until it's nauseating.
Nikolai, in 30 minutes, head toward the vault.
I let out a slow breath, careful not to show anxiousness on my face. This all seemed like a great idea when I'd been planning it, but now I am eternally freaking out that I'm about to screw all of this up. Anastasia Volkov, thief. I'm woefully underqualified for this task.
Miss, would you like a glass of champagne?
The server can't be older than 17. And by the way he's looking around, starry-eyed, this is likely his first time working this type of event. Good. If he's not committed to his job, maybe I can use him. Yes, please. I give him a soft smile, pushing all the comfort I'm able to muster into it. The tray tilts when he shifts, but he recovers quickly.
Will that be all?
I assess him. He's shorter than I am in my 4-inch heels, maybe 5'7". It's a good thing I don't need him to be big for what I have in mind. I lean in and say under my breath, Tell me, do you enjoy working here? He stiffens, eyes shooting wide. His mouth's opening and closing, but he can't quite get the words out.
Of course.
I place a hand on his arm and give it a tiny squeeze. Don't worry, it's not a trick.
Of course.
His voice comes out clearly this time. He's definitely gone through some form of training in order to work at one of these events. I sigh. That's too bad. I have a small favor to ask, but unfortunately, you'll likely lose this job.
What's in it for me?
He asks, interested. I lift my tiny clutch, clicking it open to show him the pile of bills inside. It's definitely more than he makes in a month working here. His brows shoot up and his eyes go round. I shuffle closer, whispering, In half an hour, I'm going to need a distraction. Can you do that for me? He's nodding before I get the words out.
Yeah, I can do that. Yes, I'd love to.
Perfect. Meet me by that doorway, and I'll give you the signal so I can slip away. He returns my conspiratorial smile. Okay, with that handled, I spend the next half hour making my rounds, speaking to all the people I'm expected to. My nerves grow with every second that passes. I've lost my fracking mind with this plan, but I can't back out now.
I haven't seen your brother.
A smooth, familiar voice drawls, and I turn to face the youngest Everett. I press my lips together. Bash.
Stasia,
Don't call me that.
do you prefer princess?
My palms sweat as he watches me too closely. His lips are full, and I can't stop tracking the movement of his tongue as it runs along the seam, wetting them. Bash clears his throat, giving me a wolfish smirk, which tells me he knows exactly what I was thinking. What did you ask again? My voice comes out strained. He tilts his head to the side.
I asked, where is your brother?
Damn it. Why didn't I think about this? If I'm going to pretend to be him in the vault, he has to be present at the ball. My heart rate picks up as I search, desperately trying to come up with an answer. In a last-ditch effort, I lie. He's over there. Bash raises a brow, then whips around to the direction I'm pointing, doubt in his tone when he says,
Is he?
Why does he have to be so damn perceptive? Why can't he live up to his clueless man-whore reputation? Oh, well, maybe he's moved. He's around somewhere. He mouths the word somewhere.
This is the second time I've caught you all alone at one of these events. Didn't you learn your lesson on what goes on behind closed doors in places like this? Or would you like me to show you again?
You know, just because you think them doesn't mean you have to share your inappropriate thoughts. He leans in, his breath grazing the shell of my ear, sending shivers through me.
Inappropriate? You are my inappropriate thoughts, princess.
Warmth floods my core, and images of him on his knees before me take up my every thought. I need to get away from him before I do something completely stupid, like become just another one of his conquests. What are you playing at? I ask.
Not sure yet, but you sure are fun to play with.
The server from before gives me a little wave. I groan internally as I've wasted way too much time with Bash. I'm supposed to be stealthy. The last thing I need is to grab the attention of one of the lords. I have to find my brother. I rush out, and his smile grows.
Your brother?
Why am I like this with him? Yes.
Your brother, who is definitely here.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Bash steps out of my way.
I'm not sure what you're planning, but I'd like to find out.
Shit, why does it have to be him? I'm not doing anything.
Whatever you say, princess.
Don't call me that.
All right, Stasia.
It's Anastasia.
I know. Miss Anastasia Katrina Volkov. I'm aware of who you are.
Yeah, that's the problem. You are too aware. I straighten my shoulders. All right then, please address me as Miss Anastasia. His smirk turns devious.
Is that an order?
I catch the server's gaze. He's looking at me frantically. He can't stay there much longer without someone noticing. The waitstaff's trained to move throughout the room. If that's how you want to take it, I have to go. Bash steps aside and bows. Freaking bows.
I look forward to seeing you later, Stasia.
Not if I can help it. I give him a tight-lipped smile and shuffle around him, making my way over to the poor teenager. I wait until Bash is out of eyesight before handing the server the money and slipping behind him. Within moments, his full tray tips, soaking a woman's dress. Her shrieks follow me out of the room. The plan worked so perfectly, I'll have to find a way to slip him a tip.
Chapter 8. Bash.
How dare you ruin my dress!
Mrs. Winston's voice hits an all-time high. Her face is as red as the wine that stained the pale blue fabric, turning it into an ugly, bruised color. "I'm sorry, I'll pay for it." The server's head is bowed low as the woman berates him. She scoffs.
Do you have any idea how much this costs? More than anything you will own in your entire pathetic life.
I glance to where Stasia has disappeared into the hallway, scarlet hair flickering out of sight just as this woman screamed like she'd been stabbed instead of slightly inconvenienced. I fucking hate people like this. Ones who let their money and position within the Order of Saints inflate their egos until they believe the world is beneath them. She has one hand gripping the poor server's collar, and I grip the other one just before she can swing it forward. "Do not touch him," I grind out. Her eyes shoot up, and her mouth drops open at my firm command.
Of course, I would never.
I raise a brow, releasing her arm, and take my time to carefully unfold my handkerchief bit by bit. I make a show of wiping my hand before dropping the expensive bit of cloth to the ground. By the time I'm finished, she's turned her rage on me, opening her mouth to no doubt yell at me. If I wasn't already intrigued with my girl who got away, it would be entertaining to hear whatever this woman's about to spit out at me. Just before she can learn how foolish that would be, her daughter wraps her arm around her mother's waist, giving her a firm tug.
"I'm so sorry. My mother hasn't been feeling well."
I wait, letting the air grow cold around us, watching as both mother's and daughter's gazes round before slightly tilting my head forward. "Feel better?"
"Thank you. I'll take her home right away,"
the daughter says, but I'm not letting them off that easily. "Don't you owe him an apology?" I gesture to the waiter, who's staring at the ground as if he wishes a teleportation portal would appear and whisk him off from here.
"Apologize?"
Both women suck in shocked breaths, like I asked them to walk on water rather than show some human decency. That being said, I can't say what I'm doing is 100% for the server's benefit and not for my own amusement. Yes, ask for forgiveness, I state clearly.
"But he's just a server."
The daughter realizes her mistake before finishing her sentence. So the mother and daughter aren't so different after all. She clears her throat.
What I mean to say is, he did ruin the dress. Wouldn't it be he who has to apologize?
That's true. The daughter's eyes brighten like she's somehow won this. But I heard him tell you several times, which is why it's your turn, Mrs. Winston, to say you're sorry. There's a muscle ticking in the older woman's cheek, giving away her thoughts. She's probably never expressed remorse to anyone in her adult life, especially not someone who'd she'd deem below her. I have no idea where they get this self-importance from, because no matter who they are below the lords of the Order of Saints. All her power is a mirage that can be lost. My thoughts must show, because she turns pale as the blood leaches from her face.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled at you.
Your sorry is one thing, but don't you think that would be expressed better with money? The server tenses as I continue. He's smart to remain looking at the ground. So long as the women can only focus on me, there's nothing they can do. You have so much, and he has so little. After all, one of your many dresses costs more than, what did you say? Oh, yes, his entire pathetic life?
I will not.
Mrs. Winston's working herself up again, but her daughter's faster, whipping open her clutch. She doesn't have a lot in there, but as expected, she has a few bills tucked away. No doubt nothing but change in her mind.
Here, is this enough?
She asks the server, who is slowly rising. His brows are pulled in and up as if he's just trying to figure out what the hell is happening. He robotically takes the money in hand and gives a low bow. Thank you. I didn't mean to ruin your dress. The daughter grabs her mother's arm and whisks her deeper into the ballroom before she can embarrass them any more. Pity. I was having fun. Sir? The server's raised from his bow, but he's still looking down. Thank you. That's it. Thank you. No problem. Don't come back here. You aren't cut out for this place. He nods in response and pulls his wallet from his pocket. The black leather is bulging as it strains to remain shut. I tilt my head as he takes it out, not noticing how closely I'm watching him. I huff out a laugh when he cracks it open, revealing several $1,000s worth of bills already tucked inside. With cash like that, why are you even here? His throat bobs as he swallows, and his fingers tremble as they close his wallet with a sharp click. He doesn't look at me as he says, "They're just tips from tonight. There are a lot of very kind people here." I chuckle, but he's caught more of my curiosity than he can handle. There isn't a single person here that would give you anything, even if it would save your life. So why don't you start from the beginning and explain what it's really from? He's ghost white as he glances behind him to the hallway and back to me, as if gauging which of the two evils to go with. What is he up to? I rewind the events of tonight in my mind. The Winstons forking up money, them harassing the server dropping drinks on her. Stasia disappearing out of sight in the chaos of the accident. Don't tell me. Are you working with Miss Volkov? I don't know everyone's name yet. It's my first day. Please, don't tell my boss. Anastasia Volkov. Stunning. Blue eyes, red hair. His eyes widen in recognition. Gotcha. Warmth bubbles in my chest as fascination builds. What is she scheming now? So you're working with Miss Volkov? No, sir. I'd be pissed that you're lying to me, but I'll admit that I'm a little impressed that you're keeping your word to Stasia. It won't end well for you, though. Stasia? The server repeats. Wait, you're the guy who was speaking with her. Are you too close? My jaw ticks in the effort to keep my smile from my face. You could say that. I guess it's fine then. She asked me to provide a short distraction. Why? She didn't say where she was going, just to be here at this time to create a diversion. I thought she was sneaking out. I run my tongue along the sharp edge of my teeth. There's an unsettling feeling twisting through me at the thought of her disappearing out of here to meet someone else. Where did she go? She just... His words cut off, and he takes a step back, but is smart enough not to flee. She went through that hall. That's all I know. I swear. He's not finished explaining when I go around him and head toward where I saw Stasia disappear. I've given her way too long of a head start, letting myself be distracted. Although now I'm eager to know what she's doing even more. Whatever it is, it's more than just boredom. You don't bribe a waiter with that amount of money if you aren't plotting something. I should tell my brothers, but I'm not going to do that. I intend to catch her on my own, to be the only one who figures her out. For the present time, I'll watch over her, see what kind of trouble she gets up to. The hallway is empty, with a clear view from one end to the other. There are no exits here, just rooms where they store the chairs and tables when they aren't using them. My steps are quiet, muffled by the carpet, as I search the entire right wing of the hall. As expected, each room I open is nothing but decorations. My phone dings. Damon, where are you? Fuck, I forgot we had an order meeting tonight. There's a hum of electricity under my skin as I turn in a 180 circle and look down the hall to where the vault entrance is. There's no way she'd be that crazy, would she? I bite the corner of my mouth. God, I hope she is. My steps pick up as I eat through the distance, each pace driving my heart rate further. It's impossible for her to enter the vault, so what the hell is she trying to do? I'm feet away from the entrance when there's a tin-like click to my right, and the light gray storage door opens, revealing a silver wolf-masked face hidden under an Order of Saints black hood. "Who are you?" They clear their throat, head tilted down in respect.
Volkov.
I rock back on my heels. Was he really here all this time? Stasia just wanted to meet her brother? The tension that's been building in my spine since finding out she paid for a distraction dissipates. "Are you sick?" More throat clearing.
Fine.
I look down to the other end of the hallway. "Where's your sister?" He stiffens, as if frozen in place. "Good evening, Lord." Another hooded figure comes up beside us, bowing low, followed by another and another, until it's impossible for me to continue questioning Volkov without bringing suspicion. I'll have to keep a close eye on the siblings. The men can't rise until I let them. This is exactly why my brothers and I enter through a different entrance. Fuck. I breathe in through my nose, shoving down the thoughts of Anastasia for later, and turn wordlessly. The Lord's entrance is only a few steps away, but it's enough to escape them. Everything about these order meetings has become stale, but something tells me tonight will be different. "Where the fuck have you been?" Matthias asks as I walk in, looking no happier than I am to be here. I shrug, still too focused on the events of tonight to be fully in the moment. "I got distracted." Damon claps me over the back of the head. "Well, get undistracted. I want to get this over with. Misty says she has a surprise for me." "Oh, what kind of surprise?" I play into it, giving him a playful leer. I'm quick to dodge his second hit. "You may be my little brother, but don't for a minute think I won't kill you for thinking about my wife like that." The smile wipes from my face. I wish I didn't believe him, but I absolutely do. I wouldn't mess with either of my brothers when it came to their wives. Not that I can blame them. I'd be right there with them if someone fucked with one of my sisters. "It's you who has to be quick. You're the one who runs these fucking things," Matthias says to Damon. I barely hear them as I work through the events of tonight. Stasia paid for a distraction to see her brother before he went into the vault. Why? What couldn't she have said to him while they were at the gala? Or was I right, and he was never in there to begin with? There's something else, more niggling in the back of my mind. Something that's just out of reach as I go through everything piece by piece. I keep asking myself why over and over. Why couldn't she have talked to him on her own? Why did she need help? It's as if a switch clicks in my head and my thoughts tumble faster. What if I was right and he wasn't at the gala? Did she have to create a distraction to be able to talk to him before the order meeting? What could be so important that she had to risk getting caught out here? Cell phones don't work in the vault, but they operate fine in the hall. No, I'm asking the wrong question. I don't have sufficient information to figure out why she's doing anything. The real question is, where did she go?
Chapter 9. Anastasia. My heart pounds in my chest, loudly enough that I'm scared the men around me will hear as we make our way down the narrow stone stairwell. Their whispered voices echo through the space, drowning out the sounds of my two hard breaths. There's a black-robed figure to my back, front, and side as we turn down the spiral step by step. Their silver wolf masks hide their identity, but their voices that I've heard my entire life give them away. They're all relaxed, just another night for them, while I'm teetering on the brink of death on my stilt-like shoes. Thank God I chose my chunkiest heels, or I'd have died twice already. My lungs contract as I follow the crowd into the cavernous room. It resembles something you'd find in a catacomb, not beneath one of the city's most elite hotels. I'm not sure why I'm surprised. It's not as if I didn't know the building was built over top of the original Order of Saints gathering space, but knowing and seeing are two completely different things. The walls are a mix of tiles and marble, holding up the low ceiling. The entire area is lit by candles that line the perimeter. I'm still gawking when someone bumps into my back.
Hurry up.
I scramble forward and make my way to the left like Nikolai had told me, but his crude hand-drawn map hadn't prepared me. It's loud while all the men take their places. The heads of the families, the saints in the order, take their spots in the chairs that line each side of the aisle that leads to a dais, where 4 chairs stand tall over the space, one slightly ahead of the others. I count the saints' spots until I reach my own. I swallow hard, freezing in place. I didn't realize I'd be so exposed down here. I'm not sure why, but I'd envisioned dimmed lighting and an almost spooky atmosphere.
Volkov, what are you doing?
A masked man asks me from the seat beside my family's. I can't see his expression, but it's easy to tell by his tone that he's surprised by how I'm acting. Shit. I stand taller, trying to puff out my chest. It feels ridiculous, but it's better than being caught. I have to walk through the saints, who are stationed behind their family chairs, and the row of unsainted kneeling after them. No one looks toward me, all their heads bowed forward. My brother already explained that everything in the Order of Saints follows a strict ranking system, and I'm feigning to be one of the highest ranked, just below the lords themselves. It's a fairly simple hierarchy, starting with the lords, which comprises of the Everett brothers. Damon takes up the top spot. They're followed by the saint who represents each family, aka who I'm pretending to be. And then there's the unsainted. There are other saints behind them, their silver masks giving them away, but from their position, it's clear they aren't in leadership roles. The only maskless men in the space, bottom in line, hopeful of becoming members, are made up of younger siblings and close cousins whom their relatives hope to bring in. I pick at my red-painted nails, hidden by the thick black fabric as we wait in silence. The air grows heavier with each second that passes, until the wooden door at the back opens to reveal the 3 brothers. The saints stand, bowing deeply, and I copy them. Unable to resist the temptation, I peer up through slim slits that expose my eyes. Even with their gold masks, denoting them as lords, it's easy to tell them apart by the way they hold themselves. Bash is the first to walk down the aisle, and I can't look away. Gone is his usual swagger, replaced by a coldness only someone who's used to power would display. His hood hides his face, the mask only revealing his lips. There's no curl to the corner, nothing that hints at his mischievous demeanor. If I wasn't so familiar with his build, I'd have a hard time believing he's the same person I'd spoken with earlier. This is the man he shows everyone else, the man who demands respect from the saints below him. My breath catches when he slows his pace, head turning toward me, and doesn't release until he continues down the aisle, climbing the stairs before taking his spot above us. I'm so absorbed in keeping up my appearance that I'm completely ignorant of my surroundings until the man beside me stands and walks to the center of the room, one of the unmasked unsainted following behind him. I shudder at the idea that I may have to stand too. Holy crap, what if they ask me to speak? Nikolai never said anything about being called forward, and if I am, we're totally dead. Impersonating a saint isn't just a punishment. We'll be dead. At least I can pretend my brother had no idea. Although, knowing him, he'll out himself in an attempt to save me like an idiot. My heart doesn't calm until the 2 men bow to Damon, speaking in low voices as they lift something from the table. My mouth grows dry at the glint of the knife and the red liquid that drips from the unsainted's palm. This must be the ceremony where he's sworn in as a saint. Heat burns into the side of my head, and I carefully shift so I can look in the direction it's coming from. My heart skips when I spot Bash looking at me, his neck tilted as if trying to figure me out. I quickly look away and pretend like the floor is the most interesting thing in the world. The fabric that covers my hair and face feels see-through under his piercing gaze, and I cautiously lift my hand to pull it lower over my face. It seems like forever until the ceremony ends, the surrounding crowd lifting from their seats. My palms are sweating, and my heart feels like it's going to break through my ribcage. The last thing I want to do is go snooping through the vault. I breathe in through my nose and count. 1, 2, 3. Breathe out. 1, 2, 3. Until I find some semblance of calm. This is the reason I risked everything. I can't give up now. Not when the Salvatores are breathing down my back. The men are all standing, their bodies providing the perfect cover for me to sneak to the rear, tucking myself close to the wall. Drunken, horny Bash had let slip the fact that there are multiple rooms down here. All I have to do is find them. It's darker here, the lights pointed away from me, and I let myself disappear down the length of the room. My fingers graze against the textured wall as I follow it until it ends. The air from the hallway is stale, hotter than the cavernous chamber. The temperature rises with each step I take deeper. My wet palms have nothing to do with the heat as I wipe them on my robe. My muscles grow tense until my shoulders ache. Every second I'm here brings me closer to being caught. There's a dim light coming from a room up ahead, and my steps falter. This is why I'm here. It's not until my head feels faint that I realize I haven't taken a breath. I pause, my feet frozen in place as I mentally prepare myself for what's inside. Out of the millions of excuses I can come up with, none are believable enough to explain my presence down here. Not to mention, a single word out of me will give away the fact that I'm not who I say I am. Praying to every god I can think of, I step into the room. My shoulders collapse forward when I see that I'm alone in here. I'm pretty sure this is taking years off my life. Shelves lined with books cover the walls, reaching all the way to the ceiling. The space is lit by a single candelabra holding 3 flames. It's eerily silent. We shouldn't be far enough away to not be able to hear the voices from the other room. The air grows thicker with each step I take until it's hard to inhale. It smells like dirt and musk from old pages. Forget what I said earlier. This is something out of a horror film, and I'm the stupid girl who just walked into a trap. There's a single table in the center, and a thrill tingles through me as I approach. There's a glass case in the middle, lined with velvet, and the tiara resting within. Holy shit. I found it. My fingers tremble as I go to open it, but the lid won't open. There's some kind of lock holding it in place. I lean in closer, brushing off the dust covering it, revealing a manual number pad. I shift on my feet as I take everything in, trying to work out what to do next. There are countless number combinations. It would take weeks, not minutes, to try them all. I lift a brass candle holder from the table and cover the glass with my robe, hoping that's enough to dampen the sound. The way this room seems to silence all noise is no longer creepy and has turned into my only saving grace. Balancing the heavy weight in my hand, I raise it high. I'll only get one shot at this.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
I turn, shock quickly replaced with fear, ricocheting in my chest, and stare directly into Bash's smiling face.
Chapter 10. Bash. What do we have here? The strand of red peeking out from the saint's hood lets me know it's Volkov, but there's been something off with him tonight. Something that's been drawing my attention and teasing my curiosity. Why the fuck am I so interested in a guy? Now, his sister. She consumes my every thought. Here he is, sparking my interest in the last place I expected. Deep within the vault, trying to break into a jewelry case. He's risking a slow, brutal death. No one fucks with the Order of Saints. I should sound the alarms, but my ever-growing curiosity gets the better of me. He's frozen in place, head bowed low, his hand still gripping the candlestick as I approach. I brace myself to avoid his attack, but he doesn't budge, as if he's a deer in headlights. I'm so close I can see his chest rise and fall with his fast breaths, and I don't stop approaching until my shoes graze the hem of his robe. There's a tingling sensation starting in my lower back before running up my spine. An excitement breaks through the tedium as I lift my hand and slowly push back the hood, raising the silver mask with it. My heart stops in my chest, then rams forward at the sight of Anastasia Volkov. Look what we have here. Captivated, I stalk forward, looming over her as she stares up at me with wide blue eyes. Anastasia stumbles, colliding with the tables, and I grip her arms tight enough to bruise, preventing her from escaping. "What are you doing here?" I hiss. My arms tremble as I shake her. Curiosity vanishes under the weight of exactly what she's risking. "Are you fucking crazy?"
I can explain.
The whites of her eyes show around her iris, and her teeth clatter together as she watches me. "Oh yeah? Try." My jaw aches from clenching it so hard as she stares up at me, opening and closing her mouth, no words leaving her plump lips. "Fuck, Stasia." The bitter taste of fear fills my mouth. I have to get her out of here. Then I can give in to my obsessive need to figure her out, to pull her apart until I know everything about her. First, she needs to get the hell out of here. I seize her arm, ready to drag her out of the room when a man turns the corner. I instinctively place myself between him and Stasia, covering her body and blocking his view of her. She's maskless, vulnerable. A simple glance will give her away. My heart's ricocheting in my chest, sending my blood pulsing in my ears. A protectiveness normally reserved for my family takes over. I do the only thing I can think of and crash my mouth against hers, eating up her sounds of protest. The unsainted needs to believe she wants to be here. I push her hard into the bookshelves, hiding her completely as I devour her mouth. She fights against my touch, struggling to break free. I deepen the kiss, sucking on her tongue, and my cock hardens when she softens in my arms, giving in to me. Her fingers grip my waist under my robe, and her nails dig into my skin, but she's not pushing me away. From her ragged breath and her death grip, it's clear she's terrified, and I'm overcome with the need to comfort her, to tell her I'd never let anything happen to her. But first, I have to get rid of this asshole. The fact that he's an unsainted makes this easier, at least. I lift her hood, which covers her face, and turn, careful not to expose her. "Get the fuck out of here." You can't bring a girl in here," he stutters. "I'm going to tell the Lord." I raise my gold mask, and his face grows pale. "Go ahead and tell me." My gaze narrows on him, daring him to argue, and I don't look away until he disappears around the corner. Fuck, he's going to be a problem. I'm not looking forward to Damon's lecture when he finds out. But screw it. She's worth it. Stasia trembles in my hold, and I jerk back, examining her. She's frozen, and there's a flash of fear in her eyes that has my gut twisting into a knot, filling my mouth with a sour taste. I dip a murmur into her ear. "Run, little thief, before I can't let you go." She doesn't hesitate, scurrying out of there the second I release her. I wait several seconds before following after the Russian princess. She's too enticing to let escape. Chapter 11. Bash. There's a sharp click when my pick finds the perfect spot, and her front door unlocks. I'm going to have a talk with Stasia. Getting in here was way too easy. All I had to do was follow her home. Her house is what I expected for one of the sainted families. Multi-story, rich dark wood flooring, and crystal chandeliers. The rushing sound of water comes from down the hall, and I track it until I find what I'm looking for. Stasia's room is femininity personified. Pastel covers with white-paneled walls and thickly draped windows. There's steam coming out from under the door on the far side, and I can hear the way the water splashes against her body. My cock's still aching from our kiss, but I resist the urge to go in there and pin her to the floor, licking up her bare skin like my body's begging me to. I should really let her know what a good boy I've been, how patient I was with her. I roamed deeper into the room, sliding my finger along a gold frame with a picture of her in an intricate pose. It's taken from far away, and I can barely make out the lights and stage around her. Her leg is held over her head, and visions of all the things I can do to that flexible body are going to haunt me tonight. Maybe I should tell her she's what all my naughty thoughts are made of. I fell for her the second I removed her hood, and those startling blue eyes looked back at me. How the fuck could I not? She's pretended to be her brother, snuck into one of the most secretive societies, and sat front row and center without anyone noticing. The audacity alone has me hard. Then to find her trying to steal from the order? I'm a goner. There's a squeak as she turns off the shower, and the room goes quiet. Fuck, I wasn't supposed to stay this long. I just wanted to check up on her after what happened in the vault. I'll be paying much closer attention to her from now on. She'll expect that, but she probably won't expect the reason I'm keeping track of her has nothing to do with that Tiara and everything to do with the way she steals my attention. I crave to know every detail about her. How her mind works, what her motivations are. Fuck, how she tastes. If it wasn't for that asshole, I'd have laid her out on the table and eaten her until she screamed my name. I step behind the open closet door, hide myself between it and the wall, and wait for her. She doesn't keep me waiting long, stepping out in a plush white robe, hair wet around her shoulders. I bite back a groan when she flops over on the bed and leans over the side furthest from me to grab something from the drawer. Her robe is crawling up her thighs, mere inches from giving me a full look at her ass. I'm not sure which god I need to pray to get that fabric to move just a little higher. Stasia rolls onto her back, and that's when I see the pink flush to her skin. Her chest is rising and falling rapidly as she pulls the tie of her robe, releasing it. I bite my knuckles when the cloth falls to the side, revealing every inch of her delicate body. It's flawless, not a mark on it, and that just makes me want to claim her all the more. She'll look so pretty when she's covered in the small bruised marks from me sucking on her. There's a soft buzz coming from the pink vibrator. My heart rate doubles as I watch her slide her hand down to her core. Her hips lift off the bed, and her head falls back into the pillow as she presses the toy into her clit. Fuck. Her sweet moans have my dick rock hard as a flush pinkens her chest. My mouth waters at the way her nipples have turned into sharp beaks, dying for my mouth. Lust rocks me when she moves the toy under her palm to press her fingers into her core. From this angle, I can see them dip into her, rocking in and out slowly as she builds her orgasm. She's so fucking wet, the clear liquid covering her thighs. A shudder runs through me, and I rest the back of my head against the wall, watching her through my lashes, and unbutton my pants. I'd have to be a saint to resist, and I've never been a good man. I'm definitely not going to try now. My cock springs forward as I release it from the confines of my boxers. It's red and angry, pulsing with the need to bury itself into her. I swipe my thumb over the pre-cum dripping from the tip and use it to lubricate my hand as I fist the shaft. I grit my teeth together, stroking myself at the same tempo as her fingers, storing what she likes to use for later. Because there will be a later. She hasn't realized it yet, but this girl will be mine. I ignore the thoughts that I'm exactly like my brothers, too distracted by the way her teeth indent her bottom lip. My grip tightens, and my balls grow taut as her pace increases, small whining moans escaping her mouth. My girl is so fucking close, and I'm right there with her. I lower my shirt over my hand, covering it. My hips rock forward, my fist alone not enough, instead picturing her pretty pink pussy wrapped around it. Tingles roll up my spine, and I have to clench my muscles to stop myself from coming, wanting to go at the same time as her. Her knees spread wider, giving me the perfect view. Her thighs quiver, her heels digging into the bed. I'd fucking kill to know what she's thinking. I squeeze my tip, biting back a groan. The part of me that wants her to know I'm here is suppressed by the desire to see her come undone. She murmurs words I can't make out, over and over again. I'm dying to eat them, to press my mouth into hers. Her head tips back, her breast arching into the air, her entire body shaking with her release. I expected her to scream, but I could never prepare myself for what comes out of her lips.
Bash. Fuck me, Bash.
Fuck, I hiss under my breath as cum shoots from my tip, coating my stomach and the underside of my shirt. My muscles twitch as pleasure takes over. My mind is fuzzy, but I don't look away as she lies flat on the bed, eyes closed for several seconds before slapping her hand over her face.
What the hell was that?
She groans, giving herself shit for picturing me. Glad to know our kiss affected her as much as it did me. I, for one, loved every second of it. She tosses her toy into the drawer and covers her head, concealing her red cheeks under the blanket. It doesn't take long for her to settle, the soft, even sound of her breath filling the room. 15 minutes pass before I step out of my hiding spot and reach down, grabbing her pink lace panties off the floor. I clean my cum with the satin fabric before burying it in my pocket and doing up my pants. My head is a little clearer. I scan the space for anything that might clue me into what my girl is up to. A part of me wants to let her get up to whatever mischief she wants to, but the other knows just how dangerous it was for her to go into the vault. Had it been anyone else that found her, there would have been no getting out for her. Even Damon wouldn't have been able to brush it off. Her phone's plugged in on the nightstand, and it's my best shot. Ever so slowly, I pull back the covers, revealing her bare skin inch by inch. She rolls toward me when her nipples come into view. My tongue wets my lips as I give in to temptation, lowering until my mouth hovers over her pink peak, my hot breath fanning over it until it hardens. Fuck, I want to sink my teeth into her. Instead, I pull back, inhale, and get my shit together. I scan her face, unlocking her phone and flipping through the apps. Her message thread with her brother is right at the top. There are several mentions of her Russian family, how he can't leave, and that she desperately needs that Tiara. She should have protected this information, because it was a fatal mistake to let me get a hold of it. Now, I have all the leverage I need to get her to do what I want. It's a good thing for her that what I want is for her to play with me. I'm more than willing to help her with her task if it allows me to see what she's up to. It'll also allow me to protect her. For how intriguing she is, she's also entirely too reckless. Another thing desperation causes. I take several screenshots to go through it later before texting them to myself and erasing the evidence. My teeth bite into my grin as I punch in my number. Satisfaction rolls through me at the name. Future husband. I plug her phone back in and return it to where I found it. She can't know I've been in here yet. Carefully closing her door, I make my way to the kitchen. Light oak cabinets with marble countertops that extend up the backsplash decorate the walls. Turning on the tap, I wash my hands as I take in the space around me. There's a bowl to my left, filled with mail instead of fruit, and I flip an envelope over. It's a utility bill. I move on to the next and next, each letter another invoice. The last one is stamped red with overdue. Tension builds between my shoulders, and I suck at my upper teeth, searching for anything else that's out of place. It's not until I open the fridge that the seriousness hits me. The shelves are bare. It doesn't make sense. A family like this should have a housekeeper. The fridge should be packed with food. Hell, it should be full of prepared meals. There's only a lonely takeout container sitting in the middle. My rings click on the stainless handle as I try to work everything out, but my girl just keeps getting more and more mysterious. There's only one thing I know for sure. I'm going to find out. I grab my phone, texting Matthias. As the second oldest Everett brother, he's taken on the security role for our family. He's the one with the best connections when it comes to this type of thing. Me. Matthias, I need a favor. Matthias, it's 2 a.m. You better be dying. Me. Oh, don't be like that. We both know you'd cry at my funeral. Matthias, you woke Eve up, so don't be so sure about that. Me. Shit. Sorry, man. Matthias, get on with it. Me. I need cameras ASAP, enough to cover a 3,500 square foot house. Me. What? Are you trying to pretend you can't get it? Matthias. No, I'm waiting for you to tell me why. Me. Did you ask Damon why? Matthias. Is this about a girl? Me. ... Matthias. Send me the address. I'll be there in an hour.
Chapter 12. Anastasia. The kitchen island's marble is cool on my cheek. I manage to drag myself from my bed, only to collapse onto the stool. I'm absolutely, undeniably fucked. There's a heavy weight pushing down on my shoulders at just how badly I screwed up. Not only did I get caught, but it was by a freaking lord. The only saving grace is that it was Bash, which is a double-edged sword. A quick glance in the mirror showed my still swollen lips from the force he'd kissed me with last night. I didn't know it was possible to be both this grateful and this pissed off at someone. What's worse is there's no way I can tell Nikolai. I'd fired him off a short text when I got home, lying that everything was fine, and I got home safe with no issues. Except there was a very large, very risky, very hot issue. Not only did I get caught, but I kissed him. I'd kissed him so long I forgot how to breathe, forgot who I was. Like an idiot, I'd let him take over and my brain went weak. Don't even get me started on what happened when I got home. A shiver tingles down my neck, raising my hair. I am not turned on by that asshole. I lift my head only to drop it on the counter with a hard thud, wincing. My phone buzzes for the 5th time this morning, but I don't dare pick it up. Not when I know I can't hide a lie from Nikolai to save the life of me. My best shot is to ignore him. It vibrates again, and I finally grab it, hitting the ignore button before opening up the texting app. If I don't respond soon, he'll do something stupid. I can't put it past him to try to escape and show up here. Successful or not, that's a bad plan. Me. Sorry, busy. Can we talk later?
Nikolai. Not a chance.
I swallow hard and run through my possible answers. I can't tell him the truth, but I have to make sure I don't overcomplicate things either. Best to keep it as close to the truth as possible. Me. Found the tiara in one of the chambers. Unfortunately, it was locked and alarmed, so I couldn't grab it.
Nikolai. Fuck.
Me. Don't worry, I've got a plan. Not quite, but I will.
Nikolai. Why don't I like the sound of that?
Me. Because you're overprotective. We agreed I'd take care of this. Just trust me for once. A hint of guilt gnaws at me. Even this conversation is breaking his trust. I just have to come through. None of this will matter once I get my hands on that freaking tiara. I glance at the clock. Shit, I'm going to be late. Me. I've got class. I'll message you later.
Nikolai. You better.
I get out of the Uber, happy that I'm still not so broke that I can't afford it. My personal security and driver were the first to go. The fact that the only people who would want to hurt me already have enough leverage to have me crawling on my knees just shows how pointless they were to begin with. No one cares about a struggling family, not even one of the saints. There are already several girls lined up at the entrance, all wearing matching pale pink dance leotards with fluffy tutus. Miss Anna! The one closest to the door runs up to me, grinning, 2 matching dimples on either side of her mouth. I pull her into a hug, and I'm quickly tackled by 6 pairs of tiny arms. A laugh bubbles up from my chest, tension already dissipating from my muscles. Okay. I know you're excited. The key turns easily, and I haul the large glass door open, allowing the young dancers to enter one by one like ducks in a row. The studio's longer than it is wide. I repurposed it from its prior clothing store. The walls are lined with mirrors, with polished wood dance bars. It's the familiarity of it all that has me settling into my comfortable routine. The girls all turn to me with excitement, ready for whatever I'll teach them today. I need to clear my mind for them. I can't allow the disaster that my life has become to get in the way of their fun. I clap my hands and give them my brightest smile. Okay, everyone, into position.
Chapter 13. Bash. My phone pings when Stasia's door opens, letting me know she's on her way out. I watch her step out onto the sidewalk in front of her house. Her vibrant hair is pulled up into a sleek bun, and she's wearing loose-fitting black pants and an oversized men's hoodie. It makes me want to rip it off her and replace it with my own. My fists clench the steering wheel as she climbs into the back of an Uber. Where the hell is her driver? I have more questions about her than answers. She's already under my skin, and it's not even noon. I follow a few car lengths behind as the Uber makes its way deeper into the city. The streets are lined with stores on both sides, and there are women and families carrying bags as they shop. I parallel park when they pull up to a glass storefront, several kids waiting for her to get out. They're adorable, can't be older than 6, and they run up to Stasia, practically burying her in hugs. Her smile is so bright the air catches in my lungs, and I'm filled with the need to have her smile at me like that. to see her eyes light up with joy just from being close to me. I have a long way to go until that happens, but I'm more determined than ever to make it our reality. The kids are dressed in ballet uniforms, and they're practically skipping as they enter the class one by one. Their parents disperse the second Stasia closes the door behind her. I light a smoke as I walk closer, careful to cover my presence behind a sign. The clear glass gives me the perfect view of what's happening inside. The girls are posing at the bars, wide smiles on their faces. Each time Stasia claps, they change into a new position, wobbling on their feet. For all the fun they're having, they look serious, determined to achieve perfection even though Stasia is not pressuring them. She's proof that motivation can come in all different forms. Warmth grows in my chest as I imagine my nieces in this class, twirling with wide grins, and I make a note to let Misty and Scarlet know about it. Everything about her radiates kindness, the kind that would be impossible to ignore. So why is someone like her risking stealing from the Order of Saints? Even the idea of her getting caught has my gut twisting. It was clear from her texts that her Russian family has something on her, but it's hard to know what. What kind of leverage would make her so desperate that she'd be willing to go this far? What I do know is I'm not about to let her do it alone. I send a text to Xander, who just so happens to be in New York where the Russians are located. Me, what's the update on the Russians? Xander, fuck, can't you wait a minute? I'm still working on it. Me, trust me, it's important. Xander, you know they aren't under the Order's control. I can't just walk in there. Xander, do you owe them money? Me, no, I don't owe them money. Me, but my girl might. Xander, hold up, your girl? Girl? Xander, I leave for a few months and you've started calling someone your girl? Xander, I know you've been curious, but this is going further than that. Me, I haven't caught her yet. Xander, you know you're starting to sound like Damon and Matthias. It's worrying me. Me, don't even joke about that. Xander, denial isn't just a river in Egypt. Me, oh, I'm not in denial. I just know that Stasia will not let me fuck around like that. Me, I'm pretty sure I've met my match. Xander, why am I not surprised you got yourself into this situation? Me, 'cause you know me better than anyone? Me, now will you look into the Russians or not? Xander, anything for you, baby brother. Me, love you too, boo. Xander, ... I slide my phone into my pocket and enter the alley beside her studio to wait until she's finished. I'm going to figure her out one way or another, and when I do, I'll make her mine.
Chapter 14. Anastasia. I'm sweating from class. I spent another half hour running through my routine after the last girl left. I haven't found anything that clears my mind the way ballet does. The technical skill requires all of my attention, erasing any thought that tries to creep in. Well, it normally does. But with every turn I made, thoughts of Bash filled my head. No matter how many times I think about it, it's impossible for me to figure out why he didn't turn me in, why he covered for me. Heat floods to my core, thinking about his mouth on mine. I can't even lie to myself that I didn't enjoy it. My body has never responded to anyone like that, and it kills me that it had to be him. Renowned playboy, known for his unseriousness, the absolute last person I should get involved with. So why do my thoughts keep turning to him? I pull my hoodie over my head, hating the way it sticks to my skin, and wrap up the garbage. I might not be back here for a few days, so I need to make sure I leave it in pristine condition. The only reason I've been able to keep the studio is I rent it out to a few other instructors. They pay a monthly fee so they can run their own classes. There are also a few dancers who just want the space to themselves. Because I require the money, my prices are low, so I'm never short of people who want to rent. Taking a last look around and deciding it's good enough, I exit to the side alley where the large yellow garbage bin is located and toss my bag inside. Strong hands tighten on my arms, turning me until my back is pressed against the brick wall, and there's a heavy chest against mine. I scream, but a hand descends over my mouth, muffling the sound. I thrash beneath them, clawing at their arms, but they don't move. Fear lances through me. Who knows what the Salvatores are going to do to provide motivation?
Easy there, Princess. I wouldn't want you to hurt yourself.
Bash purrs, his breath tickling my ear, sending heat straight to my core. He presses his hips against me, and the hard edge of his cock hits my clit perfectly. I gasp, mouth dropping open. His thick fingers grasp my chin, tilting my face up to look at him. His usually bright gray eyes are dark as he looks at me with hunger. Get off of me! I grit, unable to pronounce properly with him holding my jaw.
I'm not sure that's what you actually want.
Listen to me, asshole. That's exactly what I want. Let go of me or I'll call the police.
How exactly are you going to do that?
There's amusement in his voice.
You can call the cops, Princess, but there's nothing they can do for you. The Order controls them like they do everything else. Or did you forget who I am?
Fuck you! I hiss, but he just laughs.
Patience. I've got you.
Bash lifts the corner of my sweater and grazes the exposed band of skin between my loose pants and top. I instinctively suck in a breath, and his rough fingers travel higher, sending heat to my core. My thighs squeeze together, desperate for friction. Anything to cure the ache building there. His thumb brushes the side of my navel while his fingers curve around my waist, gripping it firmly. I meet his eyes, and they're already hot on mine, his breaths escaping in shallow pants. He lets go of my jaw and skims his knuckles down my chest. I gasp as his knuckles travel over my taut nipples, and my hips press into him, earning me a low groan. Dizziness takes over, and I have to grip his shirt to stop myself from swaying on my feet. Our breaths intertwine, each one coming out faster than the next. The air is stuck in my lungs when his lips come to meet mine, but a whine escapes me when he halts a paper's width away. My body's trembling with my growing need, and all thought escapes me as I lift on my toes to close the distance between our mouths. Before I can taste him, he hauls my sweater up and over my head. I shiver as the cool air hits my heated skin, and my mouth drops open in shock. What are you doing?
I knew you wanted me.
He leans in and kisses my forehead, and then the asshole turns on his heels and leaves. My head drops back against the hard brick, and I struggle to fill my lungs. Blood rushes in my ears, blocking out all sound as I try to figure out what just happened. It's not until I calm down that I realize that he took the sweater with him.
Chapter 15. Bash. I followed Stasia home, hating every second of her being in that Uber, and vowed to fix it so it never happens again. I don't know what's changed to make her move around unprotected, but that's stopping now. Sweat coats the back of my neck, and my t-shirt sticks to my chest. When Matthias invited me over to his place, I didn't realize it was to build a giant treehouse. God knows he can afford to pay someone, but Scarlett, his wife, one of my favorite sisters, only tied with Misty, said it wouldn't mean as much if we didn't build it ourselves. I shake my head, my hair spraying everywhere.
Gross, Bash.
Misty's beside me, holding out a beer. Condensation coats the bottle as I pop the cap off. Okay, you just won the top spot for sisters. I take a deep swig, using the crisp taste to help cool me down. She huffs out a laugh.
I'll be sure to tell Scarlett.
You do realize she's more than capable of kicking my ass, right? She gives me an innocent look.
She'll only do what you deserve.
I rake my hand through my damp hair, pushing it off my face. I can only imagine what that means. Where did your husband run off to? A warmth fills her gaze.
He's putting Orion down for a nap.
Misty and Damon haven't been able to have biological children, but that hasn't stopped them from filling their home with smiling faces. At 3, Orion is the youngest of the 3 troublemakers. Uncle Bless! Uncle Bless! Tucker comes running up to me, his face and hands covered in dirt. He raises his hands high above his head and demands, "Airplane!"
Don't look at me.
Misty laughs, providing absolutely no help. I give a dramatic sigh, but smile right back. Only because it's you. Swooping him into the air, I tuck him under one arm and run through the field. Tucker spreads his arms wide like wings and kicks his feet as he giggles. I make a sharp turn, and contagious laughter bubbles from him, the kind that can only come from innocence. An innocence our family will protect with our lives. None of us have had it easy, but our kids won't experience anything like we did. No, they're going to grow up loved and cherished, knowing exactly how much they mean to us and just how special they are.
Bath time, kiddo.
Misty catches up to us, grabbing her nephew from me. No, I don't wanna. He pouts and squirms, holding out his arms like I can somehow save him. Uncle Blash.
I told you not to play in the dirt,
Olivia says. Damon comes up beside me, following his wife's every move until she disappears into the house. Matthias approaches my other side, cornering me between them. Fuck. I heard about your stunt in the vault. What the hell were you thinking bringing a girl down there? Damon growls, totally pissed. I make a mental note to find that unsainted and kick his ass. It's not like I can tell my eldest brother what really happened. At least, not yet. First, I have to figure out exactly what she's doing. That way, I can protect her against the Order. My brother's included in that. The only one I trust completely right now is Xander, and unfortunately, he's a couple of 100 miles away. What can I say? A boy has needs. I shrug and play it off like it's just another one of my games. For once, my reputation comes in handy. From the way Damon's brows pull low over his eyes, I prep myself for his punch, but Matthias cuts in before any damage can be done. Was it Anastasia Volkov? He asks, and Damon's head tilts as he watches me, waiting for my answer. I should have predicted Matthias figuring this out. Maybe. Damon grabs my shoulder, giving it a shake. Cut your shit and tell us. He has reason to be angry. Bringing a girl down there would be the epitome of idiocy. That doesn't stop me from pulling back my shoulders, chin high, squaring up. I'm not ready yet. Just drop it. If it's her, we'll drop it, Matthias says, tone emotionless, a temporary promise. Like fuck we will, Damon cuts in. Matthias holds up his hand. If he's so far gone he's willing to stalk her, I think we give him a chance to sort himself out. God knows we need it. Damon and Matthias turned their attention on me, waiting for my response. I want to argue, to tell them that they're wrong and I haven't been caught in a web, but even I can't lie that well. It's her. Happy? I groan, giving up. We'll see. I've always wanted another sister. The grin that takes over Matthias's face eases something in me. He'd spent years with no sign of happiness. It was his wife, Scarlett, who brought it back. I knew you'd eventually cave. I drop my head back, looking at the sky, and sigh. Just leave me alone. For now, but we want to formally meet her, Damon commands, leaving no room for argument. Luckily, Tucker comes running up to us, screaming about his older cousin Finley, destroying his dirt castle, saving me from any more questions. Damon groans, and Matthias grips his shoulder. Come on, let's take care of it before they murder each other. This isn't over. Damon points his finger, digging into my sternum, before following Matthias to where the kids are yelling. Warmth fills my chest at the sound of the arguing children. Never in a million years did I think we'd get this, and I'll be grateful for the rest of my life. I grab another beer and find a spot in the shade. I only last a few minutes before I'm grabbing my phone and pulling up the camera feed I have on Stasia. She's fresh from the shower, white towel wrapped around her waist, and my dick's hard just looking at her. I need to figure this out before Damon and Matthias step in, and I need her cooperation to do that. I lean back against the chair, running through ideas until an inkling forms. It's reckless, and she'll hate it, but it'll give me everything I want. To get my brothers off my back, to protect her, and the chance to finally figure out what she's up to. She needs that Tiara, and I'm going to use her desperation to force her into a deal. One where she has to pretend to be my girlfriend, and in return, I'll help her. She won't know until it's too late that she'll have walked right into my trap. It's a little fucked up, but hey, I never claimed to be a good person. My brothers would be proud as I follow in their footsteps. She's ignited my interest, and I'm willing to do anything to make her mine.
Chapter 16. Anastasia. My eyes are closed as I move through the positions that are ingrained into my muscles. Gentle hands, raised arms, straight back. Over and over again, I let the classical music move me as I run through the familiar dance. Sweat builds at my temples and on the nape of my neck, causing it to itch, but I don't dare break the spell that's cast over me. Ballet has always been my salvation. It's the only thing that's given back exactly what I've put in. No matter how much I loved my mother, she still died. No matter how much I begged my father, he never returned to his old self. No matter how much I wanted to help my older brother, he never let me in. I understand why. He wanted me to feel the happiness the world tried to take from me. He just never understood that I wanted to give that back, to put in just as much effort into his happiness as he does mine. That's why finding the tiara is so important. That's why I insisted on being the one to do this, even though he doesn't understand. He'd have given up everything for me, and I can't accept that. Not this time. My shoulders burn as I twist, keeping my arms above my head, and my thighs tremble as I maintain the perfect pose and spin until I'm dizzy, letting my mind sink into the moment and my worries fade. My phone buzzes on the front desk, and I ignore it, focusing on the pattern of the dance, picturing the heat of the lights and the crowd in front of me until the vibration stops. I move into another sequence, only to have the buzz start again and again. Frustration replaces my peace, and I drop my heels down and stomp my way to the counter. Each step is louder than the next. My ballet instructor would have made me work for hours if she caught me like this. I flip the phone over, ready to turn it off, when I spot the message.
Future husband, what you doing?
Why am I not surprised he programmed this into my phone? I'm not even going to try to figure this out.
Future husband, I feel like it's been forever since I saw you.
I resist responding and giving him exactly what he wants.
Future husband, ignoring me now, princess? That's not very nice. Future husband, you know I'll just keep trying. Future husband, this is starting to hurt my feelings. I know you've read this.
A laugh slips from my lips. He can be ridiculously immature, and it somehow leaks into me.
Future husband, I know you want to reply.
Me. I'm busy. The phone rings, and I fumble it in my hand, barely catching it before it hits the floor. Future husband is clear at the top, and I let it ring until it hits voicemail. What is he thinking? It starts again, over and over, before his persistence has a bubbling sensation forming in my chest. How can he be like this? I'm perfectly aware of what the lords do, how they rule over everyone and what that entails. So how is he so unserious?
Future husband, we should really talk about yesterday. Future husband, now that I know you want me to.
Goosebumps rise as I remember exactly how his rough fingers felt against my skin. Heat pools low in my stomach, and I press my thighs together. Whether I'm willing to admit it or not, my body responds to him.
Future husband, princess, come out and play with me. You know you want to.
Me. You are delusional. I switch his name to Psycho, but it looks too cold for him, so I can't resist adding a heart beside it. I've been acting out of character since I met him, doing things I'd never dreamed of. I've been chalking it up to needing him to find the tiara, and ignoring the voice in the back of my head whispering that I like the way he makes me feel.
Psycho heart. Stasia, I miss you.
I suck in a breath as warmth fills my chest. I let it out slowly. It's been so long since someone other than Nikolai cared about me. Clearly, it's making me desperate. I block his number before I can do anything stupid, like reply. I down my water in 3 large gulps and drop it on the counter. The loud clunk fills the room, causing me to flinch. Ballet dancers are poised. Bash makes me feel anything but. Still, I can't help but admit a tiny, traitorous part of me likes it. Returning to the wooden bar, I try to resume my practice, but it's pointless. The door to the alley keeps catching my attention, and exactly what happened out there threatens to suck me in. I would have kissed him, pressed my mouth against his. I wanted to feel his body against mine until he took my thoughts away. Embarrassment took away my relief when he was the one to step back. His eyes were narrow, and his constant grin was pulling at the corner of his lip, but his usual mischievousness was missing, replaced by a longing I didn't recognize but pulled me to him nonetheless. He'd given me a look like he was a wolf who finally cornered its prey. Not daring to go into the alley, I leave the garbage full. I'll empty it next time, when I'm not so caught up in that moment. I pull on my jogging pants over my black leotard and button up my jacket. That bastard stole my favorite sweater, and I haven't gotten the chance to replace it yet. Hopefully, Nikolai doesn't notice it's missing. There's no sign of my Uber when I lock the door behind me. Instead, there's a black town car with tinted windows waiting on the road. There's no mistaking the man standing with the back door open is a guard. The hair stands up at the back of my neck. I still have time. So why are the Salvatores coming to collect me? My phone buzzes in my hand and an unknown number pops up.
Unknown. Get in the car, princess.
My emotions alternate between relieved and pissed. Relieved that I'm not being swept away by mob bosses, and pissed that Bash thinks he can order me around. The guard gives me an apologetic smile.
Please get in the car before he kills me.
I raise one brow.
I have a wife and kids.
He pleads. Well, shit. I let him guide me into the back seat, unsure if he's actually in danger, but I'm not going to risk it. It's obvious whether it's true or not, this man believes it. There's a strong scent of lemons when I climb in, the guard rapidly getting behind the wheel, as if he's worried if given enough time, I'll escape.
I'm Carter.
I rub my palms into my eyes, suddenly exhausted. I'm Anastasia. Seeming to understand my need for silence, he's quiet the rest of the way. I don't have time to be distracted. There are more important things going on in my life, and if I can't figure it out soon, I'll find myself married to some Russian rando, or at the mercy of the Salvatores. Nikolai said we could sell the company and disappear, that we don't need the order to be happy. Maybe I could have done that before, but I have the distinct impression that our grandmother won't let either of us go, unless I get her the tiara. She's quicker than I expected, figuring out that my brother's my weakness and can be used to control me. She'd applied just enough pressure to get me to risk my life to do what she wants. The problem is, my only lead went cold. Sure, I found the tiara, but it's useless if I'm unable to open the case. I need to figure out how to unlock it, but it's not like it's something I can Google. I can't even repeat what I did before. Bash might be immature, but he's not stupid enough to let me get him drunk and ply him with questions a second time. Not to mention, something tells me I'm the one who will lose that game. On top of that, snooping around isn't an option. Eventually, I will get caught, and that might as well be a death sentence. I startle when my phone vibrates in my pocket. There's a message from one of my favorite stores telling me the jacket I wanted is back in stock. I delete the text, knowing I can't buy it anyway. I try to ignore the irrational hint of disappointment itching at my skin, revealing that a part of me was excited that it might be Bash. I block the unknown number he texted from, slicing his ability to reach me. I refuse to be happy about his annoying persistence. He's shown up everywhere he shouldn't at the absolute worst times. I thought I was done for when he pulled off my hood in the vault, catching me red-handed, but he just tilted his head and stared at me with amusement, like I'm the most interesting thing he's ever encountered. The question remains, why didn't he turn me in? He had all the information he needed. He caught me snooping in the hall. I don't believe for a second he believed I was lost. He knows I've been to that ballroom countless times. If he didn't say anything then, and didn't tell his brothers when he found me in the vault, it's possible he has no plans of handing me over. What if I just tell him why I need the tiara? Would he help me get it? He is a lord, after all. If anyone could, it's him. I shove the thoughts into the back of my brain and lock it with a click. It's because he's a lord that I can't trust him. He's more than likely just playing with me, and when my novelty runs out, the game will be over. Letting my guard down around him is absolutely not an option. The glass of the car window is cool on my cheek, still warm from the hour I spent exercising. We're blocks away from the turnoff to my street, where the homes become more and more luxurious. I glance at the corner store with its flashing open sign. "You can let me off here," I tell the driver as I grab my purse. He glances back at me through the rearview mirror, eyes wide.
I can't do that, miss.
"Are you kidnapping me? Am I your captive?" He pulls the car to the curb, not before murmuring to himself.
I'm so fucking dead.
"Tell him I threatened you." I wink as I get out of the car. The air is cool against my skin, the breeze lifting the damp hair from the nape of my neck.
Just be careful.
He's practically begging. "Don't worry, I've done this countless times." He doesn't look reassured as I walk away. The bell on the door chimes when I enter the convenience store. The bright strip lights cast the space in a warm glow. It's nice, with a good selection. something I'm lucky to have so close by. I enter my favorite aisle. It's lined with different flavors of instant ramen. The cups are already prepared. Just need to add boiling water. Something even I can handle. It's not that I can't afford groceries, but if anything happens, I need money to get out of here. It's not like I can pull out of our savings account. Nikolai and I drained every last cent to pay down our father's debt, and it still wasn't enough. Most people would just make stuff at home, but it's embarrassing to admit I have no idea how to cook. Even my scrambled eggs turned out gross. I watched a few videos before I admitted it's useless and turned to instant food. At least this stuff tastes amazing. Later in the week, I'll grab some individual frozen meals. Even I can warm things up, although they're sometimes still frozen in the middle. You'd think with all our technology, the companies could figure that out. I bring an armful of the pre-made cups to the counter and place them down lightly. The woman, Shirley, smiles at me. She's older, maybe in her mid to late 60s. Her hair is a mix of curly white and gray that she's pulled back into a clip. You really should eat something healthier. A girl like you can't be eating things like this. She looks me up and down. You're even smaller than the last time. Even though she's admonishing me, her voice is filled with warmth and genuine concern, more like a grandma than a clerk. She packs my things into a plastic bag and adds a few apples. Take care of yourself. I smile. She makes it sound so simple. I promise I will. I'm serious, young lady. You don't want old Shirley getting involved. I'll get groceries tomorrow. Don't worry. Make sure you get meat and vegetables. You can't live off of noodles. She points a thin finger at me. You know, I have a grandson about your age. This isn't the first time she's mentioned him, and I've learned better than to stick around. Last time she got him on the phone and tried to set up a date. I'm not even sure how I got out of that, but I doubt I'll be able to do it a second time. I glance at my watchless wrist. Sorry, it's late. I've got to get home. Fine. I haven't given up having you as a granddaughter. Her words feel like a warm hug as I exit. If only it didn't require me to marry some unknown guy to make it a reality. My sneakers are silent as I make my way down the sidewalk. The large oak trees lining the road and coming together in the center make it look like it belongs in a different world. We're slightly out of the city, but even then, this magical place doesn't belong. As a little girl, I loved it here. The way the apple trees blossomed in the spring and the lilac bushes filled the air with their soft scent. My chest tightens, knowing we should sell our place. But unfortunately, our father took out multiple liens on it, so even if we did, we wouldn't see any money. No, we need to get the tiara to my grandmother so we can settle our debts. That's the only way to keep our lives the way they are. My eyelids droop as I get closer to my house, exhaustion slowly taking over. I haven't slept properly since that night I spent gambling. Every time I close my eyes, a pair of gray eyes look back at me. The light I leave on in the hallway beckons me home. I hate entering into a dark house. I take the 5 steps up to my front door, only to have it swing open. The bag of food I'd been carrying hits the ground as a scream catches in my throat. Bash is standing in front of me, wearing a devilish smile.
You know, you really should have better security. Chapter 17. Bash.
Get out!
Stasia grits through clenched teeth, pointing to the street. She's alight with fire as she stomps up the stairs toward me. Fuck, she's beautiful when she's angry. Her hair's pulled up in the tight bun she wears when she's at the studio. I'd watched her for an hour as she danced with her eyes closed, her movements graceful with each turn. I wanted to go in, to lift her in my arms before she could stop me, but I knew that wasn't the place to have the discussion we're about to have. She ignored my texts on her way home, and I must be crazy because I got more excited with each one I sent. I texted her the entire way home. She's still pointing down the steps like I'm a dog that's done something wrong, and I take my time looking her up and down. Her sculpted legs are hidden by loose pants, but it's the jacket that catches my eye. Satisfaction courses through me. I knew it was a good idea to steal that sweater. If I saw her in it once again, I don't know what I'd do. Probably track him down. Then I'd have to explain to my brothers why there's a mess to clean up. My lips curve up in a cocky smile, knowing damn well this will drive her insane. Oh, your love language is glaring and threats. I can work with that. Stasia stomps past me into her house, and I grunt as her shoulder connects with my sternum. She looks like fire when she turns on me, hands flying up and jerking like she doesn't know what to do with them.
What do you want?
Each word is clipped, sharper than a knife. Want? I thought that was obvious. I close the door behind me and shrug, my casualness a stark contrast to her frustration.
Ugh, I can't take it anymore.
She's a light. I wonder if she realizes that it's passion, not anger. Her eyes narrow, and her fists clench at her sides. Maybe not. She may really try to kill me. It's too bad for her that I'm enjoying this so much. My gaze travels from her feet to her mouth. Her anger blinds her to the fact that I'm stalking closer, careful not to spook my little hellcat. I drop my mouth to her ear and breathe. I think you'll take it perfectly. She inhales a sharp breath and jerks back, but I catch her by the waist, holding her against me.
You've got to be kidding me.
She uselessly squirms to get out of my hold. I chuckle, lining my body to hers and walking her backward until the island's pressed against her back, trapping her. I may be playful, but I'd never joke about you.
Let go before I break your finger.
Her delicate fingers grip mine, and I can tell she's really trying to hurt me. It's too bad for her that she doesn't stand a chance. Fuck, I could do this with you for hours, I laugh, lowering my face inches from hers.
You are delusional.
She hisses, and I narrowly miss her headbutt. I bite my smirk and say, "You'll grow to like it."
Sebastian Everett, get out of my house.
She shoves me hard, and I let her squeeze out from underneath me. I track her as she moves through the kitchen and pours a glass of water. My smile is a dare when she holds it up between us. Come on, princess. Let's see what you got. Break out of that perfect shell you're always hiding in. The water soaks my face and the front of my shirt. Satisfaction tingles my spine that I'm the one that makes her this way. I lick the water that drips over my mouth and watch the way her eyes focus on it. She's caught in my snare, chest rising and falling as I rub my thumb over my bottom lip. Her gaze shoots to mine, a flush curling over her cheeks.
You shouldn't be here.
You shouldn't have avoided me. I take my time raking my wet hair off my face as I close the distance between us until her hands flatten on my chest, negating her protests. But it worked out better than I had planned. Gave me the perfect excuse to come here. Not that I need a reason to see my girl.
Whoa, I am not your girl.
My lips graze the shell of her ear. But you want to be. Stasia pulls at her hair until strands fall around her cheeks, then covers her eyes with her palms, taking several deep breaths. She's still trying to get a hold of the situation when she finally looks up at me, her face a mask.
Tell me the real reason you're here.
Smart girl. Her brows are pinched together, lids lowered in a glare. She's not going to talk until I give her an answer. Adrenaline rushes through my veins at her challenge, and there's a bubbling feeling of giddiness climbing up my throat. I've never felt like this before, and there's no chance I'm letting her go. I lean against the counter, my elbow resting behind me, supporting my weight. I know you need that tiara. She sucks in a breath, a barely visible tremble rolling down her. Tilting my head, I go on. What I don't know is what the Russians want from you.
How do you know that?
She whispers. I stand tall. That's not what matters, Princess. What matters is they have something on you that has you so desperate you're willing to risk your life for it. And I don't like it.
I'm not telling you anything.
She's shaking her head no as I walk closer. Sure you will. Her face scrunches.
And why in the world would I do that?
I shrug. Because I'm your best bet to get it? Her mouth drops open, and she moves toward me subconsciously. Gotcha.
Why would you help me?
Her voice is breathy, and a thin line forms between her brows. Because it's fun. I give her my most mischievous smirk. Like this is all a game, even though I'm no longer playing. She sucks on her teeth, and I can practically see the wheels turning in her mind.
What do you want in return?
What makes you think I want something? I inch closer until she's nearly within reach. Just a little more. A hand planted firmly on her hip, she waits until I answer. I just keep liking her more and more. I'll have to be careful, or she'll realize she's got me by the balls, not the other way around. I'm not asking for anything you can't give me. Be my girlfriend so everyone gets off my back. My brothers have turned into real nags since they settled down. Not a lie, but also not the reason I'm doing this. The more she's with me, the deeper I'll get my hooks into her. If she doesn't love me right away, I'll feed her with my body until she's addicted to my touch.
What if I don't want to?
She responds flippantly. I make sure she's looking right at me so she knows I'm telling the truth. Then I'll tell everyone I caught you trying to steal from the order. Blood drains from her face, turning her a ghostly white. I don't like it at fucking all. I take the final step, close enough to grab her. You don't need to worry. Just accept the deal, and you'll get everything you want. She's shaking her head, attempting to sort it out again. Sorry, Princess, you're not figuring this one out. Not until I want you to.
Why are you willing to steal from your brothers?
I choke on a laugh. We're not. We're stealing from the Order of Saints. Completely different. Plus, why do they need a tiara? They're already rich. What are they going to do with a tiara?
You don't play fair.
True. I'd never trust me if I were you. She will, though. I'll make sure of it. She presses her palms into her eyes before pulling them away.
I can't believe I'm considering this. What's your plan?
I'm inches from her now, and use her confusion to mask my hands gliding up her arms. I know how to turn off the alarm. Her shoulders sag in relief, some of the strain in her face easing.
And you'll help me if I pretend to be your girlfriend.
I never said anything about pretend. I pull her toward me, capturing her mouth with mine. She holds her lips tight. I grip her neck, and she gasps, opening for me. I don't waste time sinking my tongue and twisting it against hers. She responds so sweetly, and I eat her moans even as she pushes me away. I raise my knee, pressing it to her core, and she sinks her nails deep. I groan when she pulls me closer. One thing's for sure, I've already won her body. I place open-mouth kisses down her throat, taking my time to mark every inch of her. Her chest rises with each of her rasping breaths as I unzip her jacket. Her skin pebbles as I pull down her top as far as the fabric will let me, sucking the curve into my mouth. Her fingers pull my hair, and I rock forward, snaking my arms under her ass and lifting her onto the counter. We only pull away to inhale before devouring each other again. She's shaking in my hold, her cries growing louder. She's so fucking close, and I won't survive unless I see her come apart for me. I lower my hand to her core and press my palm against her clit. Her head falls back, mouth gasping as she tugs me closer.
So close. So close, please. I'm so close.
She begs for her release, and I'm more than happy to give it to her. I capture her mouth, applying pressure as she grinds herself into me. She's trembling as her orgasm rolls over her and collapses her into my chest. Music plays, and I want to scream when her phone rings. Her head lifts, confused, as she's still lost in the afterglow of her orgasm. Someone has a death wish. I slide my hand into her pocket, silencing it, but I can see her thoughts clearing as she comes to her senses. I drop my forehead to hers, taking a deep breath, then place a gentle kiss between her brows. I desperately want to keep going, keep pushing her past the edge, but I'll wait, just a little longer, until she's the one begging for it. See? If you're good, you get rewarded.
Fuck you!
She spits the words out. I plan on it. I wink before walking out the door. Leaving her like that is the hardest thing I've ever done.
Chapter 18. Anastasia. Clap. Position 1. The tutu-clad girls move in unison, their heels pressed together and their toes pointed out. I clap again, guiding them into the next position. I was up all night trying to decide if I'm insane or a genius. On one hand, I don't believe for a second that Bash just wants someone to pretend to be his girlfriend. As much as I hate to admit it, he definitely doesn't have to blackmail someone for that. Which means he's not telling me what he really wants. On the other hand, his offer is too good to turn down. Until last night, I was hopeless to figure out how to get that tiara. It's not the first time I've thought Bash would be the perfect strategy. I just wish I knew what I was risking to get his help. There's something about the way he looks at me. There's an intensity in his gaze as he studies my every reaction. I've been successfully hiding myself for years, but he sees through me like it's easy. I build my mask brick by brick until all the world sees is a blank wall. One that says I'm the perfect little princess with no other motive. Even my love of ballet helps build that image. The one that says I strive to fit into this society. It's only been my brother's protection that's kept the vultures off me. My own father would have sold me to the wolves if he'd managed to care about anything other than his grief. Just another reason why I refuse to give in and marry whoever my grandmother chooses. I've subtly fought against that my entire life, careful with my every move to make it seem like I'm innocent. Bash is entirely too perceptive, able to see through my carefully crafted persona. He wears a deep-seated satisfaction with each morsel he figures out. The question that keeps playing in my mind is, why me? What about me has the notorious bachelor so interested?
Miss Anna, you missed position 3,
Charlotte says from her spot, hands still resting on the bar. Her head is tilted, and I can see a similar confusion written on all the girls' faces. It's not like me to space out during their lessons. Not when this is the one thing I keep for myself. I plaster a warm smile on my face and snap myself out of it. Good catch, Charlotte. I was just testing you. She pinches her brows together, Not quite old enough to spot the lie, thank God. I clap my hands and they move into the next position, their muscle memory taking over, and forget about my mistake. The last 30 minutes of class feel like they drag on forever, each minute ticking down painfully until it's finally over. I hate that I feel this way, like I can't give them my all. Once this is all over, I promise I'll be better.
Unknown. Do you miss me yet? Unknown. Thought you'd learn it's useless to ignore me.
Instantly knowing who it's from, I silence my phone. Charlotte smiles at me, dimples on full display.
Who's that?
Someone annoying. I mutter under my breath. She's as curious as all children are, but I'm saved by her mother coming in to take her home. She runs to her, arms wide, and her mom catches her in a hug. I hide the pain behind my smile. The rest of the parents filter in at the end of class, picking up their smiling children, and I wave politely as they disappear out the door. See you next week. I lock it behind the last one, needing to make sure no one walks in. I need a few minutes to get my act together before heading home. I sit on the chair by my desk and untie my laces. They're expertly wrapped around my ankles and finished with a bow. There was a time I had to replace them every week, back when I danced competitively. Not because I wanted to win, but because it helped me forget. There's freedom in ballet. The technical skill makes it impossible to think about anything. My mom's vacant eyes, or the way my father never hugged me again. All of it disappeared as I moved on stage, which is why the accident where I tore my ACL and required surgery was devastating. I've never been good enough to compete at that level again. It was these young dancers that saved me, gave me something new to fill that empty spot in my life. Once the distraction of finding the tiara is over and everything goes back to normal, I'll depend on them once again. They thank me like I'm the one doing a favor, but it's really them. No matter what I do, my mind keeps turning to last night. Memories of Bash's mouth on mine, and the way I wanted to get lost in him. How it felt to have his leg pressed into my core and his wide shoulders under my palm. My hand rises to my neck. His stubble scraped the sensitive skin as he left love bites in his wake. I had to cover the entire section with makeup to avoid suspicion. My phone vibrates, snapping me out of my thoughts.
Nikolai, how's it going?
My fingers are already typing out an annoyed reply before I realize it's not Bash. Embarrassment floods me, and I'm glad Nikolai can't see my face. He'd know in a second that something's up. And that something being making a deal with Bash Everett would not go over well. I erased the message I was about to send, replying simply, "Me. All good. I think I have a plan."
Nikolai, you've got to give me more than that. I'm worried about you.
My chest tightens. I've never lied to my brother like I've been doing recently, but there's nothing I can do about it except pray he never finds out. Me. I thought we talked about you trusting me.
Nikolai, I know, but something's up.
My head rests on the desk as I try to come up with a reply. Something that's mostly true. Me. I've got this. I promise if I needed help, I'd let you know. I huff out a breath. Better than nothing.
Nikolai, fine. Keep me updated.
Me. Will do. My phone makes a thud when it drops into my purse, out of sight, out of mind. I think I'll go insane if I have to answer another message. Guilt sits like a stone in my stomach, but I push it down. Working with Bash is the best way to get the tiara, even though it's a risk. All I have to do is get that tiara and he and I can go back to acquaintances. After all, he's using me too. I'm his current amusement. Something to break up the mundane of his daily life. Bash is a man who's always seeking out the next thing to give him a kick of adrenaline. And right now, it's me. He's playful and fun, where I'm boring and rigid. It won't take long for him to figure that out. All I need to do is keep him intrigued for long enough to get it before he loses interest. There's a dull ache below my ribs, and I press my palm into my chest, refusing to think about what it could mean. Bash is going to help me get that tiara, and then I'm going to ditch him. It doesn't matter how sweet his lips taste, or how badly my body wants him. A deal is a deal, and I'm the one who's ending this. The bell on the coffee shop door jingles as I walk in, the comforting smell of freshly brewed coffee filling my nose. Located only a few shops down from my studio, I've been coming here since it opened. Wood lines the walls in a modern pattern. The ceilings are painted black with industrial lights hanging down, casting the cafe in a warm glow. There's limited seating, just a few high-top tables, the place designed as a place to shop, not to hang out.
Anastasia.
The barista calls to me. He's in his early 20s, and he gives me a cocky smile that reminds me of someone else. He's wearing a black uniform with a giant M on the front.
You haven't stopped in forever. You want the usual?
I lift and drop my shoulders more casually than I feel. Yes, please. Just a little busy. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Another reminder my life's been tipped upside down. I hadn't realized I'd cut this indulgence from my routine, but now I can't remember the last time I've been in here. It's not like coffee is going to break the bank. We aren't that poor, even though technically we're in the negatives. Still, I unconsciously stopped coming here. Soon I'll get the tiara, give it to my grandmother, and they'll help bail us out. We'll be paying them back for the rest of our lives, but it'll save the company. At least we'll be better off than we are now. I'd rather be indebted to my family than the loan sharks my dad chose.
Here you go, and I threw in a little extra on the house. I want to see you back here.
He slides over a bag, and I can smell the sweet scent of fresh banana bread. My head tilts to the side as I take him in. He's acting a bit strange for someone his age. He shouldn't care this much if I come in or not. He gives me a small smirk, and it's then that I spot his phone number on the cup. The reason he's so nice hits me in the chest. Oh my God. He's hitting on me. When did this even start? Thanks, I mutter. This is entirely too awkward. Holding up the paper cup briefly between us, I give him a tight, closed-mouth smile before scurrying out. The bell dings as the door closes behind me. I don't have the headspace to think about this. The ride home is thankfully silent. All I want is to get home and sink into a hot bath. I sigh as the front door lock clicks open. This morning felt like years instead of hours. Something's off the second I walk in, and my mouth drops open as my coffee cup drops to the floor, spraying everywhere. The place is completely empty. Chairs, sofas, rugs, not a single thing left in place. I stumble backward until my shoulder blades connect with the door. It's clear I've been robbed, but it's such a strange thing to steal. It's not like there's a black market for used furniture. I inhale deeply, slowing down the rapid beating of my heart. I need to think this through. Who would do this? Better yet, what could they possibly want? A squirming buzz crawls under my skin as I race my way to my bedroom. I nearly collapse when there's nothing there. It's been completely cleared out, just like the rest of the house. My feet are already running to the closet, and I collapse to my knees when there's not a single piece of clothing. They took the mask and the robe. I'm bent forward, my forehead pressed against the floor when my phone rings in my purse that I slung over my shoulder. I drag myself up, the weight of just how screwed I am, threatening to break my shoulders. Nikolai already explained that the punishment for losing the mask is worse than death. Obviously, since whoever has it could sneak in just like I did. It rings again, and I clench it in my hand. I'll probably break down if it's my brother.
Unknown. Princess, it's time you move in. Unknown. 155 Torried Road.
Me. Give me my stuff back. He ignores me, and my fingers twitch, gripping my phone hard enough the screen might crack at his next message.
Unknown. Key is on the counter.
Fire ignites, starting from my chest and exploding down to my fingertips. I'm going to kill Bash for this. Sure enough, there's a black key pass shaped like a credit card to easily fit into a wallet. I want to crush it into a million pieces. No, to burn it to dust. I'd been so terrified for Nikolai, and it was all some devious plan to get me to move in with him. Instead of crushing the card, I slip it into my pocket. I have a better plan. I'm going to make Bash regret ever picking a fight with me.
Chapter 19. Bash. My phone screen is lit as the feed switches from camera to camera, following Stasia racing through her house. I've been impatiently waiting for hours to witness exactly how my girl would react to my move. Would she play along, or would she attack? She's in her empty closet, mouth opening and closing as she gawks at the cleared-out room. The smile growing on my lips shatters when her face goes ghostly white and her knees hit the ground. There's a sinking feeling in my stomach as she lays her head down, her shoulders collapsing in. Fuck, this isn't what I expected at all. My girl's fire, not this defeated image of misery. My eyes travel the empty room, searching for what would make her react like this. I don't believe for a single second it's because of a piece of clothing. My thoughts catch on the word. I'd personally taken the saint's mask and robe, not considering what losing it would mean to her family. She needs to know it was me. I send her a text and zoom in to see her reaction. It doesn't disappoint. Her fists clench, and there's a twitch in her jaw, but it's the rage in her eyes that has my heart skipping. There she is. There's the girl who strutted into a private gambling room like she belonged there, who snuck into one of the world's most exclusive ceremonies only to then try to steal from the Order of Saints. She's fire and damnation as she crashes out her front door, the look on her face making it clear she's coming for me. This'll be fun. It's when the door slams shut that I notice something strange on the paper cup she dropped in the entry. I zoom in closer, seeing the name of the cafe, and right beside it, written in red, is a fucking phone number. You're a dead man. I run through the ways I can flay someone alive without my brothers noticing. What are you muttering about over there? You know you haven't seen me for 6 months, right? Xander says from where he's sitting on the club chair across from me. Those glasses make you look like a stuck-up douche. I can't get used to them. I huff out a laugh as I check him out. He hasn't been away for that long, but he looks different. He's sharper, his back rigid, and a pompous seriousness taking over his face. It's the fucking glasses. He may be 11 months older, but he'd always let me set the pace for the two of us. Thick as thieves for our entire lives. It stings that he's changing. No matter what, though, he's the closest person, the one who knows me better than anyone. It doesn't matter if he's different. He's still my brother. I missed you. There's no shame in admitting it. I know he feels the same. Since we were kids, neither of us liked to be apart. But this past year has shown that we can operate on our own, and just maybe our relationship was a little too codependent. He tilts his head, scanning me. Don't get all sappy on me. Fuck you. The second the words are out, I remember Stasia spitting them at me. Her soft lips and the sweet taste of her moans. My cock's getting hard just thinking about it. He laughs, used to my shit, and changes the subject. You'd enjoy it too much. I don't want to ruin you for everyone else. I nearly choke on my drink and slam it on the table as I try not to cough up a lung. Man, could have warned me. This is way more fun. His eyes glint the same way they always have when he gets one up on me. I relax, the buzz of unease that's been hovering over me dissipating with that look. I wasn't lying when I said I missed him. Life's fucking sucked since he's been gone. It's like every day dragged into the next before I was trapped in some twisted version of hell. Not now, though. Not with the fiery redhead stealing every ounce of my attention until she owns every thought. As if he knows what I'm thinking about, his knuckles drum on the armchair. So, what's up with the uptight ballerina? Why have me look into her? A coldness settles over me, one that has every muscle tensing. Careful, Xander. You may be my favorite brother, but you're on thin ice. His head falls back as he collapses into the chair. Damn, not you too. You better get used to it. You'll be calling her sister before the year's up. His brows reach for his hairline. Jesus. Stop saying my name in vain and get on with it. What did you learn? He shakes his head like he's done with me, but he still gives me what I want. Your girl and her brother went to the Russians for something. I haven't figured out what yet, but what I do know is they're keeping him there as collateral to get Anastasia to do something for them. Any idea what? The Tiara. Well, that makes sense. I nod. What else? They want her to get married to some Russian guy? I couldn't find much on him. I sit forward, elbows resting on my knees. Like fuck she is. Xander holds his hands up in surrender. Just the messenger. Don't kill me. Even the idea of her being tied to someone else has my blood boiling in my veins. I'll just have to take care of this guy before that can happen. Hell, the entire family can go. Xander clears his throat, a seriousness carving his expression. There's something you should know. It's likely the Russians killed her mother. Uncle Vander! Tucker screams as he pushes his way through the front door and throws himself into Xander's lap. His grubby little fingers hold his uncle's face on both sides. Where'd you go? Xander lifts Tucker into the air until he's squealing with laughter. Sorry, kiddo. I've got work to do. Tucker pouts. No work. Work swucks. Gotcha. Matthias swoops his son into his arms. You were supposed to wait for us. Just then, Scarlett and the rest of the kids enter, followed by Misty and Damon for our weekly family dinner. We rotate, and this is my turn to host. I don't want to do what you said. I want to see Uncle Wander. If it had been our father, Tucker would have been beaten for that, and he'd never do it again, at the cost of being terrified of his own dad. Matthias boops his nose, though. Both he and Damon are determined to break the cycle. I just want you to be safe, Matthias tells his son, who nods.
It smells amazing in here.
Scarlett approaches and hands her kid to me.
You're it.
I happily take him into my arms from his exhausted mother. You and I are going to get up to no good, I say, but wide eyes just stare back at me. I gently pinch his cheeks. You're no fun. Soon, Misty and Damon arrive, filling my home with laughter. The front door slams open with the thud, causing all four Everett brothers to go on alert. Flaming red hair swirls around a pissed-off Stasia, her key card held tight in her hand.
Sebastian Everett, I'm going to kill—
Her mouth snaps closed when she realizes we're not alone.
Chapter 20. Anastasia. The words stall in my throat as my brain catches up with my mouth and I realize we're not alone. Damon, Matthias, and Xander are all standing, their backs rigid and muscles tight, as if they're primed to take on whatever danger's coming through the door. There's a cool calculation that settles over us and chills me through my bones. I would not want to be the one who tries to attack these guys. Bash is the only Everett brother still sitting. He's lounging in a club chair, a brow raised and a smile on his face, telling me he knew exactly what he was doing. The expression is ruined when two tiny, adorable baby hands squish his cheeks together. If I had to guess, I'd say around 1.5 years. The baby giggles, spit going everywhere, some landing on Bash's face. He pauses for a second, and I can feel myself stiffen. But that's lost when he lowers and blows a raspberry on the child's neck, and the room erupts with laughter. The 3 other Everett brothers relax, looking at me, then back to Bash. Damon sighs, looking defeated.
What did you do?
Bash blinks up at his brother in a mockery of innocence.
Me? I didn't do anything.
I choke on a laugh and point at him. Oh yeah, you removed all of my things from my house. Where's my freaking couch, Sebastian?
Oh, yeah, I did do that.
He doesn't apologize, and it's for the best because he doesn't look sorry at all. I force my jaw to unclench and count to 10 twice in my head before I can begin to come up with something to say. This arrogant bastard. I narrow my eyes at him as my muscles tense again. The only thing keeping me in place are the daydreams of all the ways I'll pay him back for this later. Bash stands up, settling the baby on his hip and smiling.
You made it. I was wondering if you'd come.
Made it? What? You did this on purpose? I stutter as I come up with every vile name I can call him. Bash's brilliant smile takes up his face.
Of course. I wanted my family to meet my girlfriend.
I freeze, mouth falling open, then clamping shut. Damn it. I forgot about our deal. I can't just lose it on him here, not with so many people around. People. Oh my God, how did I forget about everyone else? My eyes widen as I take a second to look around the room. I recognize Scarlett and Misty Everett, who are surrounded by little faces looking right at me.
Everyone, this is Stasia. She's moving in with me.
Bash says it so casually, like it was the only possible next step, like it's been decided and written in stone and any other option is foolish. No, the hell I'm not. I scream internally. The audacity. I may not be able to call him out on it now, but he's going to regret this later. The room is heavy with silence as the entire Everett family looks between us. And then it erupts into chaos. Each member speaks over the next. The kids play into the energy and start running around, chasing each other until the place reaches a peak level of noise. Xander's the only one not saying anything. Instead, he's looking at his brother with one raised brow. He doesn't look mad so much as peeved that he didn't know. All right, settle down, Scarlett says, and they go quiet. She holds herself and leaves no room for argument. She reaches out a delicate hand to me. Now that you're here, come hang out with us. Misty and Scarlett share a look when I don't immediately take it, and each grasps one of my hands, pulling me deeper into the house, not letting me go until I've fully entered the living room. Once my shock runs out, I default to years of etiquette. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. I've known Scarlett most of my life. Not that we've ever been close. My brother and I would only go to events if they were absolutely necessary. Neither of us wanted to spend more time pretending in front of everyone that everything was fine than we had to. Misty joined the Order of Saints circle several years ago, and each time we've met, she's been a little ball of sunshine. She squeezes my hand, and some of her warmth seeps into me, and my shoulders relax. She leans in close. By the look of it, Bash set you up. Scarlett laughs. It's friendly, like she's welcoming me to laugh with her. Everett brothers definitely have an odd way of flirting. I tuck my chin in and shake my head before I can think better of it. Oh, it's not like that. Since Bash didn't tell me this was happening, I didn't have a chance to prepare anything to say. We're just getting started. Bash snorts and has to apologize to the startled baby.
Come on, kids. Come make your introductions.
Misty calls out to them. Her voice is light and sing-song-like. One of the girls groans from where she's seated on the ground coloring.
Do we have to?
I hold my hands up. It's really okay. That's not necessary. Damon steps up to us, and Misty lets go of my hand as he pulls her into his side.
I once told your mother she doesn't have to do anything she doesn't want to do, but you two have to do whatever she asks. Come on, looks like Bash got you chicken fingers and fries, so let's hurry up and get this over with.
Xander says, and surprisingly all the kids do as he says. Matthias joins us, and I do my best not to shrink away now that I'm surrounded. Do they not know how intimidating they are?
I'm Olivia. I'm 5 years old, and my favorite color is blue.
The little girl looks up at Scarlett, her brown eyes wide, waiting for approval.
Great job, Livy.
It's Matthias who responds, settling his enormous hand over her head and ruffling it. She squeals and squirms away, hollering something about how he messed up her clips. Not to be outdone, a boy with golden hair and honey eyes stares up at her.
I'm Tucker, 4 years old, and when I grow up, I want to wash cars.
I swallow my laugh. Sounds very honorable.
Last week you wanted to milk cows.
A second girl comes up. She has springy, curly hair and is missing several teeth.
I'm Finley, 5, and Olivia's my cousin, but also my best friend.
Misty smiles at her and gives her the nod that lets her follow after her cousin. There's a shock of blonde visible from where a boy peeks out from around Damon's thick leg. Misty drops down to her haunches and smiles encouragingly.
It's okay. Just like we practiced.
Yeah, whyin', just like we practiced.
Tucker adds from beside me. Gray eyes, round like an owl, meet mine as the small boy steps out from behind his father. There's a slight flush to his cheeks, but he pushes through, saying,
Orion Everett, age 3.
Before chasing after Tucker. I'm so caught up in the introductions that I don't realize Bash is right in front of me.
This little ray of sunshine is Eve. Say hi, Evie.
Bash holds her tiny hand in his huge one and gives me a little wave. I wave back and she smiles at my smile. A feeling of satisfaction courses through me from her response. I'm still waving when Bash leans over to kiss me. I jerk my chin to the side, and his lips land on my cheek with a low chuckle. I glare at him with the force of 1,000 exploding suns and whisper, You are dead. Bash's lips brush my ear, speaking low enough so only I can hear.
Killing me wouldn't be very girlfriend-like now, would it?
There's a buzz tingling under my skin, and I turn from him to collect myself. Our deal is the best chance I have to get the tiara within the month time frame. No matter how I look at it, in order to accomplish it, I need Bash's help. Which means I have to hold up my end and convince everyone here that we are, in fact, dating. Although they may not be surprised his girlfriend wants to kill him. If he's anything with them like he is with me, I'm sure they felt the same occasionally. I need to get a grip on myself and plaster on a smile. His home provides the perfect distraction to help me calm down. Unsurprisingly, the place is a nice multi-story brownstone located in the middle of the city. Windows take up the entirety of the far wall, and the setting sun casts the entire space in a warm glow. The open concept floor plan is common for these renovated spaces, so I'm not surprised to see the living room is open to the kitchen. On closer glance, there are weird clips located on each cupboard, the kind that keeps children out. I scan the rest of the house, noticing the safety wall plugs and plastic rings that go over doorknobs so only adults can open them. The coffee table has been taken over by crayons and coloring books, the older children giggling as they work. There's a thud in my chest when my attention lands on the playpen and the mat beside it. I swallow hard as I process everything around me. Wait, does Bash have a kid? I give him a sidelong glance without shifting my head. The adorable baby Eve is tucked under his chin. It would be fine if he did have a kid. It's not like we're dating. Actually, even if we were dating, it would be fine. But why didn't he tell me before? Wouldn't that be something a girlfriend should know? Actually, my heart begins to beat harder as I think it through. What kind of a dick move is it to hide your kid from your girlfriend? Seriously, though, he definitely should have told me, right? Bash moves closer, scanning my face.
What's going through your mind right now, Princess? From how red you're getting, I think there may have been a misunderstanding.
Olivia comes up, cutting off my response, and Bash rubs her head, causing her to giggle and try to get away.
Uncle Bash's house is the best. He always has the best stuff.
She whispers to me, but it's loud. She tugs on his shirt until he leans closer.
Did you get the ice cream?
Bash laughs and looks conspiratorially at Olivia, then at me.
Double chocolate?
Olivia gives us a toothy smile.
See, the best.
I drum my fingers on my hips. The more I think of it, the more I'm sure these are his nieces and nephews. Do they come here often?
As much as they want. They bounce around between our houses, but it's nice to give their parents a night off.
Bash's fingers cup the nape of my neck, his thumb stroking back and forth. This time, his annoying ability to read me comes in handy, curing my suspicions without me having to ask.
Scarlett and Matthias hired a nanny when Eve was born, but it's not the same as when family watches them. It's like a tornado when all the kids are here at once. They definitely know how to keep me on my toes, but I love seeing how close they are. Reminds me of me and my brothers.
And that's why you have all this stuff? I ask, gesturing to the playpen. He shrugs and adjusts Eve in his arms.
Made more sense than packing and moving everything all the time.
I nod, taking all the information in and ignoring how the tightrope unravels in my chest.
Were you nervous, Anastasia?
Bash's lips graze my ear, sending tingles down my spine. Heat coils beneath my navel, traveling lower until there's an ache between my thighs. I'm not going to last if he keeps doing that. I'm going to lose my mind. Of course not. I clear my throat, trying to step away, but he wraps his arm around my waist, holding me to him. Chapter 21. Anastasia. Before I know it,
Dinner's been served, and I'm sitting next to Bash. The table looks custom-made to fit so many people. Misty is on my right, her 2 kids sandwiched between her and Damon, and Scarlett and Matthias take up the other side. Eve is in her mother's arms, and Olivia and Tucker next. Bash fills the plate, taking his time to choose each item carefully before passing it to me. I go to protest, but Bash gestures with his chin, and I notice Damon and Matthias doing the same for their wives. Xander is at the end of the table, polishing off a beer while he watches me. I take the plate from Bash, plastering on my best fake smile. Xander gives me a knowing grin and shakes his head like he doesn't know what to do with us. Clearly, it'll take more to convince him. Maybe Bash should just tell him. They're close enough he'll keep it a secret, right? Just so long as he leaves out the bit about me stealing the tiara from the order. Bash's thigh presses against mine, his heat seeping through my pants. He kisses my temple, lingering for a second too long. I can feel his lips curve against my skin, as if he knows exactly what he's doing to me. Turns out I don't need to act because my body's reactions to him are all but pretend.
Mom, Tucker stole my fry.
Olivia whines as she pushes her little brother.
Nuh-uh, Olivia's lying. I never.
Matthias catches Tucker easily, stopping him from hitting his sister with his tiny clenched fists. The 2 of them are at each other, and like a well-practiced dance, the parents move them around like they're playing musical chairs until the boys are sitting together the same as the girls. The noise level drops significantly as they go back to eating their food. None of the adults look fazed by any of this, instead easily talking amongst each other, whereas Olivia and Finley look like they're plotting their younger brother's downfall. Baby Eve is the best behaved out of all of them, sitting on Scarlett's lap, munching on some kind of puff cracker. Scarlett goes to get up. "Can you take her for a minute?" Bash lifts his hands up, taking the baby easily like he's done this a million times before. It's strange seeing this other side of him, an almost domesticated version of the usually roguish Lord. It's like seeing through a window I'm not supposed to. Somehow, all his playfulness has morphed from mischievous to cute. The way my heart skips and my cheeks heat serves as a warning that I can't get too attached to him. This isn't how he is with me. I stand to shake off the fuzzy feeling growing in my stomach and start to stack empty plates. Matthias puts his hand on my shoulder, drawing my attention.
I'll get those. Women don't do the dishes in the Everett family.
Bash winks at me, already standing.
See? Aren't you happy you're my girlfriend?
There's a shallow pain in my chest. Maybe if this wasn't all a lie, I could be happy here, surrounded by so much love. It's a stark contrast to how I grew up. The adults settle the kids, Bash laying Eve down in the playpen where she plays with the multicolored mobile. Damon switches on the TV and pulls Orion into his lap. It's not long until the room's quiet and Misty's ushering me to go sit in one of the 4 lounge chairs facing each other. Scarlett hands me a glass of wine before taking the seat beside me. "It's nice, isn't it?" "What is?" "The way they all love each other." She responds. No one's fighting. The girls and boys relaxed, watching TV with their fathers. It's strange to see the lords of the Order of Saints like this, but somehow also feels right. "Yeah, it is." I reply simply. Misty leans in and whispers,
"So, how did you and Bash meet?"
I should have seen this coming. There's no way they aren't curious about Bash suddenly settling down. Just kind of bumped into each other. I keep my answer short, not technically a lie. I'm just leaving out the fact we immediately went into a gambling room. "I'm sure you 2 have run into each other before. What was different this time?" Scarlett asks and refills my glass I didn't realize I'd emptied. My mouth opens, then closes. It's not like I can tell them it's a part of a ruse, since they're the ones we're supposed to be fooling. It was just time, I guess. Neither of them pushes when I evade their question, giving them the minimum response possible. Misty smirks.
You've got to give us something. How long have you two been seeing each other?
Not long. A weekish. I shrug. Both girls look at each other, then back at me. But it must be serious. Bash has never brought anyone to meet us. Scarlett says. Thank God Misty jumps in because I have no idea how to respond.
Plus, it's almost an Everett Brother tradition to basically imprint on the girl they love.
Imprint? I parrot. She nods.
Yeah, like they see you, fall for you, then never let you go.
I suck in a breath. That's not at all what's happening. Scarlett laughs. It's okay. It'll grow on you. Orion comes running up, clinging onto Misty's arm.
Mama, the movie's too scary.
She smiles down at him, swooping him into the air, and he responds by snuggling into her neck.
I'm going to go sit with him. Looks like he's getting tired.
Misty says to us. I can just make out her son's reply.
Am not.
His mouth opens in a giant yawn in stark contrast to his response. I need to use the restroom. Will you be okay on your own here? Scarlett says, rising from her chair. An explosive sound comes from the TV and startles Eve awake. She screams at the top of her lungs, and Scarlett looks at me. Never a free moment. She looks exhausted, but there's a warmth in her eyes, like she's acknowledging how hard motherhood is while enjoying it. I can grab her. I jump up before I can examine what I'm saying. You sure? Scarlett cants her head, looks me over, then smiles. Thank you. I won't be long. I lift Eve into my arms, bouncing and settling her down. I may not be used to babies, but I know how to wrangle 5-year-old girls practicing ballet. How different can it be? Little Eve wraps my hair in her fist before letting go, only to do it again. The motion soothes her until she quiets, looking up at me. She has the same piercing blue eyes as her mother, which go perfectly with her father's chestnut hair. She's a perfect mix of them. Warm, strong arms wrap around me from behind, tugging me into a hard chest. I don't have to look back to know it's Bash.
Do you think our kids will have red hair?
He asks. I ignore the thrill his words shoot through me and twist in his arms to respond. Before I can say anything, Bash holds a finger to his mouth and shushes me, cutting off my words, and points to Eve, who's asleep in my arms. I tug him closer with my free hand and speak into his ear. There is no our kids. He pulls back, a sadness in his eyes, and I ignore the ache beneath my ribs, reminding myself that none of this is real.
Chapter 22. Bash. The feeling of holding Stasia is quickly becoming an addiction. Using the guise of looking like a couple, I spent the last several hours doing everything I could to turn her on, slowly stoking a fire within her, drugging her with my touch. She gasped when I whispered in her ear, and goosebumps rose over her neck when I held her nape in my hands, gently caressing her sensitive skin. Her heart races when I wrap her in my arms. I've got her trapped in place as we wave goodbye to our family, my left arm braced across her breasts and shoulder like a seatbelt, and the other palm laid flat on her stomach. I breathe in her cinnamon scent, letting it fill my lungs until she takes up all of my senses. Her back's pressed against my chest, and even with her height, her head still tucks nicely beneath my chin. Xander's the last to leave, shaking his head at us before closing the door behind him. I don't let go of her, and she doesn't try to break away. She's quiet. The only sound is her rapid breaths as she stands still, waiting for me to make the next move. I want to make her ask for it, to make her the one that chases me, but at this point, I don't give a shit so long as she's with me. My cock aches behind my pants, and I push it into her ass. She gasps, snapping out of the moment, and spins on me. I don't miss the pink flush to her cheeks, or the way her chest rises and falls frantically. She may hate it, but she wants this as much as I do. She lifts her hand between us, stopping me.
Where is my stuff, Sebastian Everett?
She hisses, her blue eyes narrowed on me. Fuck, she's hot when she's mad. Makes me want to torment her for the rest of my life. I love it when you use my full name.
It better all be moved back by tomorrow. I'll crash at a hotel for the night.
She spins, but I grab her from behind before she can take a step away. That's not going to work for me, princess, I murmur, anger seeping into my voice. The fuck she's getting away from me. She huffs, but doesn't pull away.
I'm curious why you think I care.
Unless you want to break our deal, you will move in, I warn. She stiffens and twists her head to face me. She sounds more curious than anything when she asks,
How is living together a part of our deal?
I kiss her and laugh when she jerks away, only to be held in place. No Everett would ever leave their girl unprotected. They won't believe us unless they see you're mine.
In order to do that, I have to live with you?
It comes out breathy, like she's finally caught on to the fact that she's in my arms. That's right. You didn't think I meant we'd pretend to be together, did you? I murmur, and run my nose up the length of her neck. She moans when I suck the lobe of her ear, catching it between my teeth. I push her further, opening my mouth to suck on her skin, leaving my mark with each kiss. Her head falls back, resting against my shoulder, and I'm going to take advantage of her state. I wonder if she realizes she's letting out needy moans, or the way her ass is grinding against my length. She gasps when my fingers slide beneath the waistband of her pants. I trace back and forth until she's sucking in to urge me lower. Her wetness coats them, and I groan deep in my throat. Stacia, nothing about this is pretend. We both moan as I bury 2 fingers into her core. She's arched into me, way too lost to lust to have a clue what I'm saying. That doesn't stop me from pushing her. Isn't that right? This isn't pretend. I stroke her insides painfully slow until she's moving against my hand desperately. I asked you a question, princess.
Yes, not pretend. I need more, Bash.
It's a plea, and I give her what she needs. I thrust my fingers in and out of her. She's shaking in my arms, gasping when I stroke the wall of her pussy. You like that? I growl.
Right there.
Fuck. My hips jerk forward, pressing harder against her ass. I want her to come before I fuck her, but I'm not sure I can hold out much longer. I'm fucking her with my fingers. She grips my wrists, her nails piercing my skin as I slip beneath her shirt and gently pinch her nipple, rolling it between my thumb and finger. She's trembling by the time I give her what she needs and press my palm down on her clit, circling it. Her pussy pulses, and she jerks in my arms as her orgasm shatters her. I stroke her until she goes limp and carefully spin her so she's facing me. She rests her forehead on my collarbone, sucking in deep breaths. She's still quivering as aftershocks of her release roll through her. She murmurs something I can't quite make out, so I tilt her chin so she looks at me. Pure blue eyes, soft with pleasure, stare back. I graze my thumb along her jaw, loving how she leans into my touch. What do you need? I didn't hear you.
Fuck me.
What? I choke out.
Your girlfriend is asking you to fuck her.
A shiver runs down my spine, and my dick's painfully hard, begging me to give her what she wants. I drop my head to hers and reach down to lift her legs around my waist, carrying her to the bed. As you wish, princess.
Chapter 23. Anastasia. Bash crawls over me, his knees between mine as I sink into the soft mattress. I moan when he lowers his hips and his hard length presses against my core. Whatever semblance of sense I possess vanishes under his touch. I scramble to pull his t-shirt off him, revealing his defined abs inch by inch. I grunt when it catches under his arms, preventing me from pulling it off. Bash chuckles into the curve of my neck, then lifts himself in a seated position to remove his shirt completely. I suck in a breath at the firm planes of his chest and the deep V that trails down, disappearing beneath the waistband of his pants. It's not fair, I murmur, barely able to get the words out as I stare helplessly at his bare chest, his shoulders wide above me. He's more muscular than I expected, the sides of his torso defined with peaks and valleys and a waist that tapers in. He looks like he stepped out of a freaking magazine. Bash bites the corner of his lip, trying to hide his smile, but his dimple gives him away, and the pink blush that dusts his cheeks tells me I'm affecting him as much as he is me.
You keep looking at me like that. I'm not going to be able to control myself.
He lowers himself and sucks my bottom lip, only breaking our kiss to remove my shirt. Large, rough fingers trace up my sides, thumbs resting just beneath the curve of my breasts. They ache to be touched, and I arch into him, demanding more. He doesn't hesitate, shifting down to take my nipple in his mouth, the fabric growing wet from his tongue. He rests his head on my chest, letting the cool air pebble the peak before covering it with hot air. My pussy pulses at the contrasting sensation, and I rake my hand through his hair, holding him in place. He pulls my bra down my sternum and sucks, rolling his tongue over it until I'm moaning beneath him. His eyes are dark as he gazes at me through lowered lashes as he grazes my nipple with his teeth. My hips buck and my head drops, pressing into the mattress, desperate to get closer. Fumbling with his pants button, I jerk at his fly until it's finally open. Bash's forehead lands on mine and he groans deep in his throat when I take him in my hand. Pre-cum drips from the tip, wetting my fingers as I stroke him.
Slow down. I'm not going anywhere.
He groans. His body trembles as he braces himself above me. I look up, but his eyes are closed, shallow breaths coming out fast and his brows pulled together with restraint. I want to shatter whatever control he has remaining. I'll worry about repercussions later. Right now, I just need him. You're going too slow, I reply as I push his pants down his hips, taking his boxers with them. He pulls back, scanning my face, and rasps.
Fuck. This isn't how I wanted to do this.
We can do it again later. I nip his chin and a string snaps within him. It's his turn to be frantic, struggling with the nightstand drawer as he grabs a condom. He's sexy as hell as he tears it with his teeth.
Just remember, you asked for this.
I nod in acceptance. That's a tomorrow problem. He yanks my pants down, chucking them somewhere on the floor, and drops his mouth to my clit, sucking it between his lips. I arch into him as the pleasure radiates, but I feel hollow, empty. I shift under his touch, needing more. Bash reads me easily, chuckling against my clit before sinking 2 fingers inside me. I grip his hair and rock my hips into him, not caring if he can breathe. He doesn't attempt to pull away, instead stretching me further as he adds another finger. Tension builds in my lower abdomen, forming a tight knot as he brings me closer to my release. He steadily pushes me over the edge. My eyes roll back as his fingers enter me, drawing out my orgasm. He places open-mouth kisses up my stomach, over my sternum, until he's supported by his forearms, caging my head. He's breathing hard, eyes dark on mine as his length slowly enters me. He's barely moving, every inch a tease, until I'm screaming his name in frustration. How can someone be so hot and frustrating at the same time? He gives me a smug smile before thrusting forward until I've taken him all. My teeth grind together as I adjust to his size. He only gives me a second before he pounds his hips into me, his movements jerky and uncontrolled. Something breaks in my brain with his next thrust, and I'm lost to instinct, lifting my hips to match his. His thick fingers dig into my hair, tugging my head back until our gazes meet. He looks possessed, a deep-seated hunger visible in his gaze as he fucks me without restraint. He captures my mouth, stealing my breath as he takes me higher. My nails leave crescents in his shoulders as I cling to him desperately. My nerve endings come alive as he brings me to my next release. Never in my life have I come 3 times. I would have guessed the 3rd time wouldn't be as powerful, so nothing could have prepared me for the way I come apart under him. I'm still panting his name as he pulls out and flips me over so I'm on my knees, my head on the bed, too exhausted to hold myself up. A large hand presses between my shoulders until my forearms and chest are flat on the mattress, but he keeps my ass in the air with one arm banded around my hips.
Don't move,
he commands. My body's shaking, barely able to support myself in this position. I'm vulnerable like this, on full display for whatever he wants to do to me. There's a thrill in not knowing what comes next. He licks my slit and I scramble forward, trying to escape. He's captured me, his hands holding me in place hard enough to leave finger imprints in my thighs. I just came 3 times and I'm too sensitive for this. I can't.
Yes, you can.
He licks up my seam, and I gasp as his tongue flattens on my back hole. The unfamiliar sensation sends shock waves through me. He bites my cheek and murmurs,
I'm going to fuck you here in the near future.
I tense when he presses the pad of his thumb against my hole. He growls in warning when I try to shift away and lifts my hips, filling my core with his tongue, pushing it deeper. The fabric of the sheets bunch up in my hands so tight, I'm worried my nails might cut through them. But Bash never stops his onslaught, never slowing his assault. I don't stand a chance, my pussy clenching around him and my release overtaking me as his thumb breaches the rim. I collapse forward, unable to move. The world is hazy around me, and I resist fighting when Bash flips me over so I'm facing him in his lap, my knees on either side of him. He holds my neck, guiding my face to the crook of his neck, and runs his palm up and down my back in calming motions. I'm trembling in his arms. He's pushed me past my limit. My eyes are closed, and all I can do is breathe in his sandalwood scent mixed with salt from his sweat. The world's so foggy around me, I don't notice him lifting my hips until I'm seated on his cock. My lungs burn from the lack of oxygen, my already overstimulated body unable to process what's happening. Bash runs his other thumb over my lips and presses it in until he's split my teeth apart.
Breathe, Stasia.
My eyes slit open and I bite his thumb.
There's my girl.
He grips my hips and raises me only to bring me down so my pussy takes his length inch by inch. Electric prickles travel under my oversensitive skin as he lifts me again. The drag of his length inside me and the way he hits the perfect spot with each thrust feels so good.
That's it. That's my girl.
He seems to sense I'm not in a state that I can fuck him back, and he takes over. Strong hands hold me up while he drives into me. I collapse against his chest and bite his collarbones as pleasure builds in me again. If I come again, it might actually kill me.
I'm close.
He growls as he jerks upward, his hand moving between us.
Come with me.
He presses his thumb against my clit and I scream at the shock. It's so sensitive, it's nearly painful, but Bash doesn't let me get away. I'm shaking my head no, unable to form words.
You can do it. Come with me.
His thumb draws circles, and my entire body tingles with each of his thrusts. His hips pound upward, demanding my release. My teeth pierce his skin, and the tang of blood touches my tongue as he rips my orgasm from me. He's still inside me when the world goes black, and I'm lost to unconsciousness.
Chapter 24. Bash. Stasia is out cold. Maybe I worked her a little too hard, but there was no way I could have stopped after she asked for it. Next time, I'll be more gentle. She needs some practice before she can handle multiple orgasms like that. Still buried deep inside her, I'm careful not to wake her as I adjust so that I'm resting against the headboard and pull the blanket to cover her. She's flushed a pretty pink, but soon that heated skin will turn cool. I fold her in my arms, drawing her closer. It feels like nothing will be enough until her body merges with mine. I draw soft circles over her shoulder blades, tracing the length of her spine. She's tucked beneath my chin. She's small enough that she can easily rest on my chest without her torso hanging off. I savor her scent with each deep breath. There's a loose strand of her hair clinging to her forehead, and I brush it behind her ear. There's a fluttering beneath my ribs when she turns into my palm. My cock's still inside her as I kiss her brow and murmur, "You came out of nowhere, princess. I wasn't prepared for you. You've taken over my every thought, filling my heart. Now, you're in my veins, the rush pulsing in my ears." I brush my lips over hers, my heartbeat slowing as I listen to her steady breaths. No one has ever captured me the way you have. I think I'm in love with you. Are you going to take responsibility for what you've done to me?
Chapter 25. Anastasia. I squeeze my eyes shut against sunlight, trying to invade my sleep. My arms and legs feel heavy, like they've been filled with sand holding me in place. I'm groggy, sleep still clinging on to me as I roll over. It's like attempting to wake the dead. My mouth is dry, and I swallow to soothe my sore throat. I groan when I wipe my face, and it comes back wet. I was so deep asleep that I was drooling like this. What the hell happened last night? With that thought, memories come flowing in. The soft scrape of his beard, his taste. He devoured my mouth and the way he commanded my every move. He filled me like I was made for him. Heat fills my cheeks, remembering how he ripped my orgasms out of me like he was a master and I was helpless to follow him. That's the last thing I remember. Holy crap. Did I pass out? Is that even a thing? There's a fluttering in my chest, one that makes me feel lighter than air. I just want to lie here forever and let myself feel this. Ignore reality for just a few more minutes. I peel my eyes open, expecting to see a sleeping Bash, but the other side of the bed is empty. The sheets cool under my palm. The wings fall off the butterflies, and there's a queasiness in my stomach. I stare at the empty spot beside me. What were you expecting? This is for the best. I ignore the tightening in my chest and push myself into a seated position, keeping the sheet tight over my bare breast. A groan escapes my lips as my muscles protest my movement. Damn, what did he do to me? I am surprised by the understated simplicity of Bash's bedroom. My eyes are drawn to the warm earth tones, making the space both masculine and inviting. I wasn't in any state to check it out last night. A sheer blind is lowered over the window, filtering in soft, natural lighting without sacrificing privacy. The only furniture is a standing mirror tucked into the corner, 2 end tables, and a king dresser pushed against the wall. I ignore my body's protest and drag myself out of bed. I don't let go of the sheet covering me as I look for the clothes I was wearing yesterday, which are clearly missing. Bash's t-shirt is on the floor near the mirror. I go toward it, but the fabric pulls taut, keeping me several feet away. Sighing, I let it drop and grab the shirt off the ground. Before I can pull it over my head, I spot my reflection. My hand flies up, grazing the marks on my neck. There are similar purple bruises on my breast, and my nipples are swollen from his touch. It's the handprints on my thighs that have me sucking in a breath. I have his marks all over me, as if he was claiming me as his own. The ones on my neck are too high to easily cover with a shirt. I want to hate them. I trace the marks one by one, leaving a tingling heat under my skin, and swallow hard. I'm in way over my head. I need to get out of here before I manage to make a fool of myself. I yank on Bash's shirt, and it engulfs me. It's long enough it could be worn as a dress. I inhale deeply before letting it out. I'll just go to my room. I'm still not sure how I feel about that. Actually, Bash never showed me where I'd be staying last night. My room has to be somewhere up here, and I hesitantly step into the hallway when music drifts up the stairs. My feet are already moving before I can think better of it, and I spot Bash in the kitchen. He's shirtless, because of course he is. His broad back is on display, the thick, corded muscles flex as he expertly flips something over the stove. He's whistling along with a song I don't recognize, and some of the tension that's been building inside me releases. I'm about to sneak away when my stomach growls. Mortified, I slap my hand over my abdomen, praying he didn't hear it. But of course he did. He's wearing an appreciative smirk when he spots me dressed only in his shirt.
Morning, Princess. Glad to see you're finally awake. Or maybe I should say good afternoon?
I glance at the bright afternoon sun through the window as I walk the rest of the way down the steps. What time is it?
A little after 1. You were sleeping so peacefully I didn't want to wake you. Looks like you needed it.
He sounds sweet, but his wink ruins it. I fight the urge to roll my eyes, instead allowing the smell of breakfast to call me closer. I pull out one of the 4 stools at the island and take a seat. Bash comes around the counter, holding a large plate in his hand, and sets it in front of me. It's overflowing with pancakes with golden syrup on top. I'm practically salivating over breakfast. He catches me by surprise, leaning in and kissing the marks he made along my neck. I hold up my fork, a piece of delicious pancake stacked on top. We're going to talk about that later. He just laughs and kisses my temple.
Do you like pancakes? I'm sorry, it's the only thing I know how to make.
There's a hint of worry in his tone, like he really is nervous I won't like it. I look up at him. His hair's messy from sleep, and there's a pink blush across his cheeks. How is he so freaking adorable right now? I pop my fork into my mouth to stop myself from saying anything stupid, but I moan the second the maple syrup touches my tongue. His lashes are lowered over his eyes as he stares at my lips. I can practically feel the heat coming off him. He swallows hard before standing. He tosses a dish towel over his shoulder.
I've got to go for a few hours.
I ignore the unruly twinge in my chest and make myself sound as bored as possible. Have fun. Bash wraps his arms around my waist from behind and murmurs into my neck.
That's not fair. You don't sound like you're going to miss me at all.
I stiffen in his hold and turn so I can look at him. Should I miss you?
Absolutely.
He captures my mouth, and just like last night, I'm helpless to stop him. He pulls back and licks his lips.
Syrup.
I refuse to respond to that, instead snapping out, "It sounds like you're the one who's going to miss me."
Who says I'm not?
Chapter 26. Anastasia. Bash's house is 4 stories, 5 bathrooms, 3 half baths, and 4 guest bedrooms. There's a gaming/movie theater room, a pool in the basement, and even a quarter-sized basketball court. If it wasn't for all the toys and baby-proofing, it would be the definition of man cave. Snooping through someone's house while they are away, well, it's not my finest moment, but my brain's spinning a mile a minute, a demanding need for me to do something. I need to figure out how to get that stupid Tiara and get my brother back. It doesn't matter how many times I remind myself that I am doing something. I made a deal with Sebastian Everett. He's practically the devil incarnate to save my family. At least that's how I used to see him. After last night, seeing him with his nieces and nephews like that, I'm not sure I know anything about him at all. There's a small squeeze in my chest. Maybe I understand him better now than most. It only took an hour of sitting on the couch for my mind to spiral into a million thoughts about how I should be looking for anything that might help. Asking Bash for help is just one thing I can do. It doesn't matter that I have no clue where to start. If my anxiety had its way, I'd be knocking on every single door until I'm handed that freaking tiara. So to ease some of the anxiety, I've spent the last several hours rifling through Bash's things. I can't say I'm surprised at what I've found, since I already saw how Bash interacts with his family, but that didn't stop the way my heart fluttered when I opened the decorated rooms he has for each of his nieces and nephews. The more I get to know him, the more I see that the facetious person he presents to society is a mask. Underneath, he's all stuffies and Barbie dolls. I close the door to the laundry room behind me and make my way down the hall. I'm on the 2nd floor, just a few doors down from where I spent last night. My cheeks heat, and I'm eternally grateful no one's here to see it. Bash has been burrowing his way through my defenses like a deranged squirrel on a mission. Every time I catch my breath, he's there doing something else to throw me off kilter. There's something off about the next door. It has the same trim, same size, same paints as the others, but I rest my palm on the solid surface. It's cold to the touch and smooth against my hand as I slide it down. It may look the same as the other doors, but instead of warm wood, this one is steel. Finally. I twist the knob and a little jolt of excitement trickles down my spine when it opens inward. Wood shelves line all four walls, giving it the warmth of a welcoming library. Upon closer look, there's more than just books on the shelves. Bash has several large-framed sports memorabilia pieces. No doubt each costs more than a house. Actually, if this entire Tiara thing doesn't work out, I can just grab a few of these and take off with my brother. Likely set us up for life, so long as Bash never catches us. I swear the marks he left on my thighs tingle at the thought of him coming after me. Not the appropriate reaction. In the center of the room, there's a steel airplane wing-shaped desk. Metal rivets holding the pieces together make it look like it's been pulled right out of a World War II movie. I cross the floor and settle myself into the giant red leather chair. The computer screen's black, standing silent in the middle of the desk. I shouldn't turn it on. It's the absolute last thing I should do. There's probably nothing on there anyway. This is Bash's computer, after all. He's not exactly known for all the things he takes care of in the Order of Saints. If anything, he's the irresponsible little brother, but the Lords of the Order of Saints have a level of access into the world that I've never seen before. My brother speaks about them as if they are all equally the most revered and feared people on the planet. Thoughts of the Everett family overrun by rowdy children really put the whole feared thing to the test. Except, I don't doubt they'll do whatever they need to protect each other. Even the thought of anything happening to those joy-filled, chubby faces has a chill running down my spine. Somehow, their parents have pulled off the impossible and sheltered those kids from the twisted society we live in. By their age, children are expected to be molded into the image of their ideal heir, whether that be willingly or not. The children I met last night are wild, joyous creatures who have maintained the light the society wants to snuff out, a light that their parents have carefully protected. So they can't be that scary, right? I tap my fingers on the spacebar. Just a quick peek. The screen lights up. A rectangle sits in the center, prompting for a password. I rub my hands over my face and exhale. This isn't a surprise. No one leaves their electronics unlocked. I just need to think like he does. What would Bash use as his password? I groan. It could be a million different things. I wouldn't put it past him to have something ludicrous about his dick size. Humongous Ween 101. I type it in, and I'm only slightly disappointed when it doesn't work. I saw a post about how CEOs of multi-million-dollar companies are reminded constantly not to use the word password in their login. Worth a shot. I start with password 1 and make my way all the way to password 4 before my phone vibrates on the table.
Future husband. Are you bored, princess? Or do you always spend your days rifling through your boyfriend's office?
My fingers fly off the keys, and my hands pause in the air as I stare down at the text preview. Shit. Bash may be playful, but I'm not sure even he can overlook me breaking into his things. Although, his text doesn't sound all that threatening. I'm nothing if not stubborn, so I go on the offense. Me. I had you blocked.
Future husband. I know. It hurt. Broken heart emoji.
I click into my contacts and switch his name. Me. You said you'd help me get the tiara. I'm just taking the initiative.
Mr. Delusional. Password is Princess Say Please 1.
What the actual hell? My hand curls into a fist. I'm going to kill him when I see him. I type in the first few letters, then hesitate with my fingers poised over the keys. This won't blow up on me, will it?
Mr. Delusional, who's being paranoid now? Don't you trust me?
As much as I hate to admit it, I do trust him. At least enough that I don't think he will explode his house just because he caught me snooping. He's had plenty of opportunities to get me into trouble if he wanted to, but somehow he's always played along instead. At first, I chalked it up to him finding me amusing, a new plaything to help him cope with the tedium of the day-to-day. The girl dressed like her brother trying to steal from the Order of Saints, interesting enough to keep him occupied for a while. After last night, a naive part of me can't help but think that he invited me to hang out with his family because he sees me as something other than just a way to ease his curiosity. Well, he didn't really invite me. Oh my God, did I just barge into some super intimate family gathering, and was he just too nice to say anything?
Mr. Delusional, you know I'm not a nice guy, Princess.
Before I can respond, I hit the final key, and the monitor flashes on. My mouth falls open when an image of Bash naked, bits covered only by a particularly large eggplant emoji, is multiplied by 100 over the screen. They're all swaying side to side, and there's confetti falling down from the top. Struck stunned, I stare, hand hovering over the mouse. Suddenly, music blasts through the speakers, and I jump in the chair, heart rate through the roof as I scramble to mute it. My lips hurt from smiling, and my voice shakes with laughter. How did you even do this?
Mr. Delusional, Canva.
Me. You're a loser.
Mr. Delusional, you think I'm funny.
Me. In your dreams.
Mr. Delusional, you are not ready to hear about my dreams with you on that desk.
Me. It's never happening again.
Mr. Delusional, you're the one that promised next time.
I did not.
Mr. Delusional, would you like me to rewind the tape?
Me. There better not be a video.
Mr. Delusional, angel emoji.
There's a loud bang when my forehead lands on the desk, and I groan when I check his next text.
Mr. Delusional, you look cute, disheveled like that.
My gaze snaps up as I search the ceiling, walls, shelves, every inch of every surface, but I don't spot a camera. My stomach sinks at the realization that he's been answering me when I spoke out loud. Covering my mouth, I whisper, You are watching me? A message box pops up on the computer screen.
Princess loves me. Obviously.
Ugh! I power off the computer and scramble to my feet. I'm nearly out of there when my phone rings from where I forgot it. My footsteps are loud as I go back to grab it. I hit answer. Stop watching me. I growl, voice low in warning. I absolutely refuse to acknowledge the small thrill humming inside of me.
You're in my office, Princess.
The way he purrs my nickname has unwanted heat flooding my core. I huff. Is this the only place you have cameras? My question is met with silence. There's a prickling sensation crawling up my neck, one that feels like it might lash out on its own if I don't do something. Tell me where they all are. All of them. I demand. He chuckles.
I don't think that's in my best interest.
If there's one in the bathroom, so help me God! Each word rises in pitch until I'm practically screeching the end of the sentence.
There's not. Even I'm not that big of a perv.
Jury is still out on that one. I inhale calming breaths. He may be watching me, but I refuse to give him the show that he wants. It takes time, but I manage to get a facade of indifference to mask my expression. I flip through a random book from the shelf casually. There are images of an engine broken down into parts with each item labeled. "What do you want?" I ask and replace my current book with a thin red one. This one has mathematical equations written out in pencil. The handwriting is so bad I can hardly make out the numbers.
I wanted to make sure you were doing okay in the house. I didn't enjoy leaving you there this morning.
My fingers stay at the tip of the half-turned page. You were checking on me?
I'll admit I hadn't expected to find you trying to break into my computer.
My cheeks flush as heat climbs my neck. He couldn't pretend not to see that.
Were the guards nice to you?
He continues. At least he's showing some mercy, changing the subject. He asks it plainly, but there's obvious concern in his voice, as if all it would take was a bad review from me, and the two extremely polite guards would have the worst day of their lives. They were nice. I've met Carter several times now, and I was more than happy to take him up on his offer to get me coffee instead of me going out. It's hard to admit that I felt safer when one guard stayed behind. "Weren't you watching?" I ask.
Every minute.
"I'll be staying at my place until you remove the cameras, Bash." I hang up, cutting off his response. Chapter 27. Anastasia. I step out of the office, only to be met with Bash's devious smile. My stomach jumps into my throat, and I press my palm against my racing heart. "What are you doing here?" Even as the words escape my lips, I'm unable to look away. He's leaning against the wall, wearing a crisp white dress shirt and sleek black pants. His tie is undone, hanging off his shoulders, making him the perfect amount of disheveled. I absolutely will not gawk at him, not even a little. I pull my gaze from his chest, only to meet Bash's knowing look. Damn it.
Miss me, princess?
I cross my arms, fully aware I must look like a child. Never. My heart beats faster in my chest with each of his prowling steps. He hums in the back of his throat as he guides my face to meet his.
You know, lying to yourself is a bad habit.
I growl low in my throat, shoving him back, furious at my traitorous body for responding to him. I will go to my grave before I admit I'm actually a little excited to see him. There's medicine for your level of delusion. He rocks back on his heels.
You're feisty today, and here I am, bringing you presents.
That's when I notice the black shopping bag he's holding in his left hand. My brow rises in question.
Ask nicely, and I'll tell you.
Screw you. I can't deny the curiosity is killing me, but there's no way I'm giving into that.
That's the spirit.
Gah, this man. Just give it to me. He bites his lip, holding back his smirk, but doesn't hand it over. Life in prison may actually be worth murdering him. Please give me the bag.
That's a good girl.
His voice rolls off the words, sending a pulse directly to my core. Please, God, don't let me have a praise kink. He lifts the bag between us, and I snatch it from him. I'm rifling through the bag, so I don't notice his approach until he's tugging at the hem of the oversized sweater I'm wearing. His tongue scrapes across his teeth.
You look good in my clothes, Stasia.
My hand pauses midway through pulling out the item as I remember why I'm wearing it in the first place. Bash, where are my clothes? He tilts his head.
In your room.
In my room? I've searched the entire place, and I didn't find a single closet with my things in it.
Exactly.
I poke my index finger into his chest. No, not exactly. Where's my room, Sebastian?
Ooh, full name.
He pretends to shiver.
The one you stayed in last night, Anastasia.
My mouth snaps shut, and my legs press together at the way he curls my name. We're fake dating, remember? Remember?
You forgot something crucial.
He wraps his hand around the back of my neck before bringing his mouth to mine. I struggle to pull back, but he holds me in place, using his tongue to split my mouth open as he devours me. He tastes sweet, like mint, and I can't help but want more. It's me who deepens the kiss, rising on my toes to get closer. His smile's lascivious when he pulls away.
I licked you, so you're mine.
I am not... He cuts me off, letting me go.
Open your present.
It's too tempting to resist, and I remove the first piece. It's a baseball cap with the words, Industry Services. I scrunch my nose at it. Bash takes it from me and places it on my head.
Keep going.
I grab the next item, a pair of thick-framed glasses. He slides them onto my face.
You look cute.
What are you up to?
I found the code for the case.
He smirks. My heart kicks in my chest. You're not messing with me, are you?
I told you I have a present.
But how? Where? I thought it would take at least another week. The idea that this can all be over by tomorrow.
It's in Matthias's office.
He shrugs.
We just need to break in.
Why can't you just ask him?
Ask him what, exactly?
He murmurs, still too close.
Matthias, can I have the code to the case so I can steal a priceless tiara and give it to a member of the Russian family?
I tip my head back, staring at the ceiling. Okay, yeah. Even to me, that sounds like a bad idea. He doesn't make fun of me like I expect, just hands me a deep blue uniform.
Put this on. We don't have much time.
We're going right now? I need to mentally prepare myself for stuff like this.
Do you have a better idea?
I grab it and go to move around him to use one of the bathrooms. I can't trust that he doesn't have cameras anywhere else. I'm not actually sure I can trust that he doesn't have them in there too, but I don't have much choice at this point.
No way, princess. Right here.
It's a low demand, and my pussy pulses in response. I may be in denial, but it remembers exactly how good it felt. I'm frozen in place, helpless as he grazes my bare stomach underneath my sweater before pulling it over my head. My nipples peek under his white t-shirt. His touch shifts downward, and I suck in a breath as he slowly slides my pants down, dropping to his knees as he removes each leg at a time. I fall forward, gripping his shoulder for support, and tell myself that my imbalance has nothing to do with the lust he's stoking in me. His face is inches from my core. The only thing between them is the thin white fabric of his shirt. My mind clouds over, rational reasoning vanishing in an instant when he smirks up at me. In this moment, I'll give this man anything he wants, so long as he touches me. Bash chuckles at my growl of frustration as he helps me into a pair of navy blue work pants.
Be careful, princess, or you'll give yourself away.
He stands, holding out the matching work shirt, and watches as I button it. The owner can't be much bigger than I am, and it pains me to admit he did an excellent job. Bash stills my hand with his, eyes narrowed, like the shirt did something to personally insult him.
Never mind. I don't like this.
My head cants. There's a muscle ticking in his jaw, but his ears are flushed red. Are you jealous?
You're wearing another man's shirt. Of course I'm jealous.
A laugh bursts out of my chest. I don't even know what to say to you right now.
Just put this on.
He says, not bothering to hide his displeasure, and hands me an ID. Name, Larry Malcolm. Position, custodian. You couldn't have found a woman's uniform?
You have no idea how much I had to pay for this. I'm pretty sure Larry can retire.
He fixes my collar, and his knuckles graze against my neck, sending an electric current down my spine, and no doubt goosebumps across my skin.
You keep looking at me like that, Princess? We're never getting out of here. Chapter 28. Bash. Stasia's red hair glints under the building's exterior lights that line the entire front, and I tuck a wayward strand under her hat. I was amazed she'd been able to twist up her thick crimson mane and hide it in the first place. So no surprise it's trying to escape now. The loose strands are giving her a wild, untamed beauty that has my heart railing against my ribs. I want to grip her jaw and force her mouth against mine, but frustratingly, she's not even paying attention to me. Instead, she's biting the corner of her lip, which is already red from her teeth, as she looks toward tonight's target. This is just one of the many companies the Everett family owns, something to do with data and electronics. Whatever it is, it's under Matthias's control. I've been here multiple times when my older brother needed help, but as for the business side, I try to stay out of it. I'm more interested in things I can feel than anything computer-based. Give me an engine, and I'll tear it down and put it back together again. Computers? Not so much. Stasia's fingers fumble with the buttons of her uniform. I catch her hands in mine, stilling them. Let me help? She nods. This is the quietest I've ever seen her, and I fucking hate it. I move her fingers out of the way, taking my time closing her jacket. Her body's pulled taut, and her shallow breaths are coming out between us. Was she this nervous when she snuck into the vault? How did a girl like this end up in these kinds of situations if she's this worried? The borrowed jacket is loose around her shoulders, giving away her lithe frame. You're tall, but you're narrow. How did you fill out your brother's robe? I tug at the fabric, trying to see if it'll stand up on its own. It flops back down as expected.
Bulletproof vest.
She says it so simply, like it's a completely common thing to say. Like replying, "Have a good day," after saying goodbye. Where did you get a vest, Stasia? No, why did you even have one?
Relax, it was my brother's. And now that I think of it, he said he did stuff for you.
Her finger pokes my sternum, and I fight back a wince. After what happened to Misty and Scarlet, we may or may not have requested help from some of the saints to make sure no one else had any bright ideas. Rage burns through my veins at the thought of my sisters being in danger. We'd cleaned the house after that, and nothing has come up since. Still, even remembering what went down a few years ago has my hair standing on end. Stasia's fingers curl into my jacket as if she's holding me close, but she doesn't seem to notice what she's doing. I love that my girl subconsciously reaches out to me, even when she's not ready to recognize she needs me to. I swear I'm going to find whoever made her guarded like this and crush the fucking life out of them. It's dark, but I can still make out the glint of blue in Stasia's eyes as she watches around us. She's not focused on me, instead watching everyone who enters and leaves the front doors. I use her distraction to continue touching her. I fix her collar for the 5th time, letting my knuckles drag up the curve of her neck, and I'm rewarded by the goosebumps that erupt in the wake of my touch. She's so sensitive, always responding to anything I do, no matter how small. She has no idea how close I am to dragging her back to our place to explore all the ways her body will respond to me. My thumb brushes her ear, and her attention snaps to me.
There's something I don't understand. Why am I still pretending to be a guy? Wouldn't it be enough that I have an access card to get in? It's not like I look like the man who owns this uniform.
Her brows are pushed together, creating a crease between them. I'm tempted to smooth it out, but I let it be. I palm the back of her neck and use my thumb to tilt her chin up. Have you looked at yourself, Stasia? If you go in there undisguised, there's not a single person who won't remember you.
I know I started this, but I don't actually look like a guy.
Her cheeks flush pink, and she makes the mistake of glancing away. I use the opening to lower my mouth to her ear and whisper, "No, you look delicious, no matter what." I run my tongue along the shell, and she squeaks, shoving me. I hold on to her as she fights my grasp. I keep my voice low so only she can hear. We need people to look past you. That's all that matters. Her eyes are sharp, nostrils flared as she somehow manages to stare down at me from several inches below.
If you don't back off, I'm going to cut off that sly tongue.
That would be a real loss to you, Princess. Amusement fills my tone, along with promise. I ready for her slap and catch her wrist easily. I had no idea you were into that type of thing. You have to be patient and wait until we're home, though. Her rage is practically streaming off her in palpable waves. I'm careful to keep my gaze averted. I want to push her, not start a fight. My attention pauses where there's a man looking our way. Too many people around. Stasia freezes, her eyes shooting wide, halting whatever plan she was crafting to murder me. I nod at the man as he passes. He leaves, not looking back.
I can't do this.
Her voice is raspy and fast, each word climbing over the previous. I give her arms a reassuring squeeze. Just act like you belong here. She takes a deep breath, steadying herself. She stands taller, chin higher, elbows pinned back. There's a fierce look to her, like she's going into battle. If she were with anyone else, she'd have every reason to be agitated. But so long as she's with me, not a soul would dare to touch her.
I'm ready.
She nods and starts up the stairs to the entrance ahead of me. I follow her, looking bored as usual, a little disappointed that she didn't say anything about my own uniform. She'd taken one glance, eyes rounding, then shut her expression down. I huff, and she glances back at me as we walk in. I shake my head, and she turns forward, walking confidently toward the Cattlegate-style security door, swiping her pass like she's done this 1,000,000 times before. There's a long pause, and I start to wonder if Larry fucked me over. But the light turns green, and she steps through. I didn't bother stealing a pass, just using my own instead. The disguise is for the people who see me passing by. There's no reason seeing my swipe log would raise any suspicion. Technically, I'm part owner of this building after all. I'm several steps behind Stasia as she walks down the hall to the right of the front desk. I'd drawn her a crude map for her to memorize so she wouldn't be dependent on me if anything were to happen. She'd studied it rigorously, taking her time to fold it into a small square before tucking it into her pocket. There are several workers still here, even though it's well into the night. None of them pay any attention as we walk by. Just like I hoped, Stasia's invisible to them. I shift up to walk beside her as we travel down the hallway. The building is newly decorated with modern wood and steel elements. A man walks toward us and slows to look at Stasia. She turns her face away, not slowing her steps. I position myself between them and say, "Long night?" Any suspicion he had is washed away by the universal love of bitching. Stasia uses the opportunity to escape down the hall, not bothering to wait for me. Yeah, you know it. They work us like dogs. Right? I shrug. Who knows? Maybe you'll get a bonus this year. He huffs a breath through his nose. Like I stand a chance of having an Everett notice me? I smirk. You might be surprised. Anyway, I better be off. This place doesn't clean itself. Yeah, I should get back. Have a good one. I wave him off and catch up to Stasia. She's pale as a ghost under the fluorescent lights. No, it's more than that. Her breathing's coming out fast and shallow, and there's a slight tremble in her arms when I grab hold of her. Fuck. My chest tightens as guilt rides me. There's no reason she had to feel like this. I could have easily grabbed the coat on my own. It's my own selfishness that thought it would be fun to sneak in here with her. I'd listened to the part of me that saw the glint of excitement in her eyes at the thought of sneaking in. Even now, I'm not convinced I misread her. I cup the back of her neck in my palm and slowly stroke her nape with my thumb. When she calms down, I tease, "Don't tell me you're more afraid of being caught here than when you broke into the vault." Her laugh is light.
In my defense, my disguise was better and it was dark.
I choke on a snort. It wasn't that good.
It fooled you.
Not for very long. Her head tilts to the side as she studies my reaction.
Why did you follow me into the vault that day? I could have sworn I stayed covered.
Stasia, even dressed as your brother, you're fascinating. There was no way I was leaving without figuring out what you were up to. I entwine my fingers with hers. It's risky, considering our location, but I've never been good at telling myself no. Plus, it was a nice surprise when I found you, wasn't it? There's that blush again. Fuck, she looks pretty like that. I lead the way toward the office. It's down a long corridor that's isolated from the rest of the building. There's an atrium at the end. The windows look over a park, but it's too dark to make anything out, the light pollution blocking out the stars from the sky. Suddenly, I want to take her far from here, somewhere secluded where I can lay her down with nothing over us but the constellations. Jesus fucking Christ. If my brothers knew what I was thinking, they'd never let me live it down. I'm supposed to be the irresponsible baby Everett, not some lovesick puppy. I squeeze my fingers with Stasia's, ignoring the way my hand engulfs hers. I can feel myself dipped deeper than just possession, and there's a hint of fear lingering around my chest. The overwhelming feeling that this girl is mine. I'm going to have to apologize to my brothers for giving them so much shit. Everything they did to get their wives seems completely justifiable now. Stasia stays close to me, our arms brushing against each other with each step. Unable to resist, I move into her, forcing her to step back until her shoulder blades are pressed into the wall. My mouth hovers over hers, each of her breaths dusting over my lips. I could take her right here, devour her until she's breathless, but I want her to be the one chasing me. Her chest rises and falls, and her tight hold on my arms goes from pushing to pulling. She lifts on her toes, and I'm rock hard with the need to fuck her. Not yet. I chuckle low in my throat, causing her lids to snap open. I like where your head's at, but I'm not sure this is the right place. She's all fire and ice when she spits back.
Screw you, Sebastian.
If she knew what my full name on her mouth did to me, I don't think she'd use it so freely like that. Stasia swipes her pass, and the door beeps before swinging open. She freezes at the entrance, hesitant to walk in. She snaps out of it when I take her hand, half startled, half furious, and tries to pry herself away. I chuckle low in my throat, not letting go as I drag her in. She gives up, choosing to ignore me and look around the room. None of us spend much time here, not even Matthias, so it's sparsely furnished. A few chairs are seated in front of a large wood desk with a giant window behind it. There's a storage closet on one wall and a bookshelf on the other. Stasia's fingers tighten around mine, and I can feel the tension running through her. My brave girl is pushing her boundaries with each step she takes. I want to push her down on the desk and make her forget her worries, filling her mind with only my name. Unfortunately, I don't think she'd be up to that. I reluctantly let go of her hand and round the desk, taking a seat in the leather chair. The computer's the newest model, not older than a year. Matthias is constantly changing them out, saying it's for some kind of security reason. If he only knew it was me breaking in. Actually, if I explained the entire situation, he'd probably be down. It's not like my brothers give a shit about what belongs to the Order of Saints. We inherited our positions as lords, and we all have a twisted relationship with it. The screen flashes on when I press my thumb to the pad. Any encryption on the files is lifted by my login. My brothers would know if it was me if they checked, but I'm counting on the fact that there's no reason they'd be suspicious without signs of tampering. If they do find out, they'll be happy I already have plans to settle down with my fake girlfriend. My family might not have been fooled that Stasia's with me, but it was clear from how they took her in that they approve. I started to think they might like her more than me. Being able to open the files is only the first step, and it's not long before I'm going cross-eyed and rubbing my palms over my face. Finding this fucking password is like finding a snowflake on a mountain. No wonder Matthias looked so amused when he told me. Bastard. Stasia's soft chuckle pulls my attention, and my words catch in my throat at the way her eyes sparkle at me. She's wearing a mischievous grin that I can only hope she's gotten from me. What? I croak.
You look helpless.
She's biting the corner of her lip, mirth written on her face. She's seconds away from full-on laughing at me. You try? I stand and gesture to the chair, expecting her to hesitate, but she takes it easily, like breaking into files is just another day. Matthias probably has some form of monitoring on this system, but if we get caught, I can easily get us out of it. Then this little game will be over. And I'm not ready for that. I need more time to make her see she wants me back. Stasia is focused as her fingers fly over the keys, navigating through the system easily. I roll back on my heels as I watch her work. The blue computer light casts over her cheekbones. She may be dressed like a man, but my cock doesn't give a shit. If anything, it's just urging me on further to rip her hat off, grip her hair, and bring her lips to my tip. Will she moan when she takes me between her sweet lips and tastes me on her tongue?
Got it.
She beams with pride. I'm yanked back to the present, and I stare at her, astonished. It took less than 5 minutes to find something that Matthias obviously buried. I can't help myself from leaning over and brushing a non-existent strand of hair from her face, grazing my knuckles against her ear. Her gasp is barely audible, but that doesn't stop it from going straight to my dick. What the fuck is wrong with me?
What?
She asks. Nothing. I can't tell her that her aptitude has me turned on. Stasia, clueless to my thoughts, starts to explain. Her words come tumbling from her mouth like she feels like she needs to say this, like she's been holding it in.
When my mom died, my dad sort of fell apart. I was young then, so I didn't really understand. And Nikolai took care of most things, but once I was 10 or so, I noticed he absolutely sucks at computers.
There's a nearly invisible curve to her lips as she thinks about him. Fuck. Is it weird to be jealous of her brother? Probably.
I just sort of learned out of necessity, and luckily it came easy to me. I handled our bookkeeping and pretty much anything else that needed to be tracked.
She pauses for a second, and any sign of a smile vanishes.
I think that's why it bothered me so much when I found out my dad had spent all of our money. I should have known. It was my job to know. I honestly thought he was just moving through life on autopilot, so I never once questioned him on where he'd go.
She lets out a dry chuckle.
Turns out he got into debt with some seriously under-the-table loan sharks. No paperwork, no trail that he'd been betting our lives and we'd been descending into poverty.
There are tears in her eyes when she says,
I should have stopped him. I want to hate him, but it's all my fault. Everything is always my fault.
I pull her into my arms, and she buries her face into my chest. Her small frame is shaking with each breath she takes. Fury burns through me like an out-of-control wildfire. If her father wasn't already dead, I'd kill him myself. Her hat falls to the ground, and I stroke my fingers through her hair, murmuring calming nonsense. I know what to do with pissed-off Stasia, the one that can give it right back to me. But this sadness she's showing me has my heart ripping open. She's been carrying a guilt she hasn't earned, but I have a bone-deep certainty that her debt isn't the only thing torturing her. There's a rawness that speaks to years of pain. It wasn't your fault. Don't blame yourself, Princess. Your dad fucked up, then left it on you. I reassure her again and again. I palm her neck and stroke it with my thumb, back and forth, until she relaxes in my arms. I'm happy she's showing me this now. I'll wait for the rest. The clacking of high heels and low voices approaching from the hall has us pulling apart. Stasia's looking around, eyes wild like she's an animal about to be trapped. The look of prey on guard nearly has me coming undone. There are only a select few people who would dare come this way, and I have no desire to be caught by any of them. The closet descends into darkness as I close it behind us, just in time for the office to beep open. Matthias's deep voice is muffled through the door. Chapter 29. Bash. You didn't have to come in with me. I'm just grabbing a file, Matthias says, and there's shuffling in the office right outside our hiding spot.
We're kid-free. I'm going to enjoy every second we get.
I stiffen at Scarlett's tone. It's a low purr that can only mean one thing. If those two fuck out there, Stasia will be mortified. It's not hard to make out what the muffled sounds are. There's a loud thud against the wall, followed by Matthias's groan, Scarlett's replying moan. A shudder crawls down my back. I feel dirty just thinking about it. Stasia's facing away from me, her head bowed low, and she's holding herself around her stomach. She looks like she's trying to curl into a ball and disappear. I like throwing her off balance, but not like this. I take out my phone. I only have one idea, and it's going to earn me a beating of a lifetime. The glow from the screen illuminates the back of Stasia's neck. It's bright red, and the color continues up the tips of her ears. My stomach feels sick seeing her this way. Fuck it. If I die, I die. Matthias is going to be so pissed, but it's the only option. Me. Meet me at the Elysium. There's a buzz from outside, but it goes ignored. There are more muffled moans, and this time Stasia jerks back, her back brushing my chest. She's trembling, and I hate it. I wrap my arm around her middle and hold her to me, dropping my mouth beside her ear to speak. I'm getting us out of this. Just hang on. My words are supposed to comfort her, but if anything, she's shaking more. Me. SOS, motherfucker. Get there now. Sissy Scarlet can come too. There's a loud groan of frustration, one that has fear prickling my arms. I'm so going to pay for this. Matthias, if you aren't dead, you're about to be. There's shuffling, and then the loud slam of the door closing behind them. I drop my forehead to her shoulder. I'm so sorry, Stasia. I didn't mean for that to happen. She's still shaking, face planted dead ahead, as if she can't bring herself to look at me. I cup her neck, guiding her to face me, but she struggles in my hold. Shit. I run my thumb up and down in soothing strokes. It's okay. They're gone. They can't catch you now. She's stiff in my arms, and I can't stand it. I grip her jaw between my fingers and forcibly turn it my way. Dim light shines through the crack in the closet doorway, landing softly on her features. She's flushed a pretty shade of pink that's taking over her cheeks. Stasia looks almost fevered with the way her mouth's open, and she's panting shallowly. She's looking up at me through her lashes, heat written in her gaze, practically begging me. I'm instantly hard. It's not embarrassment written across her face. It's lust. Fuck me, princess. Aren't you full of surprises? I say, then twist her further to capture her mouth with mine. I'm greedy with my kiss, filling her until I've tasted every inch. I suck on her tongue, enjoying the way it makes her moan. She's like putty in my arms, already so sensitive to my touch. I can't fucking take it. I place a firm hand between her shoulder blades, pin her to the door, and hold her there. Her eyes are narrowed on me, but she's not struggling. Instead, she's looking at me with anticipation. I press my cock against her ass and grind my teeth when she pushes back. She has no idea what game she's playing right now. I'm barely holding on. I untuck her shirt and stroke the warm, smooth skin of her stomach. My knuckles drag from her bra to her pants. Aren't you going to tell me no?
We can't,
she says, breathless. That's not a no. Her borrowed belt comes undone easily, followed by her button unsnapping and the zing of the metal fly going down. Stasia sucks in a breath, and her stomach hollows every time I touch the band of her underwear, welcoming my touch. I lick the shell of her ear, and she shivers. So fucking responsive. Did you realize you're grinding your ass against me? She shakes her head no in a useless denial.
They could come back.
I know for a fact Matthias is headed to our private room. He wouldn't ignore a message like that. He's going to fucking kill me. But by the way she's squirming in my hold, my girl's excited about the possibility of being caught. I bury my thumb into her mouth and force her to face forward. You'll just have to be quiet then. My eyes roll back, and my hips slam forward when her tongue swirls around me. I grunt low in my throat. I'm barely hanging on to my last vestige of control. Are you really ready for what happens when I break? I groan, and she responds by rolling her ass into me. Just when I didn't think she could get more perfect. I slide my hand under her underwear and through her slick folds. She moans as I dip my fingers into her and rocks back into me. I tweak her nipple between my thumb and forefinger, still wet from her mouth, and she bows, lifting her chest. Her cries are loud, filling the cramped room, even as she tries to suppress them. She's wild in my arms, chasing my touch. She wants this as badly as I do. Fucking craves it. You are so fucking hot when you're turned on like this. I add a third finger inside of her, stretching her core.
Bash.
she says through gritted teeth as she forces the back of her head against my collarbone. She's spasming around my fingers as she calls out my name as she orgasms, soaking my hand. My restraint snaps, and I sink my teeth into her shoulder. You fucking asked for this. I make quick work of my pants, my shaft springing free, and shove her pants down. There's the sound of fabric tearing as I discard her panties and slam my length into her. She takes all of me in one push, pussy clenching and unclenching. She falls forward, forearms pressed beside her head against the door, trying to keep herself upright. I fuck her mercilessly, eating up the whimpering, whining sounds she makes with each of my thrusts.
Slow down. Too deep. More.
Every word on her tongue sounds so fucking sweet. She lifts onto her toes, tilting her pelvis for me to go deeper. Your body's calling you a liar, princess. You're clamping around me so tight, it's hard to pull out. I pull out slowly, then slam in, marveling at how she responds to me. I love the way your pussy twitches around my length. She contorts her body and clutches my hair, connecting her mouth with mine. Her cries grow louder as she gets closer to her orgasm. She grips my dick so hard I nearly come as her orgasm rips through her. Her legs give out, and I catch her before she collapses, slowly pulling out. She looks at me through hazy eyes when I turn her to face me. Stasia looks delicious, freshly fucked like this. She's exhausted, and her eyes widen when I lift her until her legs wrap around my waist and secure her back to the wall. I know you're tired, princess, but I'm not done yet. I thrust into her, and she opens, welcoming me. I cup the back of her head, and my knuckles sting as they collide with the hard surface. I adjust her until she's balanced, then grip her ass in both hands, lifting and dropping her on my shaft, setting my rhythm to chase her moans. She moans when I hit the spot against her inner wall, and I know I've found what she likes. I pound it over and over again and watch as she starts to come apart in my arms. Her breasts bounce with her movements, her peaked nipples on display, and I catch one, sucking it into my mouth.
So good.
Stasia's hips swivel, and she moans low in her throat as her nails pierce the skin of my shoulders. She's leaving her marks on me. I'm going to have them tattooed permanently. The pain turns to lust, and my brain melts as a burning ache tightens my balls and explodes out my tip, filling her with my cum. My release feels like it goes on forever, quaking down my spine. My face is buried in the crook of her neck when I finally come back to my senses. I shift back, careful not to drop her. Stasia looks dazed as she stares up at me. She's a fucking vision, and she's all mine. I can't help my goofy smile. I think I'm in love with you, Anastasia Volkov.
Chapter 30. Anastasia.
I think I'm in love with you.
How can Bash blurt that out so easily? My pulse raced as I tried to decipher if he meant his words or was just playing around. And in the end, I decided it's too risky to trust him. I ignore the sharp twist behind my ribs and finish slipping on the dress he stashed for me. When Bash said he took care of everything, I thought that was just the breaking and entering portion. I didn't imagine it included the penthouse in the same hotel as tonight's event. The room, if I can even call it that, is the size of a large apartment. And then there's the dress, a rich blood red that should clash with my hair, but somehow turns it even more fiery. The fabric is thick and hangs smoothly down my frame. There's a slit that runs up my leg, revealing several inches too much of my near porcelain white skin. Somehow, Bash has turned me into a femme fatale instead of the society princess. I trace the thin strap at my collarbone and trail it down my side. The dress is a love letter to my body, molding every curve like it was carefully crafted for me, even though I know I didn't sit for measurements. My cheeks flush hot. It speaks of a very intimate knowledge. I examine myself in the hotel bathroom mirror. My lips are a deep pink, swollen from earlier. There's no chance they're going down, so thank God lip filler is in right now. Bruises line the side of my neck, and I pull my hair over my shoulder in a Hail Mary attempt to hide the marks that bastard left. Next time, I'll bite him where everyone can see, and we'll see how he likes it. I huff out of breath. Hell, he'd probably love that. I've given up pretending I'm not interested in him. At least for the duration of whatever it is we have, I'm going to let myself enjoy it. I just need to be careful that I don't get confused and mix up his playful attentiveness with something more. No doubt countless women have broken their hearts over that man, and I refuse to be one of them. Letting out a deep breath, I open the bathroom door, only to freeze. Bash is standing in the middle of the room, changed into a black tuxedo with a matching waistcoat. His hair's still ruffled from my fingers as though he didn't bother to try to tame it. He's watching me with hungry eyes, taking in every inch of my body in the gown he picked out.
You are stunning.
He practically breathes the words like he doesn't know he's saying them out loud. His devious smile is missing as he takes me in, replaced with something deeper. I swallow hard, my throat thick as his gaze lands heavy on me. Memories of his touch as he fucked me in that closet have tingles running down my spine. I cough. You look good, too. And he does look good. Dashing doesn't begin to describe him. He looks like he was born to wear the suit, his wide chest stretching the jacket across his shoulders. He could be in some kind of Billionaire Top Hotties magazine. I'm undecided whether I should be happy that he's my date or pissed that I don't get to keep him. The reminder that this could be all pretend is like being doused with ice-cold water, and I clear my throat. I'm not really feeling well. I think I'm going to head home. I lie blatantly, but I can't tell him that I need space to get myself in check. What am I supposed to say? Hey, you're too hot in that outfit. I have to go before I fall in love with you. Bash chuckles like he can read my every thought.
Nuh-uh, princess.
He pulls a long, rectangular velvet box from his jacket pocket and opens it. A necklace dripping with emeralds hangs from his fingers.
I went with you to get the code. I fulfilled my part of the bargain. Now it's your turn to go downstairs with me and be my date.
I just don't... He steps behind me and brings the necklace around my throat.
Lift your hair, Stasia.
I'm helpless to deny him and grasp the loose strands in my hands, raising them. My now bared neck feels cool as I stand frozen in anticipation. Tension grows in the long pause, and I want to twist and read his expression, but something is holding me in place. A sense of anticipation I don't dare examine. His knuckles brushing along the top of my shoulder is the only warning I get. Soon, one end of the jewel-encrusted necklace is sliding down my chest. The metal is cold, sending goosebumps over my sensitive skin. I have to clench my teeth to hold back my moan as it disappears beneath the low neckline of my dress. The metal is both rough and smooth against my skin. Bash takes his time retrieving it, intentionally dragging it along until my nerve endings feel like they've been torn awake. He closes the clasp, and I fight for my composure as I turn toward him, determined to hide exactly how my body is reacting. He's staring down at me with one brow raised and his bottom lip caught between his teeth in a look that can only be called mischievous. Lust turns to rage in my veins, and I poke my finger hard into his chest, earning a grunt. Do not laugh at me, Sebastian Everett. He's trying hard to hold back his smirk, but he can't hide his dimple.
Never dream of it, princess.
I use the elevator ride to get a hold of myself. Tonight's just another part in a play, one where I pretend to be the dashing youngest Everett brothers' date. I've been set up plenty of times before. It's the norm in our society, everyone trying to figure out the next best match. This isn't anything different than that. Except it is different. I just need to keep my head together. I have one goal: get the tiara and use it to work with my grandmother. She's a harsh woman, but I believed her when she said she'd help us. I don't particularly want to be indebted to the Russian bratva, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Bash's fingers on my elbow pull me from my thoughts. He's scanning me as if trying to read my every thought. I lift my brows and challenge. Can I help you?
Are you getting off?
He gestures to the now open door and the group of hotel guests waiting to get on. I tuck my chin and scurry out of there, apologizing on my way. Bash is close on my heels as I travel the familiar hall toward the ballroom. My shoes click against the tile floor with each step I take. Freaking embarrassing. Bash's grip tightens on my arm.
Whoa, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to embarrass you back there.
Well, you didn't. I huff, fully aware that I'm overreacting, and what I'm really responding to has nothing to do with that elevator. Bash cants his head to the side.
Good.
He leans in closer and straightens my hair, his thumb grazing my neck.
I never want to make you feel uncomfortable.
I'm looking anywhere but at him. The sincerity in his voice, like he's pleading with me to believe him, has my stomach doing loops. I shake off his hold and step back. It's fine. I'm just a little nervous about tonight. Not every day I get to pretend to be one of the Everett brothers' dates. His eyes narrow on me, and there's a tick to his jaw, but he doesn't fill me in on which part of what I said bothered him. As expected, the gala is spectacular. The ballroom is adorned with sparkling fairy lights and lanterns, creating a dreamy atmosphere. Soft colors of blues, greens, and purples dominate the ceiling, representing the starry night sky. The guests themselves are like living works of art, their elegant attire reflecting their wealth and status. The sweet scent of jasmine and other floral arrangements fills the room, adding to the enchanting atmosphere. Mixed with hints of expensive perfumes and colognes, it creates a heady fragrance that lingers in the air. All eyes turn to us as we enter, a silence falling over the space as the guests take in Bash, Lord of the Order of Saints, entering with me. He makes a display of our closeness by wrapping his arm around my back and curling his fingers over my waist, tugging me closer. His palm is warm, soaking through the silk fabric of my dress, and his thumb, drawing tiny circles, helps calm my racing heart. I've been coming to these events my entire life, but no matter how much I told myself I was ready, nothing could have prepared me for the weight of everyone's judgment. Bash gently guides me deeper into the room until we're surrounded by groups of people, none of them approaching us. He looks straight ahead as if headed to a specific location. The whispers start soft at first, but quickly gain traction.
What is she doing with him? Didn't her family lose everything? Don't worry, she won't last long.
It wouldn't have bothered me if they weren't right. My family is broke. I have no business with a lord. Our relationship is fake, and it was doomed from the beginning. Bash doesn't let me fall behind him, instead keeping me a step ahead as he maneuvers us easily between two columns. Even though it's still open in the ballroom, it feels separate, as if he's found a hidden corner amongst the sea of people. They still watch us, but at least I don't have to rub elbows with them. Bash leans in close and drops his forehead to my shoulder.
I fucking hate it here.
Goosebumps rise as his hot breath fans over me. I tap my elbow into him and shove him off. Come on, you're the prince of the ball. You'd think you'd love it here.
If I'm the prince, then you're the princess.
I huff out a breath. No matter how many times you call me that, it doesn't make it true. Maybe when I was little.
Don't underestimate yourself. You have this entire place in a tizzy, staring at you in that dress.
More like judging me for my audacity. I grumble under my breath. No use complaining to him. He needs me to be his fake girlfriend, and that's easy enough.
Are you good here while I grab us some drinks? This spot's great, but the waitstaff doesn't come here.
By the tone in his voice, it's a genuine question. If I asked him to stay, he wouldn't leave my side. A part of me really wants him not to leave. He's like a solid wall between me and everyone else. No one dared to look directly at us in case they catch his eye. It's hard to believe this notorious playboy holds so much respect, but it's clear from the other men in the room that he's above them. Which, I guess, is to be expected since he's a lord and they're just saints. I snap myself out of it. I'm more than capable of standing my ground. I don't need his protection, no matter how tempting it is. I've been telling myself I can take care of myself, so I'm not sure why I keep leaning on him so much. He just makes it so easy. But that's enough of that. I'm good. Go run along. My hands make the shooing gesture, and he just laughs.
As you wish, princess.
I roll my eyes. Don't call me that.
You like it.
Never.
We'll see.
This man is absolutely impossible to deal with. He's smart enough to flee before I can hit him. My skin prickles as eyes fall on me, but I refuse to give them the satisfaction of reacting. Instead, I look blankly over the crowd, plastering on a bored face. It's not hard. This place sucks. The fact that I can't take out my phone is killing me. I could really use some mindless scrolling right now.
Ms. Volkov.
A shudder rolls through me at the familiar thick Boston accent. I spin around, and my gut hollows as I met with the Salvatore man who came to my house the other night. My eyes dash around the room. There are still a few people glancing our way, which is why I take the hand he holds out to me, even as a shudder crawls down my spine at the feel of his lips on my knuckles. He lingers a moment too long, and I snap my hand back. What are you doing here? How are you here? I hiss under my breath. It would be very bad for anyone to recognize him. It wouldn't take much to put two and two together that our family is somehow involved with the Salvatores.
I have my ways.
He rolls back on his heels.
I told you I'd be checking in. We haven't heard from you in a while. You wouldn't be planning anything stupid, would you?
Listen, you can't be here. I'm with someone. I said I'd get the money, and I will. He smirks.
Sebastian Everett, right? I saw you come in. Why don't you introduce us after a dance?
Shit. I shake my head, but he reaches out and grabs my wrist, his fingers tightening. I wince as the sensation of the small bones grinding together, and a quiet whimper escapes my lips. "You're hurting me." Tears prickle the corner of my eyes as I try to pull away, and he refuses to let go. He knows I won't draw a scene. In a place like this, we keep our problems secret, showing the world only our perfection, or they'll act like wolves ready to pounce.
That's the point, sweetheart. Now, tell me why I can find you and not your brother.
He tugs on my wrist, causing me to stumble forward.
He didn't abandon you, did he?
If I struggle anymore, I'm about to draw everyone's attention.
Let her go.
It's a low growl of warning. Relief floods me as Bash approaches us. Bash's attention is on where the man still holds my wrist. He clenches his jaw, making a muscle tick in his cheek.
I'm not going to tell you again.
His words are a dark promise, and shivers roll through me for an entirely new reason. I should be afraid of him, but let's be real. He's totally hot. I'm too relieved to worry what Bash will think about me speaking with one of the Salvatore men. Luckily, he doesn't seem to recognize him anyway. The man's frozen in place, like prey in front of a predator. Bash peels his fingers off me, and the guy whimpers in his grip.
Fucking bastard. This has nothing to do with you.
The guy hisses. Bash's smile is wicked, daring, like he'd enjoy nothing more than a fight.
I'd watch what you say if I were you.
Blood is flushing into the man's face, turning him a ruddy red. Large veins stick out in his forehead when he says,
This is between me and her. She owes me. Wrong answer.
There's a dark flame behind Bash's eyes, a hint of the man he hides beneath his mask of indifference. The Salvatore man's eyes go round as if just realizing the position he's in. He attempts to pull away, but it's too late. I cringe at the sound of bone cracking and push down the sour taste in the back of my throat. He whimpers as he clutches his hand to his heaving chest. He looks small and vulnerable, but it only lasts a second before he's whipping back to Bash, grabbing his collar.
Now this is fun.
Bash's smile grows wide, sharing the glint of sharp teeth. He's menacing, all sharp angles and wildness. There's a thrill skittering under my ribs and low in my stomach as his expression darkens. His confidence makes a mockery of cockiness. There isn't a hint of fear, just the dare for the man to test him. At the worst time ever, heat floods between my thighs and I press them together. There's no way I'm letting Bash know this is actually turning me on. Still held up by his collar, the bastard winks at me.
You look like you want me, princess.
I scoff. You wish. Bash runs his tongue along his teeth.
Of course I do. Are you really flirting right now?
If possible, the man's face grows even more tense as he grits through his teeth, shaking Bash as much as he can with one hand.
I'm going to fucking kill you.
Bash's brows raise in amusement and a dimple appears on his cheek.
Promises, promises. That's what they all say.
The man goes to take a swing, clearly forgetting that his hand is broken. Bash doesn't attempt to move, looking as casual as ever. He might be fine with being punched in the face, but I'm not okay with it. I hurtle my body to slam into the man's, but I'm stopped at the last second. Damon is holding me steady as Matthias grips the guy's arm, hauling it behind his back. From the way the guy's face contorts, it hurts like hell.
You wouldn't be picking on my youngest brother, would you?
Damon asks. His voice is cold, any hint of the warmth I'd seen the other night completely absent. This is the leader of the Order of Saints. As if sensing his situation,
The man switches to apologizing, but Matthias wrenches his arm harder.
Too late. I'm sorry. Please, I'm begging you.
The man turns pleading eyes on me, but Matthias grips his broken hand. A gurgled sound of pain rips from him. Matthias leans in closer.
You should have thought of that earlier.
I almost feel bad for him. Almost. Matthias nods at me as he makes his way out the door, and Damon speaks quietly to Bash. I can't make out a word they say, but by the spark of excitement in the youngest Everett brother's eyes, it's not going to be a pleasant night for the man.
Anastasia, I hate that this is how we're seeing each other again. Bash here should have taken better care of you.
Damon's voice is warm and welcoming. The realization that this is the person he is only in front of his family startles me. Somehow I've made it into their small circle. A sickening guilt curls in my gut. These aren't men who trust easily, and I've been lying to them all. I give him a weak smile. He'd have to stop picking fights if he wanted to do that. Damon raises a brow at Bash, who's somehow made himself look innocent.
Don't look at me. That asshole had his hands on Anastasia.
There's a chill in the air.
My only regret is he still has that hand. I'll see you later.
Damon nods, as if saying you were going to dismember someone was completely normal. I'm still standing dumbfounded as Damon disappears around the corner, following his brother. At some point, we will have to tell them the truth, and I can only hope they don't hate me for it. Warm arms wrap around my middle from behind, and the heat from Bash's chest seeps into my spine. His mouth is close to my ear when he says,
If you don't like lying, I'm more than happy to make it the truth.
I twist to face him, and he gives me a lopsided smirk. He's playing a game I can't afford to lose. I lift onto my toes and close the distance between our mouths. He stiffens for less than a second before he's taking the kiss deeper. The crowd of people staring disappears from my mind as his tongue twists with mine, and his hand grips my hip and presses me firmly against him. I gasp when the hard ridge of his cock lines up with my core, driving pleasure through me. I'm lost to needing more, and chase after Bash's kiss when he pulls away with a chuckle.
You can shut me up like this anytime. Chapter 31. Bash. I trace the marks I left along Stasia's bare shoulders as she sleeps. Swollen bruises from where I sucked on her delicate skin, blooming out in deep pink. Teeth marks from where I bit her soft skin as I came deep inside her. She's wearing the proof of me fucking her all over her body. I know I'd kill anyone who saw her, but that doesn't stop the sick primal wanting to show my brand off. There's a curl of warmth in my chest, knowing exactly how Stasia would feel about that. I'd be lucky to make it out with my nuts intact. My thumb grazes her temple as I push the baby strands of hair from her face. She turns into my touch, a hum in her throat that has my heart kicking into my ribs. If I didn't have somewhere else to go, I'd devour her right now. I kiss along the curve of her neck and bury my nose in her hair. She smells like vanilla and honey, and I'm fucking starving. There's a low growl in my chest as I trace the faint bruise circling her wrist. I'd been feral tonight, out of my mind after that asshole touched her. I'm still barely holding myself together. If it wasn't for Damon and Matthias stepping in, I'd have torn that man apart right there in the ballroom. Except Damon was right when he said I needed to take care of Stasia first, and I trusted my brothers to get things ready for me. Raising the covers up to her neck, I tucked them in around her. She's taken me into her body, accepting every untamed part of me, matching my pace as if she was made for me, until her clear blue eyes drooped with exhaustion. I kiss her forehead. Sleep well, princess. I'll be right back. Dark clothes are better at hiding blood, so I slide on a black button-up shirt and a pair of black wool slacks. There's a thrill prickling under my skin as anticipation sets in. It's been a while since we've done this, and I, for one, am looking forward to wiping the leer off that asshole's face. I brought Stasia back home, unable to keep my hands off her and needing somewhere safe. Every protective instinct kicked in until I was nothing more than an animal. I closed the door quietly behind me, not wanting her to wake up before I'm back. I'm down the stairs in seconds, grabbing my keys from the table and leave. 2 of my men wait on either side of the porch. They're both dressed in black suits, with barely concealed guns strapped to their sides. "You're leaving late, boss?" Carter nods. He's at least 6'6", made up of solid muscle. No one's getting past him. He's worked for me the longest, and one of the only ones I'd trust with my girl. It's nearly 2 a.m., but I know my brothers are waiting for me, and the adrenaline about what happens next has me on edge. I've got something to take care of. No one goes in but me. It's a low command, one that's not to be argued with. "Of course, boss," they reply in unison. Good. All I need to do now is get this over with as soon as possible. Some of my excitement wears off, replaced by the call to go back to her. When the fuck did I get so whipped, and why aren't I mad about it? The ride to the Elysium is quick, and I take the stairs to the basement 2 at a time. The closer I get, the more the tension builds between my shoulders. I knock 3 times on the thick steel door. This section of the building is missing any of the lush adornment of the upstairs. Gray-painted cinder-block walls and flickering fluorescent overhead lights set the perfect mood for what happens next. "Who is it?" Matthias's familiar voice comes through the door. "Me, asshole! Open up!" It swings open, grazing my shoulder. "Took you long enough," Damon says from over Matthias's shoulder. I can't stop my smirk. "You're the one who told me to take care of her." Jesus Christ, Bash. My eldest brother pinches his nose as they both step aside, letting me in. Fuck me. The scene looks like something from a horror film. The asshole who dared touch Anastasia is tied to a chair, and there's plastic underneath him and hung on 3 sides. Our family doctor, who's paid enough to know to keep quiet, stands in the corner of the room, ready for whatever I ask. I side-eye Matthias. "What? We didn't know how far you'd take it, so we thought we'd get ready just in case." I'd planned to only scare him a bit, but the sight of him has fire licking up my spine. This man had a death wish the moment he approached Stasia, and it's too fucking bad for him he didn't know better. He's shaking his head as I walk up to him, stopping so close my shoes are only an inch away from him. I didn't know she was yours, I swear." He stumbles over his words. Nothing he says is going to faze me, not when there's a roiling heat burning under my skin. My pulse is speeding in my ears, anxious to get started, but I take my time unbuttoning my shirt sleeves at the wrist and rolling them up my forearms. He watches my every movement, his eyes so wide they're bulging out of his head. "I'm not going to kill you," I say in a carefully controlled tone. "Thank God. Thank you. Thank you so much." I pick up a hatchet from the tray prepared beside me. The freshly sharpened blade glints in the light. I bare my teeth. "I wouldn't thank me yet." No, please. I'll never touch her again." A menacing aura fills the air as I grip the weapon. You're right about that. His hand's already bruised from where I crushed it earlier, and he cries out when I grasp it, holding it down against the wood armrest. He's looking at my brothers for help, but neither Matthias nor Damon move to step in. There's no question in my mind that they'd let me do whatever I want. You shouldn't have fucked with what's mine. My smirk is wild as I bring the blade down on his wrist, cutting through tendons and bone like butter. Blood splatters everywhere as he screams, then goes dead silent when he passes out. I wipe the warm liquid off my face and gesture to the doctor. Make sure he doesn't die. Damon tosses me a cloth, and I use it to clean my hands. He arches a brow. Feel better? I shrug. The fucker had it coming. My brothers and I take the elevator up in silence. None of us is willing to risk a word until we get into our private room. The music is pounding when we exit the door right onto the main level of the club. The bass vibrates through my feet. There are bodies moving with the beat, touching in a way that's more sex than dance. It's intentionally designed to give semi-private spaces to encourage the guests to let go of their control. The thrill becomes an addiction that keeps them coming back. The club's been mine for the last several years, and I've managed to double the profits. It's a small project that keeps me active when all of my brothers are busy with their own shit. Xavier used to run it with me, but since he abandoned me, I've been doing it on my own. Which, if I'm being completely honest, has been a godsend. Without it, I think I'd have lost my mind a while ago. That is, until I met Anastasia. Now nothing can take my attention away from her. The bouncer nods as he lets us pass. There's a long, curved staircase that leads to the second level and the private rooms. Renting them out by the year is one of the ways I increased our profit. These men want to show off their wealth, and nothing says powerful like owning a spot at our club. I swipe my key pass, and our room door opens with a beep. It's decorated like a lounge, with leather furniture, dark wood accents, and a one-way mirror overlooking the dance floor. Matthias has this place on absolute lockdown. Security cameras, soundproofing, alarms if anyone comes in. It's one of the only places we can meet and speak as freely as we want. The noise is cut off when the door clicks shut behind Damon. He's slow as he walks across the room, controlled as he pours Matthias and himself a drink. It's not lost on me that he's left me out. He makes his way to a lounge chair and sits down. His casual pose is undermined by the coldness in his eyes. Growing up with a lord as my big brother means I'm used to this. I flop on the sofa across from them. Wasn't that fun? I smirk. Matthias looks at Damon, then back to me. So, you're obsessed with Anastasia? I'd say more than obsessed. There's no point in trying to hide it. I did just chop off a man's hand for touching her. So why haven't you married her yet? Damon asks, genuinely confused. Of course he is. This fucker had his girl wifed up immediately. I snort. Not all of us want to force their wives into marriage. Some of us want them to love us first. You sure you're what she wants? His right brow raises, and there's a slight disbelieving shake to his head. He may bet against me, but losing is not an option. Not now that I've realized I've fallen for her. At this point, she owns me completely. Not that I'm going to tell these assholes that. Positive. I pause for a second. Well, that or she wants to kill me. It's hard to tell. Matthias's smile is absolutely shameless as he runs his thumb under his neck where Scarlet carved her name. He wears her mark as a point of pride, even though she was trying to murder him when it happened. I blow out a long breath. So, are you going to help me or not? Damon sits forward, elbows resting on his knees. Explain what you've been up to, and I'll see what we can do. I hadn't planned on letting them in, preferring this to stay between Stasia and me. But at this point, I don't have a choice if I want to keep this up. And I really fucking do. There isn't a second I'm with her that doesn't have my heart racing. She has me addicted to the high only she can provide. There's a bad taste in my mouth. It feels like I'm telling her secret. I've been helping her steal the Kokoshnik Tiara. In return, she's been pretending to be my girlfriend. Matthias barks out a laugh. Of course you're stealing from the Order. Don't you have any morals? My head tilts to the side. Should I? It's not like any of us really care about the Order of Saints. Even as the Lords, it's just been another avenue to keep us in power. It was our father who worshipped the title, and honestly, I couldn't give a single fuck. Damon rubs his fingers into his forehead before sliding them through his hair. It's clear he's fighting off his frustration. Start from the beginning. My brothers have earned my trust over and over, and I know no matter what I say, they'll be on my side. That doesn't mean I have to like it. Not when it involves bringing up Stasia. I tell them about catching Stasia in the vault, waiting to see if they have any reaction. There's no anger. If anything, they both look impressed. Matthias is furious that we'd nearly heard him fuck his wife, but luckily, Damon hurries the story along. So, you have the code. Why don't you just get the item yourself? Damon asks. That's actually what I need your help with. Once she gets her hands on the tiara, our deal is over. There's no reason she'd stick around. Damon nods. Honestly, she'd be smart to abandon your ass. Hey now, I'm your little brother. I throw my hands into the air. He'd better help me out here after everything I did for him. He's lucky I love my sister and nieces and nephews to death. Damon leans back. You're a pain in my ass. So she can't find the tiara. Is that all? She'll fall for me. I just need a little more time. Pretty much. So I was thinking you could move it somewhere for me. Damon flips his hand in a whatever gesture. Fine. I know exactly where to hide it. But you better lock her down quickly before she finds out she's better than you. I wince. I'm pretty sure it's too late for that. At this point, I'm trying to wait her out and use my charm to win her love. Matthias laughs. Fuck me. You're totally screwed. Hey, I went through both of your schemes. This is child's play compared to the shit you put me through. Matthias is cold when he says, Hear me out. Not a single hair on my little sister's head better get hurt. You're playing a fucked up game. Make sure you don't lose. I smile because with those words, I know I've got them. They already consider her family, and they'll never let anything happen to her. I won't, because... I tilt my eyes up without raising my chin. I love her.
Chapter 32. Anastasia. Ver. My phone vibrates on the nightstand, pulling me out of sleep. I hit the cancel button without looking at the caller ID and pull the pillow over my head. Every muscle in my body aches, bringing back memories from last night. Bash had me pinned in every position imaginable. He'd been absolutely feral in the way he took me. That a-hole edged me to the end of the earth until I begged him for what I wanted. And, oh, did he give it to me. I didn't know it was possible to orgasm that many times. I'd kill myself before I'd ever admit it to him, but he may have actually ruined me for anyone else. He'd skated the line between pain and pleasure, teetering on the edge until I was about to give up before plunging me back into bliss. Any thought I managed to have was fried when he'd handle me like he could read my every thought. By the way, it hurts to move. It took a toll on my body, but I can't say I mind. If anything, I have to be careful not to grow addicted before this all comes to an end. My fingers skim over the cold side of his bed. Did he leave? It's the sound of rushing water coming from the closed bathroom door that has my breath releasing in a sigh. I refuse to acknowledge the relief easing my mind because I'd have to admit I'd been disappointed he wasn't here in the first place. Ver. I ignore the twinge beneath my ribs and grab my phone. Shit. 6 missed calls from Nikolai. There's no way I would have slept through them all. I glance at the bathroom. Did he have something to do with this? Inhaling through my nose, I let it out slowly before answering in my most cheerful tone. Hi, Nico.
Hi? Hi? Is that all you have to say to me after ignoring my calls for the last 4 hours?
Oh, he sounds mad. I move the glass of water so I can see the time. My mouth falls open when it shows past noon. I haven't slept in like this for years. No wonder Nico was worried. I'm sorry, I must have had my phone on silent. Lie, but I'm not explaining the situation to him. I can only imagine how that would go. Oh, my pretend boyfriend broke someone's hand for touching me, and it got me so turned on I ended up having crazy sex all night, and that caused me to pass out for several hours. Not a freaking chance. I'd rather chew off my own arm. I clear my throat, still thick from sleep. I'm sorry for worrying you. It was a mistake.
Are you just getting up? Were you with that bastard Everett?
The accusation is clear in his tone. I freeze, every joint going rigid. I'd purposely kept him in the dark. As a little sister raised by her older brother, I've learned a few things. One of which is that he'll absolutely lose his shit if he finds out I'm sleeping with Bash, which is honestly how I'm supposed to feel. Yet, here I am, having mind-blowing sex with the devil himself. I put on my innocent tone I take out for special occasions. Of course not. Why would you even say that?
Don't mess with me right now, Anna. Do you have any idea how many pictures there are of you two making out?
His tone switches from anger to concern, and I relax. He can never stay mad at me. I rub my hand over my face, pushing back my hair. My fingers tangle in the wild strands, providing further proof of my wild night. Thank God Nico didn't FaceTime me, or I'd have been completely screwed. Calm down. I told you I had a plan. I'm so close to getting my hands on the Kokoshnik Tiara. Just a few more days. He scoffs incredulous.
And Bash is how you're planning on doing it?
Yeah, he is a Lord of the Order of Saints. If anyone can help me, it's him. I say, each syllable more clipped than the last. He might be my brother, but he has some audacity to judge how I get this done. You're going to have to trust me to do this. We need that tiara, and this is our chance.
You know I'm going gray prematurely because of you, right?
He blows out a breath in defeat, knowing full well he isn't winning this one. Haven't you heard? Gray hairs on guys is totally in right now. I try to lighten the mood, and he chuckles, at least pretending he thinks everything is okay. I know he's going to worry until I get this done. Changing the subject, I ask, "You've been with our family for a bit now. Hear anything useful?" There's a long pause that has my hair standing on end.
Something's not right here, Anastasia. I'm figuring it out.
The use of my full name has me uneasy. What does that mean?
I'm not sure yet, but I'll let you know when I do.
I want to demand answers now, but if I want him to trust me, I'll have to trust him. My brother's more than capable of taking care of himself. Fine. Just be careful, I say.
You're one to talk.
I laugh. I have nothing to say to that. If I told him I plan on sneaking back into the vault, with Bash Everett of all people, he'd likely lose his mind. We share some small talk for a bit before getting off the phone. Whatever's up with him, I'm going to have to wait until after I get the Tiara to find out. I swing my legs off the bed, then freeze as the silky black sheet slips, revealing the top of my bare breast, and clasp it to my collarbone. I'd been too exhausted to get dressed last night, choosing to collapse in place instead. I expect to feel sticky, but I'm clean. The idea of Bash wiping me down, careful not to wake me up, has unwanted fluttering in my chest. The bathroom door opens and Bash steps out, surrounded by thick steam. My heart races and I swallow hard as he approaches. Water drips down his chest, following deep grooves between his muscles until they disappear into the low-slung white towel around his hips. My thighs rub together as I take him in, my mouth suddenly dry with the want to catch the rivulets with my tongue.
You keep on looking at me like that, Princess, and I won't be responsible for what happens next,
he says in a thick, gravelly tone. My gaze snaps to his face, and where I expect to see his usual playfulness, it's replaced by a dark, heated hunger. Goosebumps rise along my arms. If we keep this up, it'll be me jumping him. Cowardly, I wrap the sheets around me and scurry to the bathroom, his chuckle following me through the closed door. I lean against the wood, head tipped back and resting on the door. My heart goes wild, pounding in my ears as my body feels like it's going to combust any second. I adjust the temperature all the way to the right, making it as cold as I can handle before climbing under the spray. My teeth are chattering by the time I'm done, but at least I'm not about to jump him. Bash is sitting on the bed, an innocent look on his face as he watches me.
Feel better?
Get out! He raises his hands, brows shooting up, wearing a smug grin.
As you wish, Princess.
The door closes behind him, and I collapse onto the mattress, groaning into the comforter. Thank God we're grabbing the Kokoshnik Tiara. I can't take too much more of this. Bash's unwavering attention as I move through the kitchen has heat burning between my shoulder blades. He's been following my every move since I came downstairs after my shower, like a puppy looking for attention. I'm not going to pretend it isn't tempting. He's dressed in an oversized hoodie that looks like it would swallow me whole, and gray sweatpants that are entirely too revealing whenever he moves. From the smirk he wears, it's definitely intentional. He's hot in his usual attire, but his casual attire makes me want to curl into him, sucking up his heat. I bet he feels soft and warm. I need to get out of here. The doorbell saves me from my thoughts. I'll get it. Bash is up, following closely behind me.
You shouldn't answer the door to strangers.
Why? The guards are out there.
Fine.
His guarded expression brightens when the entrance swings open and Scarlet and Misty push their way in. Hi, I say, a little tentative.
We're here to steal your girl,
Misty says, eyes so bright she's effervescent. Scarlet shoves a stunned Bash back and grabs my hands. We're kidless. Please tell me you'll come out. How can I deny her when the plea is so clear in her voice? I'm not sure why they need me, but I'm not going to turn them down. Our society is full of women willing to step on each other if it gives them the chance to move. These two definitely give off supportive vibes. Without knowing what I'm getting into, I answer, "Count me in." Misty hops, clapping her hands together.
Perfect. Grab your coat.
When they came and got me, I didn't know they were bringing me to a spa day. We sit next to each other in large massage chairs, while women in pink uniforms work on our feet and calves. We've been here for hours, starting off with massages, then facials and manicures. At this point, I'm jello with how relaxed I am. I should have known better than to let my guard down. So, how are things going with you and Bash? Scarlett asks, sipping on a red can.
Yeah, you two looked pretty cozy when we got to your place.
There's a gleam in Misty's gaze that tells me I'm in trouble. A muscle in my neck twitches. I'm still not used to Bash's place being mine, nor should I get used to it, since it won't last for much longer. I need to figure out how to get out of this because I can't exactly tell these two that without blowing up Bash and my deal. We've already successfully tricked the Everett brothers into believing Bash has settled down, fulfilling my end of the bargain. Once I get my hands on that tiara, it'll be over. Guilt swirls in my stomach, mixed with an unknown ache. These two have been accepting of me, warm and welcoming as they welcome me into their family. I feel gross inside, lying to them. The least I can do is downplay it. The trick to lying is to stay as close to the truth as possible. It's not that serious. We're more of a fling than an actual relationship. Really, it's more about getting his brothers off his back than anything. The words taste bad on my tongue. Scarlett and Misty look at each other, then back to me. Bash isn't the type of person to care about what anyone thinks, Scarlett says, giving me a knowing smile. I'm positive he hasn't listened to his brothers a day in his life. My throat's thick. I have no idea how to respond to that. What they think and what I know are complete opposites. I shrug, doing my best to look natural. You know how he is. He's not serious about anything.
Exactly.
Misty calls me out.
Which is why he's clearly serious about you.
The women painting our nails murmur to each other as they work, occasionally casting glances our way. There's a lightness in my chest that has no right to be there. I know Bash and my relationship is for pretense only. So why do I feel like there might be more here? Believe what you want, Scarlett says when I don't respond. You never know. These Everett brothers have a way of getting exactly what they want. Misty snorts.
Definitely sneaky about it, too.
Scarlett leans in as close as the chair will allow. Seriously, I've never seen him this way. Take care of him. Shock ripples through me. Out of the two of us, it's not him in danger of getting hurt. Misty covers the bill, ignoring my protests, just making me feel worse. I did my best to enjoy today, knowing this won't happen again. Once Bash and I break up, there'll be no reason for the three of us to hang out, which totally sucks. In a society full of vipers, it feels really nice to have women on my side. They go ahead while I use the washroom. By the time I walk out the front door, the sky cracks open and lets out a deluge of rain, bringing a chill with it. I stay under the overhang and pull up my phone, groaning. I'm supposed to text Carter to come pick me up, but I'm still resistant to let Bash control any aspect of my life. I assess my options. Bash's place is less than a 15-minute walk away. I'm wearing a coat, although it's not exactly rainproof. I'm still in slide sandals, not wanting to mess up the cute flower designs painted on my toes. I raise my foot, wiggling it around, causing the shoe to pop off. I'll probably die trying to run in these, which means it's impossible to avoid being soaked through. My phone vibrates in my pocket.
Hubby, do you need a ride, princess?
How can he possibly know that? I huff out of breath and change his name back to Mr. Delusional in my contacts. There's no question that I should take him up on his offer. It's cold, it's rainy, it's master-level miserable. But I can't bring myself to do it. After listening to Scarlett and Misty go on about Bash treating me differently than anyone else, I need to get my head on straight. There can be only one delusional person in this non-relationship, and it won't be me. I tuck my phone back into my pocket before I can do anything stupid, like beg for a ride, and button up my coat until it covers my neck. The rain's coming down in huge droplets that splat as they hit the ground. I groan inwardly. This is totally going to suck. I inhale deeply. It's now or never. I take a moment to brace myself before stepping out from under the protection of the canopy. It's freezing, the water immediately soaking through my clothes, causing the wet fabric to stick to me. Goosebumps erupt on my skin as the cold seeps into my bones until it feels like it's setting up camp to stay there for good. In some form of divine punishment, the rain comes down harder, so thick it's hard to see. A whimper pulls from my lips when the strap of my shoe breaks and my bare foot touches the freezing ground. My scream doesn't travel far in this weather, and nobody can hear my tantrum as I shout my frustration. Get a grip on yourself. No one is getting you out of here but you. My pep talk works because I make my way slowly to the house. What should have been a 15-minute walk is quickly stretching into 20. I wipe the wet hair off my face, pushing the string-like strands out of my sight. At this point, I'm positive I look like a drowned raccoon, and I'm really starting to doubt my decisions to ignore Bash's offer. I'm normally pretty smart, but this moment is proving otherwise. I got myself into this situation. I will get myself out. Even with shielding my eyes with my hands, it's hard to see more than a few feet ahead of me as I struggle forward. I'm fine. It's just a bit of rain. So what if my teeth feel like they're going to chatter out of my head? A little water never hurt anyone. Floods, hurricanes, and drowning all come to mind. Jesus, since when have I been such a whiner? I lower my chin and look at the ground. So long as I can see the sidewalk, I can make my way home. A shiver travels down my spine, quickly causing my entire body to shake. Come on, one foot in front of the other. Think of the toasty bath you'll take when you get home. That's if I don't catch my death out here. Have I always been this stubborn, or is this new? The image of a particularly stubborn man crosses my mind. God, I hope he's not rubbing off on me. I scrunch my nose, thinking about my choices lately. Dressing up like my brother, sneaking into the vault, where being caught could lead to being literally executed, only to be caught by Bash, who just so happens to be a lord in the Order of Saints. Proceeding to agree to pretend to be his girlfriend, then have sex with him. Okay, so maybe my judgment has been off lately. Still, once I pay off the Salvatore organization and Nikolai safely back, I can put all of this behind me. My days of sneaking into buildings and hiding in closets will be over. A knot forms in my gut and my eyes prickle. I sniff, nose running from the rain. There's no way I'm going to miss him. None. Nada. Absolutely zilch. I'm just frozen and want to go home.
Anastasia.
My name cuts through the wall of water moments before Bash comes into view.
What the hell are you doing? Why didn't you call the driver?
His words are clipped but soft, like he's trying to hold back his worry. My jaw trembles too hard to form words. His warm arms wrap around me, tucking my head under his chin as his umbrella protects us. He rubs his hands up and down my arms and along my back. The friction and heat from his hands aren't enough.
Jesus Christ, Stasia. What happened to your shoe?
He says, then lifts me into the air, cradling me to his body. I give in, curling myself into his chest and grabbing his coat. If I could meld myself into him, I would. He grumbles under his breath about crazy women as he approaches his car, parked half on, half off the curve. The flashing four-way lights illuminate the ground around them in rapid blinks. I go to get out of his arms as we approach, but he growls, stilling me.
I dare you to move.
It's low and rough, and sends heat between my thighs. Bash swings open the passenger door and sets me down on the heated seat before rounding the car and getting in on his side. My teeth are audibly clicking together as I try to warm my trembling hands in front of the air vent. At this point, I think it's fair to say I was thoroughly and embarrassingly wrong. Bash cranks the temperature higher, then stares at me, one brow raised in question.
Well?
I made a mistake. I can barely get the words out. I'm shaking so hard.
Fuck.
It's not cruel or harsh. Instead, that one syllable is laced with panic as he hauls me onto his lap.
You're killing me here.
You're getting wet. I try to push off him, but his hand grips my waist, banding me in place.
Are you kidding me right now? You're worried about me getting a little wet when you're shaking so hard I'm worried your teeth are going to break? Have some mercy on me and take care of yourself.
His thumb strokes my cheek.
I'm not cut out for worrying. It's bad for my image.
Amusement infuses the end of his sentence, and I bite back my smirk. Sebastian doesn't give a fuck about anything. Everett, out here fretting about me. Struggling to take off my coat, Bash helps me remove the wet fabric that suctioned itself to me. It's a little warmer without it now that the hot air is able to reach my skin. My head tilts to the side when I'm finally free. How did you find me anyway?
I tracked your phone.
He deadpans without an ounce of apology. I give up. You know what? I'm not even mad. A slow smirk lifts the corner of his lips, clearly enjoying my answer. His fingers curl around the back of my neck, and his arm bands around my waist. Before I know what's happening, he's flipped me into the passenger seat, adjusting it back before climbing over me. His hardness rests along my clit as he bends my knees forward toward my ears. I push my palm into his pec, shoving him back. What are you doing?
Getting you warm. What does it look like?
We're outside. Someone could see. I protest. He cans his head, the movement oddly animal-like.
Don't worry, I'll cover you.
His rough thumb rubs along my abdomen, his hand tightening around me in possession.
No one's going to see you naked but me.
The rain's still pounding down around us, providing a screen of privacy. I've obviously lost my mind because I shift, making room for him to raise my shirt. Goosebumps rise over my exposed breasts, and I gasp when Bash flattens his tongue, running it along the seam of my bra. The sound I make should be embarrassing, but I'm too enraptured in his touch to care. His gray eyes are dark as he watches me, waiting for my move. I don't waste time, pulling him toward me by the back of his neck and connecting my mouth with his. Our tongues swirl together, and I moan deep in my throat as he sucks on mine hard. There's a desperation to him that has me clinging to him. His mouth masters mine in a variation of slow, deep kisses, mixed with sharp teeth biting my bruised lip. He maneuvers so I'm folded in on myself and guides my pants and underwear to below my knees, leaving my lower half exposed beneath him. The way he adjusts me gives him a full view of my pussy. He hums and his tongue travels over his top teeth. I should feel vulnerable, but his intense gaze has me spreading my legs wider, wanting him to see more of me.
Such a pretty pussy, princess.
He says as he runs his thumb through my slit. It glides easily, and his demeanor darkens as he raises his hand and sucks my wetness.
You taste so fucking good.
He opens his mouth, and his spit pools from his lips into the palm. Shock ripples through me, replaced with lust as he fills me with 2 fingers. I instinctively rock into him, and he lowers his face, murmuring into my ear.
You're so greedy. Your pussy's already clenching around me, begging for more. That's what you want, right? More?
His words are like hot liquid filling my veins. My pulse pounds into my ears, making his voice the only thing I can hear.
It's not enough, though, is it? You want my cock stretching you wide and filling you deep. Fuck, Stacia.
He presses another finger into me and grinds his palm over my clit. I'm rocking against him, chasing my orgasm. Yes, please. Yes. I'm so close that I cry and dig my nails into his back when he removes his hand. It feels like torture having him remove his touch. I hadn't noticed him taking out his length, but he's pressing the tip to my entrance.
I'm going to fuck you now.
Thank God. I nod, and his eyes never leave mine as he fills me. The sensation is overwhelming, and my head tips back. It feels good. So good.
Fuck.
He groans low. He pulls back and thrusts hard, sending a ripple of pleasure through me. His pace is brutal as he seems to lose any semblance of control he had left. Sex with Bash is rough, untamed, like the very touch of me has him coming undone. I love it. I raise my hips and he growls as he goes deeper. He thrusts with a pounding force that steals my thoughts until all I can feel is ecstasy.
Stacia, you're so tight.
His movements grow uneven.
Come with me, baby.
As if his words command me, the orgasm he's been stoking rips through me with a thundering force. He pulls out, fisting his length and spurting hot cum over my stomach. I'm barely coherent as he wipes me off.
This wasn't the plan.
I want to ask him what the plan was, but I'm lightheaded from breathing so hard. He replaces my underwear, but drops my pants to the floor. I expect him to move to a seat. What I don't anticipate is for Bash to bring me with him. I'm seated across his lap, my feet in the passenger chair with his arms bracketing me. You can't drive like this. I go to lift up, but he stops me.
You're going to have to deal with it because I can't let you go.
He holds me with one arm and steers the few remaining blocks to his house with the other. I try to get off him, but he swoops me into his arms and carries me inside. He must have remotely turned the heat up because it's warm when we enter. I relax into him, giving up on any resistance, too tired to care as he rushes up the stairs and into our room. Bash turns on the tub, then takes controlled steps until he crowds me, fingers running along the edge of his coat in unhurried movements.
Let's take this off.
There's a magnetic pull toward him that I know I should stop. I can do this myself. Thank you for bringing me home.
What, are you shy now?
That freaking smirk. I press my palms against his chest, but there's no strength in them. I said I'm fine.
Princess, you are shaking so hard I'm afraid to let go of you. You are not fine.
Bash's knuckles graze a few inches beneath his coat, resting on my shoulder. It's sweet and soft, breaking down the barrier I'm trying to put between us. If he keeps touching me like this...
I won't look if you don't want me to.
He murmurs into my ear, sending shivers down my spine. His fingers span my waist as they make their way up. My chest expands as they graze the underside of my breast. "Liar," I whisper. There's an ache deep inside me as I wait for his touch. A low rumble forms in the back of his throat.
"I'm trying to be good here."
His white shirt is plastered to his chest. The curve and indents of his pecs are visible through the see-through fabric. My mouth waters, and I'm no longer cold. Instead, heat is coursing through my veins, converging between my thighs until my clit aches. My restraint snaps, and I undo each of his buttons, revealing more and more of his tanned skin. I'm frantically pushing it off his shoulders, then working at his belt. I don't care what's taken over me. The only thing that matters right now is him. Bash stills my hands with his own.
"Easy. I'm not going anywhere."
I look at my feet as embarrassment takes over. What the hell am I doing? "I'm sorry, I thought you wanted to." He grabs my hand and presses it against him, making it clear just how much he wants me.
"I'm fucking dying for you, princess, but I'm more worried about you catching pneumonia. So let's get you in the tub, shall we? Let me do this for you, Stasia. Let me take care of you."
My gaze travels up his face until I meet his gaze. It's not the frantic hunger I expected, but a deep pool of warmth that's beckoning me to get lost in it, promising everything will be okay.
"Let me take care of you."
The words settle in my chest as a seed grows. There's been a bone-deep guilt inside me, one that reminds me that I hurt the ones I love, that I don't deserve the people around me. But Bash, the way he looks at me, the sincerity in his voice, has that little seed opening. His request is so simple, but it feels so much bigger than this moment. Like if I just lean against him, everything will change. I'm scared. Bash grazes his thumb over my cheek. His calming strokes run along my neck, settling my racing thoughts. He doesn't repeat himself, not pushing me any farther than I want to go. Just this once, I want to sink into him and let him take everything away. Okay. I swallow, unable to meet his eyes in case he really can read my mind. Bash's smile is brilliant, like he just received a gift he's been waiting for as he guides his coat from my shoulders, the heavy fabric falling to the floor. He takes care to remove the rest of the thin fabric still clinging to me until I'm standing in front of him, naked, goosebumps raised along my skin. He barely kicked off his shoes before lifting me into the air and entering the tub with me in his arms. "What are you doing?" I gasp as I'm submerged under the hot water. Bash shifts me so I'm nestled between his knees and his chin rests on my shoulder.
"You're cold."
His voice is low, breath fanning over my temple, his words so matter-of-fact I could almost believe it's normal to get into a bath fully dressed. "You're insane," I say out of habit, but there's no edge to my voice. I'm being sucked under by this man, and for now, I don't intend to stop it. The warm water and his heat surrounding me finally eliminate the last of the chill that was clinging to me. I try to ignore the way the rough fabric of his shirt and pants makes every inch of where we touch more sensitive. Bash ignores my taunt as he lifts the shower wand and turns on the tap, taking several seconds to get the temperature right. He tilts my chin back with his thumb and forefinger, rinsing my hair under the warm stream. I'm frozen in place as he washes my strands, his fingers massaging my scalp and delicately running through the ends. As he works, he murmurs a meaningless stream of conversation, from what he had for dinner to how his coffee tasted burnt this morning. The mundane topics and his deep, soothing tone coax me until I'm resting against him, languid in his arms. The cloth slips where he's washing my thigh, and the end brushes my clit. It was barely a graze, but it has embers crackling, growing within my core as every inch of him beneath me seems to imprint on my skin. Bash hums low in his throat, the sensation vibrating through my shoulder blades. He does it again, this time intentionally, and a slight moan escapes my lips. His fingers tighten over my thigh momentarily before releasing. His voice is gravelly when he says,
"Princess, look at me."
As if compelled, I twist, my inhale cutting off when I meet his gaze. The air around us is heavy, a seriousness taking over as emotions I've been burying start to rise. His gray eyes reach into me, making promises I'm not ready to decode. The distance between our mouths closes until his breaths fan against my mouth. I want this. It's a truth that settles deep inside me as I close the distance between us. His lips are soft as they press against mine, seducing them open and deepening the kiss. If our kiss earlier was a crash of desperation, this one is a slow descent into need. Our tongues dance together as our shallow breaths merge. Each touch of his fingers along my back is a drawn-out caress, like he's taking his time memorizing my every curve. He shifts us so my face rests against his chest, nestled below his collarbone, and continues his path over my skin. Tingles erupt where Bash's thumb brushes my inner thigh, each sweep lower than the last. It's torturously slow. Every nerve ending, every molecule, every fiber of my being is focused on that barely there pressure, tension pulsing in my clit until it feels like I'll come apart the second he grazes it. I let out a frustrated huff, and he chuckles, pressing his mouth against my forehead. There's a current, alive under my skin, one that isn't above begging.
"I'll always take care of you,"
he murmurs. It's a promise, and my heart aches, but he silences my thoughts when his fingers slip between my folds. He touches me as if he knows me, a book he's already memorized, as if he already owns me. My orgasm builds over and over until it crashes like a wave into a cliff. I'm drowning in it, the never-ending pulses holding me underwater, unable to breathe. He strokes my neck, arm, back, helping me come down from my high. Bash kisses my forehead.
"You are my addiction, Anastasia. I hope you're ready for what that means."
Chapter 33. Anastasia. The robe Bash wraps me in is made of thick white terry cloth. He doesn't let go of me, which is good because I still don't have complete control over my legs. Bash washed me from head to toe, refusing to let me do anything while he took care of everything. There's a feeling of contentment growing inside me that I've never experienced before. Like everything that's happening right now is exactly how it should be. There's a sharp twist under my ribs at the thought of having to let this go. It's already too late to go back now, so I let Bash guide me to the bed where he sits me between his legs. My gaze snaps to him as the loud buzz of a hairdryer turns on. I can do that.
"Stasia, just let me. I know I don't have to, but I want to keep taking care of you."
He's so uncharacteristically serious that I turn forward and lower my head, giving him access. There's a warm, soft emotion expanding in my chest until it's hard to breathe. The ever-tightening tension that's been tugging my muscles loosens as he gently dries my hair. The warm air and his soft touch draw me into a blissful state I never want to wake up from. I'm careful not to examine it too closely as I relax in Bash's arms. The hairdryer clicks off.
There's an order ceremony tomorrow. I think that'll be the best time to sneak you back into the vault.
That snaps through my days, bringing me to the present. Tomorrow? I should be happy, ecstatic even. I'm about to get the tiara and free me of all of this, but there's a sinking sensation pulling me down. Tomorrow. I'll get my brother's stuff. After that, we'll be even, right? I want him to say no. Tell me some other outlandish plan, but his gaze is hard on me. There's an edge to it. He looks away.
Once you get the Kokoshnik tiara, we'll be even.
Does that make this our last night? Bash loosens, the muscles that were tense releasing as he gives me a playful smile.
You know you'll be miserable without me.
I hate that he's right.
Chapter 34. Bash. Stasia's even breaths fan across my chest as she sleeps. It's 3 a.m., and I've been holding her for hours, unable to look away. I felt it tonight, the moment she gave in to me, the sweetness of feeling like I finally caught her. So her mentioning our deal being over felt like a hot iron to the gut. Thank God I already had Damon move the tiara, because there's no fucking way she's escaping me. I just need a little more time. If there was any doubt she's the one for me, it was eradicated tonight as I melted into her. There's no getting away from me now. I don't care if I have to lock her up and chain her. It must be in my blood, because I don't feel bad about that idea at all. Her low hum vibrates against me as she snuggles into my chest. She's more honest in her sleep, trying to get closer to me. I stroke her hair back, careful not to wake her. Her lids twitch, and there's a soft curve to her lips. My teeth clench together. She better be dreaming about me. I tamp down the irrational feeling of being jealous of a fucking dream. I shift, and her nails dig into my chest. My name whispers on her lips as she holds me to her. Satisfaction courses through my veins, and I kiss her temple. If she wasn't so exhausted, I'd wake her up and fuck her all over again. I will do whatever it takes to keep Anastasia by my side. Once Xander gets me the information on her family, I'll be able to help her more than just getting this stupid fucking tiara. I can free her from all this bullshit that's holding her down. Then I'll call her on her bullshit and make her see that she's in love with me. We're fucking made for each other. Destined. From the moment I got close to her, it's been like fate has been an invisible string between us, pulling us closer. Obsession doesn't even begin to describe how I feel about her. She's my every thought, and now that I have her where I want her, she's never getting away. I meant it when I said she's my addiction, one I never plan on quitting. If my girl's too stubborn to admit it, I'll just have to fuck some sense into her. Chapter 35. Bash. Anastasia's stunning tonight, draped in a midnight blue gown that makes her eyes stand out. It clings to her body, flowing to the floor. Goosebumps rise along her bare back as I graze my fingers down her spine, stopping at the small of her back. I fucking love this dress. I twirl her around the dance floor, tugging her closer than necessary as we move. Tonight's ball is just another one in a million I've attended, but everything's different with her here. My intriguing little minx has me caught up in her. She thinks all of this is a pretense, a show we're putting on for the society to believe we're a couple. There's nothing fake about this. She'll be in my arms like this for the rest of her life. It infuriates me that even this close to me, she won't look at me. I can't stand it. I swoop her low, head nearly grazing the floor, and my blood hums in my veins when she gasps, gaze piercing mine. She's wild, glaring at me, and it has me coming alive. Before she can say anything, I've already moved us into a tight turn, stealing her breath. When we even out, I lean in, brushing my lips against her neck, basking in the way her body responds. I'm learning every time I touch her, memorizing each one of her reactions. That's how I know she's lying when she hisses,
Get off of me.
No. I bite the corner of my lip as I take in her flushed cheeks and don't stop myself from kissing her. She stiffens in my arms, but I lead her into the dance, the years of practice making it instinctive to us both.
Sebastian Everett, that's enough.
Her fist pounds into my chest. Oh, full name. I lean in closer, reveling in how she doesn't pull away. No matter what she says, she's as captivated as I am. The world around us disappears whenever I'm close to her.
We're in public.
Her words are breathy.
We can't do this.
Her denial is empty. I tighten my hold. This is exactly what you signed up for. Her rose-tinted lips part as she meets my gaze with hooded eyes. I lower my mouth, crowd be damned, needing to devour every inch of her. I swallow hard, losing my mind. She smirks, tilting her head.
The music's stopped.
I straighten, not giving a single fuck that all eyes are on us. The only thing I care about is pulling her into a closed room. I'm going to fuck her until she can't speak, and by the way she's watching me, she wants it as badly as I do. My phone buzzes in my pocket, and I groan. Could I convince her to give up on finding the Tiara tonight? She shifts out of my arms, and I already know the answer to that.
Is the ceremony starting?
She asks. I huff. Yeah, we've got 10 minutes.
I stashed my stuff in the same closet as last time.
I give her a wicked smirk, and her eyes narrow on me.
Don't even think about it.
I raise my hands and surrender. I don't know what you're talking about. My thoughts are completely pure. I can't speak for yours, though. Her rage is palpable as she twists on her heels and stomps out of the room. I follow after her, not even caring that I'm acting like a puppy on a leash. As long as she's holding it, I'll listen. My shoulder blades rest against the wall as I wait for Stasia to change. I'm standing guard in front of the closet she disappeared into. I cross my arms and take a relaxed pose, one that no one would question. A saint approaches me from down the hall, already wearing his cloak and mask. He's easy to pick out. The same guy from when Stasia kicked his ass in poker. I glance at the still-closed door. It would be hard to explain if she came out of there. Not that I'd mind finding creative ways to keep him quiet, and God knows I'm not above dropping him to the bottom of the ocean. He bows. Lord, it's a nice evening, isn't it? I hear we're doing an initiation ceremony tonight. I look at him, making it clear I heard, then look away, dismissing him without words. Cromwell stiffens, but he doesn't dare say anything. To challenge me here would be a death sentence, and he knows it. He'd already been pushing his luck the other night. When he disappears down the hall, I knock on the closet door. You almost ready? It creaks open, a silver mask looking up at me. She's covered from head to toe, but I can still make out the red of her hair, which she's tied back into her hood. My small smirk grows with anticipation. This is going to be fun.
Stop looking at me like that or everyone will know,
she whispers. I brush my thumb over her bottom lip, tugging it down. I can't help it. How are you so pretty, even dressed like your brother?
Don't tell me you have a crush on him.
I can't read her face, but her voice is pure annoyance. Is my girl jealous? If he looks like you, I wouldn't put it past me. I'm smiling wide now, loving her every reaction.
Fine, I'll get you his number when this is all over. Now get away from me.
She's tense, and I can see the glint in her eyes through her mask. Come on, princess. You know you're the only one for me. I pull her hood lower, covering her completely. The last thing I want is for her to be caught. I may be a lord, but it'll still be a pain in the ass to get her out of it. She turns her head to the side, pointing toward where the stairs lead down the vault. She's obviously pissed, but I just like that even more. Following her again, I let her lead the way to the entrance, where she stops. She's trembling, and I place my palm on the small of her back. We're running late, giving us privacy since all the members of the Order of Saints will already be below. You don't have to do this. I can get it, I tell her, and a sliver of guilt threads through me. I'm fully aware we're on a pointless mission, and Damon's already moved the Kokoshnik Tiara.
I have to do this. It's my job to fix my family.
Her voice is weak, and I hate it. I want to call her out on it. Tell her she doesn't need to be the one to do everything, that I'm more than willing to make her problems go away. But she's already turning away from me and making her way down the stairs. Fuck my life. I take several beats before heading down the other staircase and meet my brothers at the bottom. Where the hell have you been? Matthias asks. Why, did you miss me? I wink. His eyes narrow on me, but Damon's tossing my robe my way. I tie my mask and wrap the heavy fabric of my cloak over my shoulders, pulling the hood over my head. There's a buzz of anticipation like a live wire running through me. I'm thoroughly looking forward to pinning her against that bookshelf, but this time I won't stop at kissing her. The idea of fucking her in the vault, where at any moment we could get caught, has my dick growing hard. The thick wood door opens into the ceremony room, and the murmurs grow silent as I enter the hall. The masked figures are lined up on either side of the aisle, heads bowed low, hiding their faces, making it impossible to make them out. I wish I'd paid more attention over the years, so I'd know which spot belongs to the Volkov family. My steps slow, and Matthias nearly crashes into my back. Hurry the fuck up. I want to get this over with and head home. I roll my eyes, hidden under the mask, and make my way to my throne. Each of the lords has one. Damon's is placed slightly ahead to denote him as the leader of the Order of Saints. I collapse into my seat, lounging against the hardwood. You'd think with our positions we'd be able to get something more comfortable. I glance to Xander's empty seat, and there's a hollowness in my chest. That bastard better come back soon. He's abandoned me here. I've been bored out of my mind without him. Tonight's different, though. Tonight, Stasia's in the crowd. I scan the sea of black, looking for an indication to figure out which one is her. Part of me would hate it. Anything that reveals who she is a risk, but the other part fucking wishes I could tell. It's the hot brand of her gaze that gives her away. The only one looking at me, not Damon. I can't make out any of her features, but I'm sure it's her. I spend the entire ceremony focused on her. The words being said and the promises made are nothing but background noise. I'm captivated by my girl, and the seconds are ticking down until I can get her into my arms again. What the fuck are you looking at? Matthias asks, his voice a gravelly whisper. He's going to kill me if he finds out. I'm bored. You don't look bored. That's when I notice I'm sitting forward, elbows pressed on my knees. Fuck. I relax back in my chair, but Matthias's attention stays on me as if assessing my every move. He stiffens. Don't tell me you brought my future sister into the fucking vault. Fine, I won't tell you, I smirk, knowing damn well it'll piss him off. What are little brothers for? Are you kidding me right now? His voice rises, and Damon looks back at us in question. Shit. If we don't stop, we'll be the ones who give her away. Matthias and I stay quiet, both looking forward, but I can practically feel his rage. It's going to be a bitch getting out of here. He's used to my antics, but apparently bringing Stasia into this is more than he can take. If only he knew this was all her. I'm pretty sure she'd kill me if I tried to keep her home. Well, at the very least, she'd go ahead without me, and I can't let that happen. At first, it was amusing to help her, but now I'm determined to protect her while not diminishing her light. For whatever reason, my girl wants to do this on her own, and I, for one, won't stop her. Just delay her a little, that's all. Finally, the ceremony ends, and the saints stand. I watch as Stasia gracefully makes her way through the crowd and out the back hallway. I ignore my brothers as they call me and chase after my little thief.
Chapter 36. Anastasia. My heart's pounding in my chest, hard enough to break my ribs. Every second I spend in the vault feels like I'm standing on a landmine. I'll admit having Bash in there with me helped settle my nerves. If I'm caught, I'm sure he'll find a way to get me out of it. I don't dig into that too much, not wanting to know why I'm so sure he'll come to my rescue. It's not like he's known for his reliability. The thought sits heavy in my chest, calling out the lie. Bash has done everything he's promised, and as much as I hate to admit it, I'm beginning to depend on him. I'd lost my mother and nanny on the same day, both mother figures vanishing in the same second. I told myself from that point on I wouldn't rely on anyone else, and the only person who's been able to make me break that promise has been Nikolai. Which makes it all the more surprising that the one who's broken through is the youngest Everett. He's the last person I should trust, but I do. It's easy to navigate my way through the hall, already familiar with where I'm going from the previous time. Knowing I'm so close to getting the item I need to free me and Nikolai from the Salvatores and get our lives back uncoils the knot that's been in my stomach since the second we found out about the debt. I should be ecstatic, but the sensation is tainted by the fact this marks the end of Bash's and my deal. I turn into the small room. The same floor-to-ceiling bookshelves line the wall, and the table stands proudly in the middle. My shoes freeze in place like they're cemented to the floor. Everything I wanted is about to happen. All I have to do is open the case and grab the Kokoshnik tiara. This needs to happen. My brother's happiness depends on it. Hell, our safety depends on it. So why am I hesitating? Actually, there's nothing that says my deal with Bash is over just because we fulfilled my end. He still needs someone to trick his brothers, right? At least for the next bit. At least until I can sort out how I'm feeling and let him go.
What are you thinking about, Princess?
Bash's voice is a low purr, his breath brushing against my exposed neck. Startled, I stumble forward, but he catches me around the waist before I can fall.
Easy there. It's just me.
The relief I feel at his touch tells me just how screwed I really am. He called me his addiction. What exactly does that make him? Let go of me. We're supposed to be sneaking. Bash snorts and gestures to the table. His eyes gleam with mischief when he says,
After you.
Infuriating bastard. I murmur under my breath.
What was that?
He asks with a soft laugh. I internally roll my eyes and step up to where the glass case still sits in the same spot. I have the code. All I need to do is grab the item and get the hell out of here, preferably with all my fingers and toes intact. Someone's covered it with a black velvet cloth, and tingles shoot up my arm as I reach to remove it. Something isn't quite right about this entire thing. Why would anyone go out of their way to cover the tiara that's been sitting here since before I was born? There's a slight shake in my fingers as I grasp the corner of the fabric and lift it. Dread slams into my stomach with enough force to make me choke. There, in the center of the glass case, is a piece of cardstock that says, Kokoshnik tiara moved for cleaning. My head shakes from side to side, quickening as reality sinks in. I was so close. I wobble on my feet and catch myself with a palm on the table before I can topple over.
What is it?
Bash asks hesitantly. He's still behind me, but he's not touching me anywhere. I turn to him, opening my mouth, and then closing it before trying to speak again. It's not here. The tiara's not here. My voice cracks. They moved it. Pressure builds in my chest as I struggle to take in a breath against the weight of reality. I don't believe this is happening. It should be here. It has to be here.
Anastasia?
Bash grips my arms and shakes me. His gaze is on me, eyes full of something I can't read as they search mine.
I've been calling you.
I swallow hard. It's not here. A strangled sob escapes from the back of my throat and I collapse into his chest. I want to hide inside of him and pretend like this isn't real. Bash guides me back so that he can see my face. He looks torn apart as he watches me. He cups my cheeks and brushes my tears away.
I'm so sorry. If I'd realized...
I sniff. What do you have to be sorry for? His brows pinch together and his forehead touches mine.
I fucked up. I never want to see you cry.
What he's saying doesn't make sense. Does he mean because we got here after it was already moved? I just need to find it again. I say weakly. I don't have enough time to track it down, and this time, Bash doesn't know either. My face is wet with tears, and I must look like an absolute disaster, but I can't bring myself to care. I just need to wallow in self-pity for a few more minutes. Then I'll pull myself back together. I clench my teeth, but my lips still tremble. I have to find it. More is riding on this than Russian arranged marriages. If I'm not able to get this done fast enough, the Salvatores aren't going to give me another chance.
You're shaking.
Bash's voice is low, full of concern. He straightens and meets my eyes.
I'll talk to Damon, figure out where they moved the tiara. We'll get it. I promise.
I thought you couldn't go to him, that you'd get in trouble. His eyes are shifty, and there's a tightness to his face that could almost be read as guilt.
I don't fucking care what he does to me so long as you stop crying.
He kisses my forehead.
I'll get it back. Trust me.
I don't have to do this alone. He's going to help me. Everything will be fine. I bury my face into his shoulder, breathing in his scent and letting his words wash relief over me. Okay, I trust you.
Chapter 37. Bash. Careful, it's hot, I say, handing Stasia a cup of tea where she sits on the sofa. She still looks shaken from earlier. Some of her light dimmed after realizing the Tiara she needs is gone. I am such a fucking asshole. The lowest of low pond scum that has ever had the misfortune of being in her vicinity. In my selfishness, I never once considered how this would all affect her. My only saving grace is I meant my promise. I'm going to fix all of this so she never looks that broken again. I expected anger, so I wasn't prepared for the fear in her eyes when she found the Tiara missing. I need her to explain it all to me on her own without me pushing her. Sitting on the sofa, I pull her onto my lap so she's sitting across my knees. My throat constricts when she doesn't fight me. Instead, she rests her head against my shoulder, knuckles white on the mug. Not knowing what's going on with her is eating me alive. Each second, another bite out of my willpower. My need to figure out what the hell is happening so I can actually do something about it has me about to explode.
Bash?
Stasia's voice is soft, broken, and my heart rips when her blue eyes shine with tears. She sets her mug on the table, and her lips tremble when she says,
You shouldn't be close to me. I'm not a good person to be around. Everyone ends up getting hurt.
You're not a good person? Little Miss donates her time to teach kids ballet? Breaks into buildings to help her brother? I call bullshit. She chuckles softly, but goes quiet, staring at her navel for several aching seconds before speaking.
If I hadn't been so selfish, she'd never have fallen, and I'm the reason my family's in this mess to begin with. Nikolai gave up his childhood to raise me. My father hated me.
She rasps in a breath between sentences, and the sound nearly kills me.
I'm the reason my mom died.
She's tearing herself apart thread by thread in front of me as she confesses, cracks forming as she unravels. Stop! I grip her arms and twist her so she's straddling my thighs, facing me. I'm so fucking furious I'd dig her dad up and kill him again if I could. Who gives you the authority to take all of this on yourself? You were a kid when your mom passed away. A child, Stasia. Would you ever blame Olivia if something were to happen to her parents? Do you think Matthias would ever abandon his kids for any reason? I cup her cheeks. Your father is the only person that has anything to be guilty about. He left you in this position. I'd be pissed at your brother for making you do all this on your own, but knowing you didn't give him a chance to do anything else. Watery smile, eyes shifting down and to the side. Guilty. I want to see her smile, laugh, break away from all of this. But I know firsthand the kind of damage a dark past can bring. For some reason, my girl thinks this is all her fault, and I'm going to do everything I can to prove her wrong. I brush her scarlet hair behind her ear, stroking her cheek with my thumb. Tell me about your mom, I ask softly. Tears pool in her eyes, fanning over her bottom lashes and down her cheeks, and I freeze. Fucking idiot. You're supposed to be soothing her, not making it worse. She relaxes in my arms and snuggles into my chest.
You would have loved her. She was...
Delightful? Effervescent? Remarkable? I ask. She tilts her head, studying me.
Do you remember her?
I shake my head. Not really, but I know you. She snorts.
Oh, man. That was really corny.
Are you seriously laughing right now? I'm over here confessing I snapped my mouth shut. Not the time, dumbass. I remember her hair, how it looked just like yours does now, I say, before she can process my ramblings. It works because her eyes soften as if she's looking through her own memories.
It was my 5th birthday, you know? I was so excited.
She feels too light in my arms as she begins to tremble.
I know.
She sniffles.
I know it was an accident. Of course I can understand that, but if it wasn't for me, if I didn't insist on that stupid freaking balloon, the truth is I knew she'd get it from me. She'd always done everything to make me happy. I should have told her it was dangerous, but I just wanted it so bad.
I brush the hair from her face. You know it's not your fault. So why do you keep blaming yourself?
Because
her eyes are sharp.
I can't rewind time and fix it. There's no getting her back. It might not be my fault, but no matter what, I'm still the reason she climbed on that counter. The reason she fell. If it wasn't for me, the Volkov family wouldn't have imploded that day.
I never knew the specifics around the death of Mrs. Volkov other than she passed from a fall. Xander's words from the other day don't sit well. He said that the Russians may have played a part in it. I can't tell Stasia yet. It wouldn't do anything but hurt. But I'll ask Xander to keep digging. If I find out they made my girl hurt like this, I'll gladly rip them apart. Listen, Anastasia. You are going to stop beating yourself up for this right now. You are not the reason your mother passed. It was a tragic accident, and it never should have happened. There's nothing fair about it, but you hating yourself over it won't change that. Promise to stop blaming yourself? Her nose is red, and she's still not meeting my gaze, but she nods. Good. Now, tell me why you need this tiara, because I know it's not just to avoid your brother getting married. I don't bother mentioning the Russians' plans to marry her off, because that's never been a possibility from the start. Not if any of them want to survive.
My dad borrowed money from the Salvatore family.
Fucking idiot. She covers her face with her palms.
We didn't know until after he died. We went to our Russian family for a loan, but they wanted the Kokoshnik tiara first.
He is so fucking lucky he's already dead. The Salvatores are ruthless in the way they do business, ruling the ones under them with fear. A shudder runs down my spine at the thought of what the Salvatore organization does with women who can't repay their debts.
You're hurting me.
Stasia squeaks, and I loosen my grip. Sorry, I grit out. I'm just processing the fact that your father may actually be a bigger asshole than mine was, and I'm really not sure how I feel about him being knocked down from that top spot. I basically made daddy issues my entire personality. She chuckles, and some of the spark returns to her eyes, easing the tension curling in my chest.
I know what you're doing.
Oh, yeah? I drop my forehead to hers. What's that?
Trying to make me laugh.
She tilts her head so our lips brush against each other. Is it working? I rasp. I'm grateful when she shoves me back because God knows how far I would have taken this. Somehow, I don't think fucking her on the couch is the right way to go. I crack my neck. So, you get the tiara, and your Russian family will release your brother and give you the money to pay off the Salvatores?
Pretty much. I know I'm putting too much trust into them, that they don't have a lot of reasons to help us, but honestly, asking for the tiara made more sense than them just lending us the money. Plus, now we won't actually owe them anything after. Nikolai will be free to do what he wants for the first time in his life.
I tamped down the sickening pit of jealousy. Apparently, I'm going to be jealous of anyone she cares about for the foreseeable future. None of this sits right with me. Not her mom's death, the way her dad gambled all their money, and especially not the Russians' willingness to help. Power never wants to give up power, and a family like that wouldn't do anything from the kindness of their heart. Anastasia's mine now, which means her problems are mine. Whether she's ready to realize it or not, she's not alone in this. I stroke her back in long, slow movements and promise, I'll help you. It's hours before Stasia's breath evens out and she's finally asleep. I carefully disentwine her arms from around my waist, careful not to wake her as I get out of bed. I collapse against the sofa, fisting my hair and yanking hard on the end. I royally fucked up. This whole time, I had no idea what she was going through, and I should have fucking known. I should know everything about her. I pull out my phone and dial Damon. I'm going to fix this right now. Do you have any idea what time it is? Damon's voice is rough with sleep. He used to be an insomniac, but his wife, Misty, fixed that years ago. Now it's their kids who keep him up at night. I fucked up, Damon, I say. Shuffling noises come from the other side of the phone and the click of a door shutting. What's up? I have no doubt I could tell him I murdered someone in Times Square, and he'd help cover it for me. I didn't realize why Stasia needed that tiara. I hurt her, damn. I hurt my girl. You're a fucking idiot, he deadpans. I know. So where did you put it so I can fix this? He clears his throat, and there's a long pause before he answers. I gave it to the archives. Jesus Christ! I didn't mean to make it impossible to get back. The Archives is the Order of Saints' highest guarded building. It's what holds everything the Order wants to keep safe. The fact that the Kokoshnik tiara wasn't already placed in there tells you just how precious the other items are. You told me to hide it. What did you expect? Damon says, the sound of his fridge opening and closing soft in the background. I wanted to search for it, not risk our lives stealing it. I drop my head back and pinch my nose. This is going to be a problem. I promised Stasia I would get the tiara, but even as a lord, it'll be hard to retrieve it from the archive. It's a fortified building. It won't be as simple as getting an ID and wearing a disguise. Not impossible, but not easy either. Too late. You should have been more specific. Watch yourself. They aren't going to want to give it up. You should have seen how excited those greedy bastards were when I dropped it off. I should confess that I can go in there and request it. It might require some begging on my part, but I can get it. None of the actual sneaking in and stealing portion of our plan was ever necessary, but even with her tears, I still want to drag this out a little longer. I never said I was a good person, and if one more day with her allows me to convince her she's mine, then I will take it. Daddy, my nephew says, and I wince. Damon is going to kill me. What are you doing up, kiddo? Damon asks in a voice he only uses with his kids. I heard you talking. You are so dead, Damon growls into the phone, raising the hair at the back of my neck. He can be scary as fuck when he wants to be. Got to go. Bye. I quickly hang up. Now that's taken care of, I'm ready to climb back into bed and cuddle up with my girl. First, I need to settle things with the Salvatoris, because like fuck am I going to let her stay at risk? Not when I'm the one dragging this out. I dial the head of the Salvatore family. He picks up within 3 rings. To what do I owe the pleasure of being contacted by the youngest Everett brother? His voice is clear. I'm not surprised I didn't wake him. His world operates at night. You own a debt for the Volkov family. I own a lot of people's debts. What's it to you? He asks. You're going to sell it to me. I state. Now, why would I do that? Because I'll pay double? He laughs. Fuck, that redhead got you good, didn't she? Don't speak about her. I won't warn you again. So, we have a deal? I think you're a fucking idiot, but we have a deal. Never said I wasn't. I'll have my accountant wire you the money, so make sure you get the paperwork aligned. I can hear the smirk in his voice. As always, it's a pleasure doing work with you. I hang up the phone. I'll gladly be an idiot when it comes to her. She'll probably hate me for this, but I'll fix that too. She snuggles into me, my name soft on her lips the second I climb into bed. I kiss the top of her head and whisper, I love you, Stasia.
Chapter 38. Anastasia. It's been 2 days since Bash told me he'd help me find the Kokoshnik Tiara, and I think the wait is making me go insane. He hasn't let me out of his sight, instead spending every second glued to my side, which makes it doubly weird that he wasn't home when I woke up this morning. Hope filled my chest when he sent a text letting me know he was meeting with his brothers. I'm going to get the tiara back. Everything will work out fine. I reassure myself over and over. I curl my feet under me as I wait for him to come home. When did I start thinking of this place like that? No matter how hard I resisted, there's no use denying that I've fallen for him. I'm not sure how it happened, but he managed to snake his way into my closed-off heart. Now I can't imagine living a second away from him. I've decided once we get the tiara back, I'm going to tell him how I feel, and just hope for the best. From the way he's been acting, it's likely he feels the same, but there's always the twisted possibility that this has all been a game to him, something to keep him amused while passing the time. I can't exactly put it past him. It's hard to know when he's serious or not. Acid burns the back of my throat at the thought of him turning me down. No, I won't believe that. I'm not sure how or why, but somehow that devious bastard is made for me.
Babe, I'm home.
Bash calls out as he strides through the front door. My knees creak as I get off the floor where I've been sitting in front of my laptop, not registering what's happening in my show for the last several hours. Bash comes over and helps me to my feet, pulling me into his arms and kissing me. His mouth is hot on mine, and I don't hesitate to open for him. There's no denying that my body craves him, and I've given up trying. The brush of his tongue, the stroke of his hand, the way my name falls from his lips all chip away at my sanity. Heat that only he can tame builds in my core, burning me from within. I grip his shirt and start to tug it over his head, and he chuckles.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
You're turning me down? I gasp.
I think what he means is you have company.
Xander Everett says from the entry where he's looking everywhere other than at us. The heat swirling in my stomach turns to nausea as mortification takes over. Bash wraps his arms around me, tugging me into his chest.
Ignore him. I, for one, want you to greet me like that every day.
His hold tightens when I try to pull away, trapping me.
Never be embarrassed for wanting me, Anastasia. Nothing could make me happier.
A thrill tingles in my nerves, buzzing under my skin. Xander coughs, cutting in, and I'm once again delving into mortification. Let go of me before I headbutt you. I whisper growl at Bash, fully reverting back to that little girl I once was, fighting with her brother. Oh, if he could see me now. Actually, he'd probably tell me to kick him in his balls.
Oi, hey now.
Bash lets go, dropping his hands to cover where my knee nearly connected with his sensitive bits.
No need to be rough. Well, I could be into it, but we definitely need a safe word. I'm delicate. You are fucking disgusting,
Xander says.
Now stop thinking with your dick and remember why you brought me here in the first place.
Bash stiffens, any playfulness vanishing. His brows pull in tight and low.
Xander has information you need to hear, Anastasia.
I look at Xander, who's standing awkwardly with his arms crossed over his chest, obviously not comfortable, but also not leaving. Whatever it is, he thinks it's worth wading through all of this embarrassment to say it to me. The hair on my neck lifts. All right, what is it? Bash's wide palm splays over the small of my back as he guides me to the sofa.
You're going to want to sit down.
I take my seat and don't miss the way Bash flutters around the room, fussing over me. He's already brought me a glass of water and a blanket, which he proceeded to tuck around my legs. This big bad lord has been reduced to a helicopter parent. Xander raises a brow, looking from Bash to me.
What did you do to my brother?
I swear I had nothing to do with it. He wasn't like this when he left this morning.
Another Everett bites the dust.
Xander mumbles as he pulls out a laptop and places it on the coffee table in front of me.
Anastasia, you are going to want to prepare yourself.
The paused video is of a familiar house decorated for a little girl's birthday. In the bottom right-hand corner, the image of my mom watching me steal a cupcake is frozen in place. How did you get this?
Turns out your house was equipped with several security cameras at the time. I edited the video so it'll end before the actual fall, but there's something I think you should see for yourself.
My throat grows dry, and I swallow hard as my heart constricts. There's a warmth to my mother's smile that I haven't felt since that day. I'm still glancing at Bash, who's looking at me with concern. Maybe that's not true anymore. I think back to all the smirks and grins he's given me, and some of the ache eases from my chest. I didn't realize he'd been slowly filling that void, stitching the deep tear within me and helping it heal. Bash stands behind me on the sofa and wraps his arms around my shoulders, whispering in my ear.
I've got you, Stasia.
With his reassurance, I gestured to Xander to hit play, unsure if I can speak. A mix of pain and loneliness fills my chest as I watch my mother call out to me. It's hard to breathe as my ribs compress against my pounding heart. I'm ready to call this off when Bash draws slow, soothing circles with his thumb on the nape of my neck, a silent reassurance that I'm not alone. Focusing on the screen, I entwine our fingers and grip his hand. I'm positive it hurts, but he doesn't say a word, just continuing the circles with his other hand. My mother fixes my hair, tucking a strand behind my ear, then straightens my tiara. Her love is palpable even now. My lungs still when the balloon unravels, and I want to cry out when she starts to climb onto the counter. If I'd just told her it didn't matter, none of this would have happened. I'd still have her in my life. Tears burn my eyes and my vision blurs, but I don't look away. My younger self turns toward the opposite room, disappearing out of frame. My pulse is racing in my ears as the scene continues. Turn it off. My voice is a quiet plea.
Just a little longer. I promise it's important.
Bash murmurs in my ears, squeezing my hand. I nod silently, body trembling as the scene unfolds. My mother's on her tiptoes, reaching high into the air, fingers brushing the red ribbon. I'm so focused on her, I don't see the man entering the kitchen until he's inches away from her. I want to scream for her to watch out, even though I know it's futile, but my throat's constricted. My mother doesn't notice the stranger reaching out until he's gripped her ankle.
Thank you for making this easy on me.
His cold, bored tone makes me nauseous. This is nothing to him when it was everything to me. My mother's blue eyes, which look so much like mine, are wide with terror as he yanks her feet from beneath her, a scream escaping her lips. The screen goes black, and I'm frozen, arm reaching out to her, sobbing cries escaping my lips. I shake my head back and forth. What just happened? That's not what happened. She slipped. It's as if my brain's working through tar as it tries to click the pieces together. It wasn't an accident. Someone killed my mother. Confusion turns to a searing rage, and my body trembles with the pent-up emotion. I'm standing before I realize it, ready to throw something. My hands are clenched at my side, the overwhelming desire to break something taking over. Helplessness that I can't change the past singes my veins, creating an ever-growing pressure, bubbling on the verge of boiling over and exploding. Suddenly, Bash's gray eyes are in front of me, brows pulled together with concern. My fists pound into his chest over and over, but he doesn't move, taking every ounce of my frustration. It's only when my shoulders sag that he pulls me into him, trapping my arms between us. I'm going to kill whoever did this. I grit through my teeth.
Don't worry, Princess. I'll help you.
He murmurs promises in my ears of death and murder, and nothing has ever sounded sweeter. With every passing second, the red haze clears and is replaced with the uneasy feeling of self-consciousness. I completely lost control of myself, and if it wasn't for Bash, I'm not sure how long it would have lasted. My fingers splay over his chest. I'm sure if I lift his shirt, there will be bruises from where I hit him. That's the first time in my life I felt the need to retaliate so badly I'm willing to do anything.
What are you thinking about, Princess?
Bash asks, gently guiding my chin up. I keep my gaze cast down, unable to see him look at me differently. I may have never been perfect, but at least I wasn't some kind of bloodlust psycho. I don't know what came over me. I'm sorry. His laugh vibrates against me, and he kisses the top of my head.
Don't be. You look hot when you're vicious. There's more you need to know.
Xander cuts in, and I startle, having forgotten he was there. I keep getting so lost in Bash, the world around me disappears. I'll be honest, I'm not sure I can take any more. I say as the adrenaline I was experiencing a second ago fades. Bash releases me and gives me an encouraging smile. Using his strength, I say to Xander, "All right, what is it?"
Your grandmother called in the hit.
He looks apologetic when he says it, like he's sorry for hurting me. But I don't feel any pain. Instead, the anger from seconds ago returns in a flash. I'm pacing back and forth, energy tingling just beneath my skin. You've got to be kidding me. I'm going to kill those bastards. Bash smirks.
Darling, we are going to kill them. Don't forget about me.
I let out an involuntary laugh and sigh. Yes, Bash, we are going to kill them.
I know you two lovebirds want to go on a murder spree right now, but I looked into the Romanovs. It's not going to be simple to roll up on her. You will need to be smarter than that to get close.
Xander removes his glasses and cleans them. A vein in my temple pulses as I wait for him to elaborate.
Spit it out before she kills you.
Bash warns. Xander clears his throat.
I suggest, now that you know where the Kokoshnik Tiara is located, you get it and use it to acquire an audience with the Russians.
Xander smirks, and for the first time reminds me of his brother.
Then you can kill her.
I whip back to Bash. Wait, you know where it is? The video was all I could think about. I didn't even remember what Bash went to do in the first place.
Yeah, about that.
Bash sucks in a breath through his teeth, wincing.
It's in the Order of Saints archive. It's not going to be easy to get in there.
Okay, easy enough. I'll call Nikolai, let him know what I'm doing, and get the lowdown on the archives from him. Shouldn't be too much harder than the vault. I look around the living room searching for anything I should bring. I don't have a disguise for this. Should I break in?
Stasia, what are you doing?
What do you mean? They killed my mom. I'm getting that stupid tiara and then I'm going to kill that bitch. I hiss.
See, this is what I love about you.
He says it like a joke, but his gaze is warm, pulling me into him and making me feel safe. Xander rolls his eyes and pinches his nose.
Later, Bash. We'll talk about this later.
So, let's go. I state, knowing that Bash will be at my side.
I hate to break it to you, Bonnie and Clyde, but you'll have to postpone your little massacre. There's an order meeting tonight.
Bash scoffs, but Xander shakes his head.
You can't miss this one. Even I had to come into town.
I clasp one arm across my chest, holding the other as restlessness grows within me. My legs jitter up and down on my toes. I don't have time to waste. I need to do this right now. I'll just go on my own. That was the plan to begin with.
Absolutely not.
Bash holds both my arms, stilling me.
Listen to me, Stasia. Do not go there without me. This isn't like breaking into one of our offices. They won't hesitate to kill you first and ask questions second.
I glare up at him, but he doesn't back down until I let my air out in a whoosh. Fine.
That's my girl. Just wait one more day and we can get everything ready, and I'll go with you.
If you can't go tomorrow, I'm doing it without you. I huff and plop down on the sofa, feeling drained. Bash leans over me, his breath fanning over my mouth.
You don't have to worry about that. I'm looking forward to it. Those old guys won't know what hit them.
He presses our lips together, nibbling on my bottom one until I open, and he takes the kiss deeper. Xander groans, rubbing his temples, looking like he wants to be anywhere but here.
Jesus Christ. We have to go. Listen, fucker.
Bash says, gaze slicing to his brother, the danger he keeps hidden peeking through the cracks of his annoyance. Xander throws up his hands.
The sooner we go, the sooner you can be back, and everyone will be happy. Fair.
Bash presses his forehead to mine.
I expect you to be awake when I get home. On second thought, I think I'll enjoy waking you up.
Heat pools between my thighs, imagining waking up to Bash touching me. His eyes are hooded with a fire behind them that has my mouth watering. The front door slams shut, startling us.
Fuck, I have to go.
Bash says, disappointment clear in his tone. Hurry, I say, biting my lip. I'm probably pushing this flirtation a bit too far, but it's clearly working. Bash pulls on his hair, groaning.
Wait right here, preferably naked. I'll be right back.
A laugh breaks from my chest and I wink. Yes, sir.
Jesus fucking Christ, she's trying to kill me.
He mumbles, rubbing his hand over his face. I'm still laughing when the door closes behind him. He's somehow eased my agitation. at least for now. With several hours to wait, I lift my phone and make my long overdue call to my brother. I've avoided this since I started to question my feelings, but after everything I've just learned, I need to hear his voice.
Hello?
Nikolai answers, his voice edged.
Anastasia?
Yeah, it's me. How are you? I can't help picturing him in that house, surrounded by the people who killed our mother. We were wrong to go to them in the first place, and now Nikolai's wide open for an attack. If I tell him about what happened to Mom, he's going to lose it. So I'll have to keep it quiet a little longer. He deserves to know, but I can't trust him to not be reckless. Even if I'm not responsible for my mother's death, I still owe Nikolai for all of the years he sacrificed to take care of me. My teeth grind together as my brother continues to speak, but I don't hear him. My mind is working through every decision. No matter how many options I go through, I keep coming up with the same thing. I can't leave him there. I can't wait.
Chapter 39. Bash. It feels like we've been here forever, but we're only on our second complaint. Not that I've been listening, having tuned it out long ago. My fingers drum on the wooden chair in a repeated pattern as I force myself to remain seated. I'd asked Damon to put in a call to get the Tiara back. One look at Anastasia tonight let me know I'm done messing around. I'm going to hell for putting that helpless look in her eye when she realized Nikolai is being kept by the same people who murdered her mother. I just need to get through this bullshit meeting, and then I can keep her distracted until we get the Kokoshnik Tiara. My cock grows stiff, thinking about all the ways I can make her forget. My robe's stifling tonight, and I adjust it for the 5th time. The fabric gets caught, and I shift on my seat, yanking it out. I can't get comfortable. An uneasiness has settled into my bones, and the longer this takes, the less I think it's because I miss my girl. There are alarm bells ringing in my head that something is not quite right, and I'm itching to get out of here. "Snap out of it," Xander says as he stands up. I mirror his actions as 3 men bow to us, then return to their spots. My brothers and I resume our seated positions. All this up and down reminds me of church. Xander's keen gaze is on me. "Seriously, what is going on with you?" "Something feels off," I whisper. He doesn't dismiss me. Instead, his head tilts to the side, and I swear I can see him thinking. He shrugs. "Your girl's at home. We're all here." He looks at Matthias, who's already watching us. He's pissed. "How are the girls?" Xander asks, cutting off whatever our older brother was going to say. He pulls his phone from his pocket, hits a few buttons, then raises a brow at us. "Fine. What's up?" Xander points at me. "Bash is feeling off." "What kind of off?" Matthias asks, but I'm no longer paying attention. I followed Matthias's example when he pulled out his phone, and now I'm watching Stasia dressed all in black as she leaves the house through the side door. She's holding a fucking rope. Prickling crawls up my neck as I flip through the security cameras as she makes her way past the 2 men I left to keep her safe. They'll both be looking for new jobs tomorrow. I have half a mind to put in a call and have my soon-to-be wife stopped, but something tells me I know exactly where she's going, and I'm going to be the one who catches her. I stand, not able to stay another second longer. Damon grabs my wrist as I go to walk off the dais. "Where the fuck are you going?" "My girl needs my help." "Everything okay with my little sister? You're not fucking this up, are you?" Everyone is watching us, curiosity written in their silence, but I don't give a flying fuck. I just need to get out of here. "We're good. I'll let you know if we need your help. Right now, I just need to catch a thief."
Chapter 40. Anastasia. Right here's fine. The Uber pulls over a few blocks down from my destination. I managed to get the location and a few details from Nikolai without raising too much suspicion. But it's clear he's not going to let me keep him in the dark for much longer. Good thing all of this is almost over. Light poles illuminate the area surrounding the archive building, and I'm careful to stick close to the wedge of shadow cast by the fence. Nikolai warned me that the security here is no joke, echoing what Bash said. Keeping to my hiding spot, I evaluate the situation. There are 3 guards that move around the entire building, keeping a constant rotation of coverage. I can make out 2 cameras mounted at the wall, pointed toward the parking lot. But it's the area on the left that has me interested. It's darker than everywhere else, a small alcove tucked inside the modern architecture of the building, just big enough for a truck to park. I move closer, sending a pebble racing across the pavement. A guard turns to me, and blood rushes in my ears as I press my back against the fence, praying I disappear into the shadows. The man scans the area, then moves on. I rest my hands on my knees as I struggle to get my heart under control. Both Bash and Nikolai told me exactly how dangerous this place is, and I nearly got caught over a freaking rock. Maybe I should have waited for Bash. He'd probably know some easier way to get in, but God only knows how long their meeting will take. He's going to be so pissed when he finds out I did this on my own. But I'll just have to ask for forgiveness later, because there was no way I could just sit in my room and wait. I would have gone crazy. At least this way I'm occupied. Right? The guard switches directions, resuming his routine, and I wait until he turns the corner before I hightail it across the open space, taking care to stay behind the cameras. I'd prefer to do this carefully, but there's not enough time between the guard rounds to do anything less than a full-out sprint. Just as I disappear into the hideaway alley, the sound of boots comes from the right. My chest heaves from both the run and adrenaline as I crouch out of sight. I take out my phone, pulling up Bash's number. If I call him, he'll answer, right? Just tell him that I may have gotten in over my head here and could use a little help. Several heartbeats pass before I tuck my phone into my pocket. He'll be in the vault right now, which means he won't see my message until it's too late. Way to go, Stas. You're well and truly on your own. I'm quiet as I assess the space around me from my new vantage point. There are no doors or windows, nothing but a smooth wall on the bottom floor. I puff out my cheeks as I tilt my head back. The second floor has windows, but with the sleek metal paneling on the building, there's no scaling it. There's a fire escape ladder, but it's at least 12 feet up. Think. My teeth worry my lip as I sort through my options. I can risk trying to make it back to the fence and try my luck at finding another spot, but there's no guarantee I'll even be able to get this close again. Or I remove my backpack, sliding it to the ground and unzipping it. The fibers of the rope are rough on my palm. I'd grabbed this out of delusion, a case of a spy movie. Never did I think I'd actually be using it. Once the guard passes by, I count to 20. Theoretically, that will give him enough time to clear the area, but not enough for the next guard to be close yet. It's going to be simple. Just toss it up and climb in through a window. Easy. Nothing to worry about. The end of the rope is heavy in my hand as I throw it as hard as I can toward the bottom rung. It misses and comes back so fast I can't dodge it, taking the hit to the shoulder with a loud oomph. I freeze, breath caught in my lungs as I listen for booted feet. But it's silent. Once the timing is right again, I situate myself under the ladder, hold the bulk of the thick line with one hand, and aim with the other. A quick prayer to all the gods later, I'm throwing it into the air. The rope threads over the bottom rung, and I jump up to catch the end before it can fall back. I hold it in my hands for several seconds, staring at it. Did that actually work? A smile tugs on my lips, and I'm sure if I had a mirror, it would resemble Bash's devious smirk. As much as he'll be upset, I'm looking forward to telling him all about my little adventure. I search how to tie a slip knot on my phone. It's harder to understand with just subtitles, but after a couple of tries, I'm able to get it. I tug on the end a few times, and I'm proud when it stays together. Maybe I really am getting better at this. Anastasia Volkov, professional thief. All right, enough stalling. This isn't even the hard part yet. My arms burn as I pull myself up the rope. Who would have thought I'd retain enough knowledge from gym class to help me get up this thing? I keep it hooked around my hip and shin as I inchworm my way up. Somehow, I remember this being easier. I'm sweating by the time I'm at eye level with the bottom rung, and I'll be happy if I never see a rope again. Getting up here was only half the problem. Now I have to transfer to the ladder. I release one hand and reach out to grab the steel bar. It's cold against my palm as I wrap my fingers around it. 3 deep breaths later, I reach with my other hand. The movement causes the rope to sway, swinging my legs. The force yanks my right hand off, leaving me dangling. I kick my feet against the wall, trying to find a perch to regain my balance, but the smooth design makes it impossible. Fear lances through me as my hand starts to slip, and I frantically try to catch the rope with my feet. The strength sucked out of it from the climb. I have to swallow my scream as my fingers let go and I fall backward. This is going to hurt. Instead of the thud I expect from my crash into the pavement, there's a soft chuckle against my ear as Bash catches me.
I know I'm pretty, but I didn't expect you to be falling all over me. Chapter 41. Bash. Jesus Christ, Stace. I have to grind my teeth together to keep the panic from my voice. My heart is still pounding from seeing her fingers slip and her plummeting to the ground. Had I been a second later, I wouldn't have made it. She's light in my arms, her body feeling more fragile than it ever has before. I want to crush her to me and never let her go, but the overwhelming need to make sure she's not hurt takes over my body. I drop her feet to the pavement, my hands shifting her small frame from side to side to look for any injury. Her all-black outfit makes it near impossible to see anything. Frustration vibrates through me. I want to shake her for coming out here without me. I run my fingers over her cheeks, neck, down her collarbone and arms, searching every inch of her. My stomach twists, and bile rises in the back of my throat at the way she's cradling her closed fist to her stomach like a wounded animal. She flinches when I reach for her, and a prickling sensation ripples through me. I gently graze my thumb over her knuckles and coax, "Let me see it, princess." She stiffens, but slowly uncurls her fingers. The pulse in my neck ticks, and a low growl surfaces from my gut at the sight of her raw palm. It's red, and the skin is raised and angry from the rope burn. My breath hisses out. Jesus Christ, Daze, are you trying to get yourself killed? Her whimper slices through me.
This is going to be a bitch to heal.
I should have been here sooner. I'd been feeling anxious throughout the entire ceremony. Clearly, my girl can't be left to her own devices. I should have been here with her. After all, there's no better accomplice than her future husband. She's hurt because of me, and I'm furious with myself for not just getting the fucking Tiara to start with. her hands so delicate in mine as I examine it. Thankfully, it's not starting to blister. It'll sting for a bit, but I think she'll be okay. You should have waited for me to get it.
What do you mean?
Her voice is crisp. I would have gotten it tomorrow, I reply, still concentrating on her hand. There's got to be some kind of ointment we can put on this. I'll have to message the doctor to meet us at the house. I push up her sleeve only to see more abrasions, proof that she struggled to climb the rope.
But how would you get it?
There's something broken in the way she asks, and my gaze snaps to her as I process the question. Guilt racks through me, and I try to wipe it from my face, but I'm not fast enough. I told you I'd help, I answer, and even I know it's too vague.
Don't dodge the question. I thought you meant we'd break in together. You're making it sound like you could have gotten the tiara all along.
She's trembling, and all I want is to hold her close, to make all of this go away. Stasia, you have to understand. Her jaws clenched, tears pooling in her lashes, betrayal painted across her face. Her hurts like a lance through my gut, and I pull her to me to kiss it away. Hey, don't move! A guard's a few feet away, pointing a gun at my back.
Chapter 42. Anastasia. It feels like the entire world is caving in on itself as I stare, helpless to do anything, as the barrel of the gun is pointed right at Bash. Panic burns through my veins as the click of the safety being turned off echoes off the walls. My mouth is bone dry, and the words are caught in my throat as I stand frozen. I wish I'd never come here. I shouldn't have risked it. I want to push him out of the way, but I can't risk that triggering the guard. I glance at Bash. A muscle ticks in his jaw as he casts a side-eye toward the entrance. Confusion fogs my mind where I'm trembling, whereas he looks annoyed.
Don't worry, it's me.
Bash says casually, almost bored. The guard lowers his weapon.
I'm sorry, sir. Why aren't you using the front door?
Bash's laugh is dry as he looks into my eyes.
I thought it would be more interesting this way.
My brain kicks in, processing the last few minutes, the meaning behind his words. I'm so freaking stupid. He's not worried about the guard because there's no reason for him to be. He's a lord in the Order of Saints. The rock in my stomach plummets to the ground, leaving me hollow. He really could have gotten it all along. My chest caves, and a flush of heat crawls up my neck as embarrassment at my stupidity takes over. He must have thought this was hilarious. Naive little princess falling for his games. Nothing but a plaything for the prince of the order. It's as if he'd been holding my heart in his palms and waiting for the perfect time to crush it. Tears blur my vision, and I flinch when Bash reaches in to wipe them. He freezes, fingers inches away.
It's not what you think.
I fight to keep my voice steady and ignore the part that desperately wants to believe him. Oh yeah? So you weren't able to get the tiara the entire time?
Okay, maybe it's exactly what you think.
He says it with a tentative smile, but his normally disarming playfulness just cuts me deeper. Why didn't you tell me? Everything's really been a joke to him. I don't want to admit it. I can't accept it. There needs to be something I'm missing, but with every response, he slices me deeper.
Where's the fun in that?
His words are light, but there's something breaking behind his eyes. Something I don't want to trust, but still pulls at my heart. Stupid freaking heart. I can't trust myself right now. I let the fire coursing through me burn through all of my doubts. Fun? Anger ripples through me. I'll give you fun.
You shouldn't make threats you don't intend to keep.
Bash catches my wrist as I swing it toward him, holding it gently. He's infuriating, standing there composed like I'm not falling apart. Why are you laughing? You knew how badly I needed it. His reaction doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense. I go to rake my fingers through my hair, but hiss at the sting in my palm. He reaches up and grasps my wrist, cradling my hand in his. His gaze is light, careful not to touch the friction burn itself. I meet his eyes, trying to make sense of what's happening. You knew I needed it, that it was important to me. If you could get it all this time, why didn't you just give it to me? Bash cups my neck, curling his fingers around the nape, stopping me from pulling away as he says,
At first, I was curious. You were like a light that cut through the boredom. I couldn't get enough of you. It wasn't long before I was completely enraptured by you. You are so much more than I ever expected. You're funny, daring, and so fucking clever. I swear I've spent my life waiting for you. I won't apologize, Stasia. You are mine. You needed the time to realize it.
There's a tendril of heat warming my stomach, and I desperately try to snuff it out. This man betrayed me. What about my brother? You were fine with him being with those killers? I hiss.
I got the same information as you did today. I had my suspicions, so I got Xander to look into them. But I swear I told you as soon as we knew. I would never have let someone hurt your family. Not when I know how much that would hurt you. You're mine to protect now, Stasia. That includes everything important to you.
This is my life. Is this all some kind of game to you? Am I some kind of game? I hang on to the last threads of anger, needing to hear him deny it.
Never.
He leans in close, capturing me in his gaze.
You don't seem to understand, so I'll keep telling you until you do. I love you, Anastasia Volkov.
My throat closes and my eyes burn. I clench my teeth to keep myself from saying something idiotic in return. This man hasn't proven anything to me yet. Bash places gentle kisses over my cheekbones, wet with my tears. He kisses my forehead, my nose, covering every inch of my face.
Admit it. You love me too.
He grins, and it's somehow adorable and mischievous. It makes me want to both slap him and kiss him at the same time. You're delusional, I huff.
You're in denial.
He chuckles, forehead meeting mine.
You are it for me, and I hate to break it to you, but I'm too fucking selfish to let you go.
I should shove him away. He's lied to me, but some twisted part of me doesn't care. Actually, it likes the fact that he's willing to go this far just to catch me. Our breaths mingle together, and the tension in the air grows thick with each heartbeat. I don't deny it.
I'm going to fuck those doubts right out of you.
He says right before he crashes his mouth to mine. His tongue dominates my mouth, reaching every corner, filling me as his fingers bury in my hair, pulling out the hair tie. He kisses me harder, demanding more, demanding me to give in to him. Not yet. I can't let him get away with this. I bite his lip hard, the tang of metal hitting my senses. Let go. He runs his thumb over his bottom lip, smearing the blood, and has the audacity to laugh.
You are truly a vicious little creature,
He says, then throws me over his shoulder. I struggle to get down, twisting and kicking my way, but the sharp sting of his palm lands on my ass, keeping me still. The guards stare at us, eyes blown wide as we walk by. "I hate you," I hiss.
Liar.
Chapter 43. Anastasia. Bash opens the passenger door and I cross my arms. "I'm not going in there with you." We're in front of his house. The bastard whistled throughout the drive home as I did my best to freeze him out. I swear I've never seen him happier. There isn't a word strong enough for how infuriating he is.
Come on, princess, don't be that way.
He reaches in and unbuckles my seatbelt. It's not lost on either of us that I don't stop him. Within seconds, I'm lifted into his arms and being carried inside. The two guards stationed at the front do everything they can to look anywhere but at us as Bash carries me into his house. The second the door closes behind us, he swings me off his shoulder and pins my back to the wall. My toes can't reach the ground, and I have no choice but to wrap my legs around him. He doesn't hesitate to take advantage of the position and presses his hard length against my core. I whimper as he rocks again, the sensation sending pleasure between my thighs, but I won't let him off that easy. I dig my nails into his shoulders and shove him back. "You betrayed me."
I love you.
He reaches a hand back and pulls his shirt over his head, revealing the red crescents from my nails. I groan internally at the sight of his flexed muscles, my core already growing wet. "You can't." Bash reaches between us and brings my hurt palm to his mouth, grazing a kiss just to the side of the sore.
I do. I love you.
"I don't love you." I meet his eyes, searching for any tell, but all I see is warmth.
Marry me, Stasia.
My head yanks back, connecting with the wall, and I wince. He rubs it in soft motions until the ache dissipates.
That's enough of that. You aren't allowed to hurt yourself anymore.
I cut my words off, not sure what I can say. He's saying everything that I've ever wanted to hear.
I love you.
He reaffirms. I shake my head, needing him to tell me one more time, to wash away any doubt remaining before I let my body take over. I never know what to believe. You're always kidding.
I'm never kidding when it comes to you. You may not like how I caught you, but there's never been any other ending for us. I have always been your future husband.
He states it as fact, no room for disagreement, and the tight knot in my stomach finally uncoils. It's complete stupidity to fall for him after everything, but it's way too late now. I crash my mouth to his, eating his low moan as I deepen the kiss. My lungs burn by the time we pull away, our lips still pressed together.
I love you.
I can feel his smile. Words form at the back of my throat, but I swallow them down. His eyes search mine, his touch turning gentle.
I'll wait,
he says, then rocks his length against my clit, stealing my every thought. Our movements turned hurried as we tug each other closer, our hands moving in frantic, hurried motions. I can still taste the blood from where I bit him, and he groans when I run my tongue across it. There's nothing soft about our touch. It's turned into a needy, wild thing, one that demands all of our senses. My back arches, my head pushing into the wall as he grips my ass, better positioning me to thrust against my core. I despise the material between us, craving to feel his heat against me. He hums approvingly at the back of his throat as I undo his belt, pushing the button through. My arms are pulled away when Bash lifts my shirt, forcing them into the air. They're tangled in the fabric, and he pins them to the surface behind me. I gasp as he sucks my nipple through my bra, his teeth grazing the sensitive tip. I struggle to free my arms, wanting to pull him closer. Bash tears my bra in the middle and groans as he gains access, his mouth devouring me. It's hot and wet, the sensation going right to my clit. I rock against him, all of my movements uncontrolled as I search for more. His chuckles are soft against my skin.
Your reactions are so fucking sexy. I'm not going to be able to control myself.
Good, I reply. His eyes grow black, his playfulness switching to a deviousness I'm familiar with, one that I crave. This is the Bash who makes me come undone. Do whatever you want with me. My voice is shaky, but I don't take it back.
Fuck.
He groans and lifts me from the wall, carrying me to the room.
You won't be able to take that back.
I clutch his shoulders, barely maintaining any semblance of sanity. There's a warning in his tone, but I want whatever he has to give. I want exactly what he's promised. I want him to own me. Bash divests us of our clothes, leaving them in a trail to the bed, and crawls on top of me as my back meets the mattress. His shoulders are hot under my palms, the sting from my rope burn long forgotten. Rough fingers trail over my sides and down my navel before pausing just above my clit. A whimper escapes me and I squirm to get closer. His snarl curls up my neck where he's pressed his face as he strokes through my folds.
You are so fucking wet. So fucking ready for me.
He circles my clit, causing my eyes to roll back before sinking 2 fingers into my pussy. My breath catches as he works them in and out, sending pleasure rippling around them. I whine when he pulls his hand away, sucking them into his mouth.
Fucking delicious.
His cock's against my core as he leans down and takes my mouth with his, my taste still on his tongue. Our kiss is all desperate nips and sucks as we struggle for more. I'm practically begging for him to shift lower and drive into me. But he doesn't give me what I want, instead placing open-mouth kisses down my jaw and neck, traveling down my breasts, leaving a wet path to my core. I'm shaking by the time he lifts my thighs over his wide shoulders, spreading me wide. I feel vulnerable beneath his gaze, completely exposed to him, but it's burned away when he looks up at me through narrowed eyes, an animalistic hunger clear in them as he licks my clit. I cry out, the sensation overwhelming as pleasure courses through me. He doesn't look away as he devours me, circling his tongue over and over my clit as he brings me closer to my orgasm. Just as I'm about to come, he moves, lowering to my entrance. He chuckles at my frustration, but it's cut off as he delves his tongue deep inside of me. My eyes roll back as I grind into him and grip his hair in my fist. I hiss at the pain, and he grabs my injured hand and pins it to the bed beside me, nipping my clit in punishment.
I told you not to hurt yourself.
He growls. I need more. I plead, desperate for my release. Bash groans and sucks my clit as he delves 2 fingers, fucking them into me. Pleasure ripples down my spine, and it builds and builds as every muscle in my body clenches. He adds another finger, curling them into the sensitive part of my core, and I cry out as my orgasm ripples through me. I collapse, gasping as my release continues to pulse. He draws it out longer with his soft touches until I flinch away, too sensitive for any more. Bash places sweet kisses along my hip bone as I come down from my high, still dizzy from breathing so hard. Or was I holding my breath? He never fails to make me lose myself, forgetting any worry or guilt I've ever held. All that matters is him touching me, loving me. Warmth builds in my chest and my ribs expand. This man is promising me with both his words and his body. I look down and he's smirking at me. Don't look so proud of yourself. Bash might as well be the Cheshire Cat for how hard he's grinning.
No promises.
His hand shifts between my legs, and I squeal as he runs his finger through my overly sensitive core, dragging my wetness from my clit all the way back. I jerk when he presses down on my back hole. His dark eyes meet mine, and he does it again. It feels good and wrong at the same time. I quiver as he swirls his fingers and promises.
I'm going to take you here. I'm going to make every inch of you mine.
I swallow hard, knowing it's more than just a promise. He moves his tongue to my clit, following the same path as his fingers press into my ass, agonizingly slow, melting my mind until I'm pressing against him, the need for more taking over. He groans in the back of his throat as he pushes his pinky finger into me, sucking my clit hard, leaving nothing but pleasure. I've never thought I'd want this before, but I'm suddenly dying for his touch. His promise sends tingles prickling along my skin. With each of his movements, I grow more desperate as he builds another orgasm. This one's deeper, like he's trying to pull it from my very soul. I'm shaking by the time he sinks 2 fingers into my core, pleasure erupting through me like an explosion.
That's it, baby. Come all over my hand. Come picturing me fucking your ass.
Another release rocks through me, and my vision goes white with the force. Bash is stroking my cheek when I finally come down.
Breathe. You've got to breathe, Stasia.
I take a breath, too out of it to do anything but listen. At this point, he's in full control.
You are such a good girl.
He shifts over me and notches his head to my entrance, sinking into me before I can process what's happening. I'm stretched wide, barely able to take him as he grows even larger, filling every inch of me until the only thing I can think of is his touch. Bash is cupping my chin, his movements slow as he enters me tenderly.
I love you, Anastasia.
His mouth is soft and warm as he kisses me gently, as he takes his time memorizing the contours of my mouth. His thrusts are slow and controlled, as if he knows he has all the time in the world. Every time he enters me, it feels like he's confessing his love. His lids are hooded as he takes me in slow, easy movements, carefully stoking a flame within me, building another orgasm. It shouldn't be possible to come this many times, but he won't stop until he's wrung out every last ounce of pleasure. As my release grows, I grow restless, needing more to bring me over the edge. My hips shift and I hook my heels behind Bash's thighs, yanking him toward me. He growls low in his throat, biting my neck.
If you do that, I'll come right away.
Giddiness bubbles in my chest at the thought of making this man lose control. I grind myself down, forcing him deeper. He stills on top of me, his breaths coming out ragged, before sitting up so he's kneeling and lifting my ass off the bed.
I warned you.
His hips snap into me with a pounding force. I can't do anything but take it as he thrusts into me over and over, claiming me. My pussy clenches as another release threatens to break me apart. I scrape my nails down his chest and it drives him harder. I'm crying out his name as he rips another orgasm from me. His movements turn jerky as he growls, spurting hot cum into my core. He collapses on top of me, careful not to crush me with all of his weight, and nuzzles my neck.
I love you so fucking much.
We stay like that, wrapped in each other's arms, breathing each other's air. I want to believe all of this is real, that I can have everything I want, that I deserve it. The doorbell rings and Bash groans.
This better be important, or I'm going to kill them.
He swings his legs over the side of the bed, twisting to bring the covers up to my neck and tuck them around me. He places a delicate kiss on my forehead.
I'll be right back.
His back muscles flex as he puts on a pair of dark gray jogging pants that curve around his ass perfectly. Honestly, I've never been a butt girl, but I think I've been converted. His hair's messy from where I ran my fingers through it, and he's wearing a sleepy smile.
You keep looking at me like that, Princess, and I'm going to crawl back into bed.
His voice is a low rasp. My mouth waters, and his eyes track my tongue as I wet my bottom lip. Just as he takes a step toward me, the doorbell rings again. His jaw ticks, and his gaze is slitted with annoyance.
Hold that thought.
I laugh as he rushes out of the room, not wanting to waste a single second. My thoughts are clear without him here, but where I expect doubt and anger at the way he'd tricked me, all I feel is warmth. Sebastian Everett, Lord of the Order of Saints, loves me. I scoot up the bed and rest my back against the headboard while I wait. There's a giddiness bubbling up my stomach, and I can't contain my smile when he appears, his broad shoulders blocking out the light from the hallway. His gaze roams over my face, and he grins.
Marry me?
I roll my eyes, not willing to risk speaking, the action only encouraging him more.
Silent treatment? That hurts.
He kneels to the side of the bed, tall enough that he's only a few inches below me. That's when I notice the two boxes he's holding, one tin and the other a smooth black. I lift my chin toward them. What's that?
These? The only reason Xander isn't dead.
Bash opens the white tin, revealing medical supplies. It's some kind of medical kit, and it's fully stocked. I don't even want to know why they'd need to have this.
Let's see your hand.
I reach out, and he holds it delicately in his, sucking a breath through his teeth.
Fuck, Stays. I should have been more careful.
I didn't notice at the time, I admit. His eyes glint, and he bites the corner of his lip.
I'm doing my best to behave here.
I'm about to tell him not to when he brings a cloth to my palm.
This is going to sting a little.
He looks apologetic as he dabs it over the red skin. I flinch, but stay as still as possible. He blows softly on my palm, cooling it.
That's the hard part,
he says, grabbing a small tube of ointment and covering my wound.
This has a numbing agent, so it should help.
There's a crease between his brows as he concentrates, and he meticulously wraps a bandage around my hand. His movements are slow and controlled, as if he's holding something delicate. Once it's wrapped, he turns it over and kisses my knuckles, looking up through his lashes.
I love you. Marry me.
There's a seriousness to his words and the way he's holding himself, making it clear this is an actual proposal. You hurt me. I whisper back, even though all my fight has been drained out. If his plan was to fuck it out of me, it worked. Bash wraps his arms around me, whispering into my ear.
I know. I'm sorry.
I nuzzle into his chest and lie. I don't believe you. His thumb draws calming circles over my back.
Give me your command, and I'll make it happen.
He says it with so much confidence, there's no doubt he means it. I pull back and meet his gaze. Get my brother back and destroy the Russians. There's a wicked smile in his voice.
My fucking pleasure, Princess.
He says and places the Kokoshnik tiara on my head.
Chapter 44. Bash. I would have preferred to stay locked away with Stasia for the next week, but I'm determined to keep my promise to her, which is the only reason why I agreed to leave our house and come meet my brothers. Our private room at the Elysium provides the perfect location to plan, explain what's happening with the Russians, and ask for their help. Not that there's any doubt they'll help us. It's more like a heads up to what we need. Stasia's warm in my arms, where we're sitting in one of the leather club chairs. Despite her protest, I pulled her onto my lap the second we got here, not being able to stand another second apart from her. If I could meld her into my body, I would. She didn't argue long, as if it was all for show in the first place, and snuggled into my chest, where she hasn't moved since. She's been engaged in the conversation with Xander and Matthias as we wait for Damon, but she hasn't so much as lifted her head. She's soft, wrapped up in one of my hoodies, which engulfs her. Even at nearly 6 feet tall, she looks tiny in my clothes. A possessiveness takes over in seeing her in anything that's mine, and I'm not sure I can handle her wearing anything else from now on. At this point, it would be worth the fight. Damon finally arrives, and the sound from the club disappears as the heavy door clicks shut behind him. Sorry, there was a tantrum situation that I had to take care of. He looks more pleased about it than he should. After all the shit he's been through, I wasn't sure how he'd do as a parent, but he's an amazing dad. Nothing like our own. If Misty softened his rough edges, his kids have turned him into goo. It's good to see him happy. He pours himself a drink and sits beside Matthias on the sofa. Are you here to tell us you're getting married? A thrill goes through me, and I ask her, marry me?
No.
She doesn't hesitate, but the warmth in her eyes gives her away. It won't be long until I've worn her down and she agrees to marry me. All 3 of my brothers laugh. She really is your match, Damon says. Matthias nods. I never thought I'd see the day where Bash fell in love. Right? He's been such a little shit, Damon agrees. Matthias looks at us. Have you tried kidnapping her? Stasia stiffens, and I'm about to tell them to fuck off until she squirms in my lap, her ass rubbing against my already semi-hard-on. I murmur in her ear, if you keep moving like that, we're going to have a problem. Her cheeks pinken, and her eyes go round. She looks stunning, and I want to tell her over and over again just how perfect she is. I brush her hair back behind her ear and whisper, not that I mind. Damon clears his throat, but he looks happy. Why are we here? I look at Stasia and nod, my arms wrapping tighter around her waist. I want to give her all my strength as she goes through everything that's happened. She relaxes into me and begins. My brothers are seething by the time she's finished, their eyes narrowed into slits. They're on the edge of their seats, as if ready to jump up at any moment and take care of things. So, we kill them all, Xander says, and Damon and Matthias nod in agreement. They've been so domesticated I sometimes forget how vicious they can be. Stasia's clear blue eyes scan over them, then meet mine. Her nose is scrunched up and mouth twisted like she's tasted something bad.
We can't just go after them. I still need them to get the money to pay off the Salvatores. At least now I have the crown.
My eyes shift to the floor, and my body grows rigid in preparation for what happens next. This probably won't go over well. About that? She huffs out a defeated breath.
What is it now?
I wince. I bought your debt the other day. You don't owe anyone. Her eyes narrow, and her teeth clench before she relaxes in my arms, her cheeks resting against my chest.
I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
It's not the reaction I expected. I thought for sure she'd lose it on me, but maybe she really has accepted everything I've done. We would have killed him if he didn't, Xander adds. No one threatens our family. I run my knuckle along her cheek. Since I bought out your debt, doesn't that mean I technically own you? We'll call it a wedding present, Damon says.
I never agreed to marry him.
She groans. That just earns her a knowing smirk from all 3 of my brothers. Xander leans forward, a conspiratorial glint to his eyes. You do realize he's head over heels for you, right? I'm pretty sure you could get him to do anything you wanted. With the Salvatoris out of the way, that allows us to go right after the Russians. I change the subject and glare at my brother. There's no reason to encourage her, or I'll find myself crawling like a dog. The image of her standing over me while I kneel in front of her has my dick twitching. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Damon leans forward, directing his attention toward Stasia. I'm guessing you have a plan. I blow out a breath. She says we can't just murder them all right away. Told you he was whipped, Xander chuckles. Stasia bites back her smirk.
I have leftover business with my grandmother I have to take care of first.
Damon, Matthias, and Xander wear matching dark looks, fully on board with whatever she wants to do to them. Just tell us what you need, and we'll take care of it, Damon promises. Stasia's smile is cut with malice.
I'm going to make them wish they never messed with my family.
I like her, Xander chimes in. She'll fit right in.
Chapter 45. Anastasia.
Are you sure about this?
Bash asks for the countless time. He cinches the straps of my bulletproof vest, checking every inch of my armor in frantic, choppy motions. His obvious stalling is kinda cute. I'm sure, Bash. I still his hand with mine, pressing it against my heart. I'll be fine. Of course, it's a promise I can't guarantee. My gaze travels up the side of my grandmother's mansion. Inside, there are trained guards who will protect her at all costs, including with their own lives. I reach out and straighten Bash's collar. His suit's a stark contrast to my military-grade tactical gear he insisted I wear. The vest weighs heavily on my shoulders, but the Everett brothers refused to help me without it. I stopped complaining when Damon told me to count myself lucky they're not making me wear a helmet. Bash's brows pull together, forming a crease between them.
I don't like it.
He'd been grumpy about my plan from the beginning, resistant to the idea of me walking in there on my own. He'd managed to convince me that he'll go in first, using the excuse that my grandmother will personally greet him as one of the lords of the Order of Saints. Not wrong, but I don't believe for a second that's what's actually motivating him. It's important to me to be the one who does this. I have to get my brother back. I tell him again.
Can't we just kill them all?
He pleads, his eyes round like a puppy. It's hard not to give in when he looks at me like that, which is something he clearly knows. I hate making him worry, but this is a long time coming. I need them to see exactly what happens when they mess with my family. I need them to know that it was my mother's daughter who took them down.
Fuck, you're sexy when you talk like that.
My thick hair's braided back out of my face, and Bash reaches out, taking his time to straighten the Kokoshnik tiara I'm wearing.
Promise you'll be careful?
There's concern written all over his face, and I lift onto my toes, tugging his mouth to mine. I push every ounce of reassurance into it, doing my best to wash away his fear. When I pull back, his gaze darkens with lust as he watches me. I promise to follow our plan exactly. I run his collar through my fingers, smoothing the stiff fabric.
You're being very obedient.
He smirks, the glint in his eyes telling me exactly what he plans to do tonight, sending a shiver down my spine and heat pooling between my thighs. Totally not the time. He chuckles, then captures my mouth in a kiss that steals my breath.
Wait here, princess, while I go make a scene.
I watch as he disappears around the corner to the front door. His status as a Lord of the Order of Saints makes it possible to walk right up. As expected, he's brought into the room beside me, allowing me to watch through the window. He's standing there, arms crossed over his chest, wearing a bored expression as my grandmother walks in to greet him. There's a nearly invisible stiffness to his jaw that gives away the tension flowing under his casual facade. When did I start being able to read him this way? The Romanov matriarch stands tall, a regal pose with her chin held high. I can't make out what they're saying, but it's clear she's annoyed at Bash's unprompted appearance. I swallow hard as Nikolai appears through a door at the back of the room. He's dressed in an impeccably tailored suit, his hair styled off his face. It's a deeper color than mine, a perfect mix of our parents. My brother narrows his eyes on Bash, lifting one brow before glancing around the space. He may not know our plan, but he knows I'm working with the youngest ever brother. As expected, there are guards posted on either side of my grandmother, at least 10 in total surrounding the perimeter. She's smart enough to realize this isn't a friendly visit. My earpiece crackles as Xander's voice comes through.
We're all set. We'll follow your lead. Just leave your mic on.
I know. It's all part of our plan.
Take care of yourself, Anastasia.
Damon says, a command in his voice. He's used to getting what he wants, and it's no different in this situation. Besides Bash, he'd been the one most resistant to our idea. A shudder rolls through me, thinking of what happened to Misty, and what that must have done to the eldest ever brother. It's no wonder he's not happy about this.
There's nothing to worry about. We'd never let our sister get hurt.
Matthias chimes in.
Get going, Anastasia. We're right behind you.
2 guards are slumped over on either side of the front door, the path cleared for me. I take a deep breath, filling my lungs, and doing my best to calm my racing heart. You'd think after several break-and-enters this would be easy for me, but the very real risk of being killed tonight has me on edge. The door's heavy as I push it open, my boots loud against the marble tile as I make my way toward them. This is it. I straighten my shoulders and shove my way into the greeting room. The only person not surprised to see me is Bash. He's rigid, hand tucked into his jacket where I know there's a gun, and appraises the room. It's clear now how hard it was for him to let me risk this. I'll have to thank him properly later. I wink at him, and he smirks in surprise.
What are you doing here?
Nikolai rushes out. I feel bad, but there was no way I could give him the heads up beforehand. Where my brother looks panicked, my grandmother's expression is as cold as ice as she scans me from head to toe, stopping at the top of my head. Her lips curve down, not the expression a woman who's been waiting for this item should have. I take the tiara off and twirl it on my finger. This is what you wanted, isn't it? Now let my brother go. She looks down at me, giving me the distinct impression she sees me as a pest to stomp on. You didn't think we'd just let him go once you atone for your mother's mistakes. All you've done is recover what you owed us. A buzz of electricity tingles under my skin. Her not pretending to play along is exactly what I need to erase any hesitance. I was hoping you'd say that. My hand fists the delicate jewelry as I stare her down. The longer I'm near her, the more pissed I get. She's disgusting, hardly worth calling human. The only one here that needs to atone for something is you. You killed your own daughter.
What are you talking about?
Nikolai sucks in a breath. I'm going to owe him a long explanation after this. Right now, I have something more important to take care of. You didn't think I'd find out you sent men to kill her, did you? It turns out dear old Dad had security cameras everywhere. My grandmother's lips pull back, revealing her teeth. She looks like the monster she is. She got what she deserved. You killed my mother! My voice breaks. Emotions swirl through me as I stare her down. My eyes sting from tears while rage courses through me. You should know that unlike her, I have backup. The sound of shattering glass fills the air, and shards rain down around us as the Everett's security team forces their way in. Bullets are flying everywhere, but I refuse to look away from my grandmother's ashen face, twisted with malice. My hands shake uncontrollably as I lift my gun, aiming it at her chest. I expected this moment to be harder, to hesitate at taking a life, but all I feel is pure rage toward the woman who took everything from me. The years of self-hatred I endured for something she'd done fuels me. She robbed me of my childhood, of my mother's love. The anguish from losing her and the blame that's been building my entire life blinds me to anything but my hatred for her. My lips curl at the corners as I fire into her chest, the recoil from the gun vibrating up my arms. As I catch my breath, gray eyes glint from across the room. Bash wears a matching smile, no judgment for what I've just done. Instead, he looks at me with pride. He takes a step toward me, but the whistle of a bullet speeds by, so close it lifts the ends of my hair. The reality of my situation sinks in, and I run for cover, my heart pounding in my chest. I check myself for any regret, but all that's left is satisfaction that the bitch is dead.
Chapter 46. Bash. My ears ring as bullets whiz past me, exploding as they connect with anything in their path. The Everetts versus the Romanovs. My gaze jerks around the room, searching for Stasia. My brothers are here, armed to the teeth, each firing off shots like it's second nature. I don't have time to worry about them. The only thing that matters right now is getting to my girl. The air is knocked out of me as I catch a glimpse of red hair dropping behind a turned-over table. My lungs burn as my feet pummel the ground, propelling me toward where she disappeared. Wood splinters into my arm as bullets tear into it, but I can't register the pain. Not until I see she's all right. I skid on my knees behind the table, and I'm met with the muzzle of Stasia's gun pointed directly at my head. I carefully lower it, removing the weapon from her trembling hand. Easy there, princess. Stasia tries to smile, but her blue eyes glint with tears. Seeing her like this tears something deep within me, and I reach out, pulling her onto my lap. She buries her face into my chest, her body shaking in my arms. I stroke her back until she settles, her breathing evening out. Never again, I say, my voice full of gravel. I was terrified, and I have no intention of hiding it. Stasia lifts her head, and I brush away her tears with my thumbs. A crack forms in my chest, seeing her like this.
I don't know why I'm crying.
She sniffs. I kiss her forehead. It's the adrenaline. It'll wear off soon. She nods and curls into my lap. I can't help but feel proud of the way she settles against me, even as gunshots burst around the room. It won't be long now until this is over. A man I don't recognize comes crashing behind the table, looking for shelter, but he picked the wrong fucking place. I've shot him 3 times before he can even register what's happening. Stasia shudders, and I tighten around her, pulling her harder against me. It's fine. I should never have let her come here. She's going to be fucking traumatized after this. Soft lips kiss the bottom of my jaw, and I meet Stasia's smiling gaze.
Nice shot.
A low chuckle forms in my chest. This girl never ceases to surprise me. I press my finger into my earpiece. Why the fuck are you letting them get close to us? I growl. Sorry, we're nearly done, Xander replies.
What about my brother?
Stasia asks, and I run circles over the nape of her neck to comfort her. We got him. Don't worry, he's safe, Matthias answers swiftly. The tension in her spine loosens, and she leans her weight into me. It's several moments before her blue eyes meet mine. Her grin starts slow, but builds until it takes over her face.
We did it.
Hell yeah, you did. I capture her mouth in a long, punishing kiss. Just never do this to me again. She laughs.
Deal. Chapter 47. Anastasia. Dead bodies litter the ground around us in a macabre display of the last 5 minutes. It's crazy to think all of this damage could happen in such a short amount of time. Matthias's voice comes through the earpiece.
5 injured, no fatalities. I'll call this a success.
I let out a long sigh. I hated knowing I put others at risk, even though they reassured me over and over it was fine. Bash hasn't let me out of his sight for a second, keeping me tucked against his side as he speaks to everyone around us. I don't hesitate to lean my weight against him, exhaustion starting to take over. Bash guides me to a chair that's luckily not covered in blood, and I collapse into it, grateful for a rest. My body's still trembling from the aftereffects of the adrenaline. Nikolai's pissed, and I'm not looking forward to talking to him. But thankfully, Damon's got him cornered for the time being. There's a squeak of shoes, and my attention returns to Bash as he lowers himself onto one knee in front of me. My mouth drops open when he holds out a diamond ring that can't be less than 10 carats. What are you?
Just listen for a second. I have to say this.
I snap my teeth closed, even as my eyes go wide.
You consume my thoughts and possess me in a way I never imagined. There's not a second that I breathe that my thoughts don't turn to you. You intrigued me from the start, but I never expected the way you'd own me to my soul. It's your infectious laugh, the way you smile, how you aren't afraid to give me shit when I deserve it.
He smirks, and a bubbling chuckle fills my chest.
I never believed I'd find love, and maybe I still shouldn't, because what we have is beyond that. I know that you're afraid that it's these very feelings that can hurt you. I need you to trust me, Anastasia. Trust that I would cut out my very soul to see you smile. That I will never abandon you, and I'll always be there to help you get into trouble.
His voice drops to barely above a whisper as he pleads.
All that I ask is that you let me love you. You don't even have to say it back. Just let me be the one who stands beside you.
You've come a long way from "I licked it, so you're mine." There are tears in my laugh. He chuckles at my response, but there's a nervousness in how he holds himself.
That's still true. You're not getting away from me.
I lean over and kiss him, resting my forehead against his. Bash, I love you too. His smile is blinding.
I knew it.
I roll my eyes. Don't you have something to ask me? He turns serious.
Marry me. Spend the rest of your life with me.
A part of me wants to torture him, pay him back for deceiving me, but my heart wins out. Yes, I'll marry you. Cheers fill the room, but I can barely hear them as Bash pulls me onto his lap and kisses me. There's a desperation to his touch that I give into, letting him take control.
Get off of my sister!
Nikolai yells, and I wince. This is totally not going to go over well. Xander steps in before I can respond.
You missed a lot. Let me fill you in. We're going to be family, after all. Like hell we are.
My brother responds, struggling to get out of his grip. Matthias walks up laughing and slaps Nikolai on the back.
It's funny that you think you get a choice in this.
I collapse against Bash and watch as my brother's forced out of the room. I feel a little bad for him. Bash chuckles.
Don't. He'll have to get used to it.
He lifts my chin, grazing my bottom lip with his thumb, and promises.
After all, you're mine now. Chapter 48. Bash. I'll join you, I tell Stasia, but she stubbornly shakes her head no. There are still splatters of crimson dusting her cheeks that refuse to come off when I wiped it with a cloth before heading to the hotel. I have to stop myself from rolling my eyes as she says the two words every guy knows are a lie.
I'm fine.
There's a dare on her tongue, one that challenges me to call her out on her lie. But it's the way she looks at the wall behind me, her fingers clasped in front of her, that gives away the turmoil growing inside her. My girl is anything but fine. My mouth grows dry as tension builds at the back of my neck. I want to lift her off her feet and drag her to the bathroom, but I resist when I meet Stasia's glowing eyes. I breathe deeply through my nose and shove my hands into my pockets to stop myself from reaching out to her. Her lifted chin and arched brow dare me to argue, letting me know she's prepared to fight me on this.
I'll be out in a minute.
She stands in the open bathroom doorway, the light creating a halo around her. A muscle ticks in my jaw as I take in her slight silhouette. Her black shirt and black pants make her skin even paler than usual. She's stunning, watching me with clear blue eyes, crimson strands of her hair escaping the confines of her bun, framing her delicate features. My ribs compress as she stands across from me, arms crossed over her chest. What she wants and what she needs are two different things, but I've made too many choices for her already to force her to let me in. Come on, don't you want to shower with me? I promise I'm good at rubbing. Scrubbing. I bite my lip, giving her a suggestive grin. That's too playful to take seriously. The last thing I'm thinking about is sex, but the way she huffs out a breath, a laugh of exasperation on her lips, makes me want to cheer with my success. She glances away, the light leaving her eyes too soon. Her features carve into stone, not revealing a hint of her thoughts. I know her too well to believe she's okay. Stasia's trying to convince herself as much as she's trying to convince me. She wants to escape, to forget, to pretend nothing happened. I want to hold her, kiss her softly, and whisper that everything's okay. But Stasia has built a damn wall between us. She shot someone today, and even though she's pretending everything is fine, I know she's hiding from me. I've known men who've spent their entire lives in the darkness who still broke down after their first kill. Stasia needs me right now, no matter how strongly she denies it. I'm compelled to force her to let me take care of her, and my shoulders ache with restraint. A knot of certainty sits heavy in my gut. If I push this, she'll run from me. My mouth is dry when I say, "Hurry up, then. I'm gross, and this room only has one shower."
You're so pushy.
Her joke's hollow as she disappears into the bathroom, closing the door behind her. I lean my back against it and let myself slide to the floor, my head connecting with the wood with a sigh. Even the few feet between us drive me mad. There's the rustling sound of her removing her clothes, quickly covered by the rushing from the shower, disrupted by the splashing as she steps under the spray. Twisting, I press my ear closer, not giving a single shit that I'm invading her privacy. I've already given her every inch of space I can manage. There's a long squeak, the unmistakable noise of feet sliding over the tub's surface. My heart freezes in my chest, but there's no crash from a fall, which means it's just the sound of her lowering herself to the floor. I close my eyes and picture her seated under the spray, and there's a jagged knife splitting between my ribs. Raking my fingers through my hair, I tug the ends until my scalp screams in protest as I struggle to keep myself in place. She'd asked for privacy, and I really do owe it to her after all the cameras I put in her house. I roll my head forward, straining to listen, deciding this is the most I can give her. A low whine breaks through the pounding water, followed by a shattering sob. My stomach hollows as if I've taken a punch to the sternum, and I'm off my feet, yanking the door open so hard the hinges creak in protest. I suck in a broken breath as my gaze lands on my beautiful Stasia. She's curled into a ball, head bowed to her knees as her body shakes with the force of her cries. I cross the distance between us so fast I could have teleported and lift her into my arms as I step into the tub. She presses her face into my chest, sucking in fractured inhales, pressing herself tighter until it feels like she's trying to fuse into me. I wrap her tightly with one arm, cupping her nape with the other. Pain slices through me with each of her shuddering breaths. Her fingers grasp my wet shirt, now sticking to my pecs, and wrench me closer, melding her body with mine. I draw circles with my thumb between her shoulder blades and hairline and run my hand up and down her spine, all the while murmuring reassurances into her ear. I love you. You're perfect. Everything will be okay. You've done nothing wrong. This feeling won't last long. The words flow out in an incomprehensible mess, but they seem to do the trick. Her body gradually stops shivering, and it takes several beats before she meets my eyes. Blue-rimmed with pink has my heart cracking. I brush back her wet strands and rub my thumb over her cheek. Talk to me. Tears break over her bottom lashes, still visible under the water. She holds her hands up between us.
I couldn't get them clean.
My throat burns as I examine her spotless palms, red from her scrubbing. They're clean, Princess. She shakes her head and tries to pry away, but I hold on to her. Okay. I speak to her in a tone I would use with a scared animal, not wanting to create any more distress. I'll wash them for you. My throat bobs when she continues to withdraw. Please, trust me, I whisper, barely audible over the water. Her black lashes are spikes where they cling together as she stills her hands. I'm gentle as I apply soap, massaging with my thumbs until the tension releases. I rinse them off and lift her palm, kissing it gently, then do the same thing to the other. See? All clean. Stasia rotates her wrists, examining my work. I'm just quick enough to catch her weight as her knees give out and she collapses into me. We stay like that, me humming softly in her ear, her arms wrapped around my waist until the pads of our fingers prune. I kiss her forehead where she's burrowed her face between my ribs, murmuring, "Time to get out, Princess." Tilting her head back with wide eyes, she takes several breaths before she gives me the sweetest smile.
Okay.
My worries melt and burst like fireworks as her grin grows. The fire returning to her gaze burns through me. Thank God, I sigh, turning off the shower. I lift her from under her knees, maneuvering us out before gingerly lowering her feet to the thick bath mat. Goosebumps cover her neck, and I wrap her in the fluffy white bathrobe provided by the hotel. My fingers struggle to release her, not quite ready to let her when she breaks away and twists her hair on top of her head with a towel. She looks ridiculous, but cute. It's not until Stasia is completely dry that I remove my own wet clothes. They suction to my skin, making every inch hard to get off. I'm left hopping on one foot to free my other when Stasia's giggle fills the room. My gaze snaps to her. She's standing there, covering her mouth, but the crinkles near her eyes give away her smile. I kick off the remainder of my pants and crowd her, burying my face into the crook of her neck, and snarl, "You think that's funny, do you?" She squeals when I press my fingers into her sides, tickling her as she attempts to squirm free.
Stop!
Her voice breaks with laughter. "Not until you tell me you love me." She gasps and twists like she's being tortured.
I love you.
"And you'll marry me?" I pause, waiting for her answer.
I already said yes.
Her tone is pure sass. I resume my torment. "Say it again. Tell me you'll marry me. Tell me you're mine."
I want to marry you.
She screams. I flatten my palms over her ribs, soothing the spot I tormented. And glimmering blue fills my vision, and my lungs freeze as I wait.
I'm yours.
Finally. I kiss her ring, enjoying how good it looks on her, and smirk at her squeals as I throw her over my shoulder.
Sebastian Everett, put me down.
"Not until we get you dressed. Can't have Damon seeing you like this." I walk into the bedroom and grumble under my breath. I don't think Misty would forgive me for gouging out his eyes.
What was that?
"Oh, nothing." I set her on her feet and searched through the small bag she packed. "You didn't bring a dress by chance?" Her mouth opens as she stares at me, completely stunned.
Why would I need a dress, Sebastian?
She drags out each syllable. "There you go, using my full name, Princess. You have no idea what that does to me." Her mouth snaps shut, but she raises a brow, clearly relaying her command to answer the question. I shrug, knowing it'll drive her insane. Stirring her up is one of my favorite pastimes, and I can't wait to do it for the rest of our lives. "We're getting married," she chokes.
Wait, do you mean now?
Yeah. Why would we wait? I expect her to fight it, to push me away, but she lifts onto her feet, kissing me softly, smiling against my lips, and says,
I want to marry you where everyone can see.
"No fair. When you put it that way, I have to accept." I wrap an arm under her ass and haul her into the air. I guess we'll just have to find another way to pass the time.
Chapter 49. Anastasia.
After you.
Bash opens the Romanov mansion's front door and gestures me forward. The floors and walls were wiped clean of the bloodshed of that night. His hair's sticking out at odd angles, giving him the perfect "I just woke up" look that would take a hairdresser hours to master. We'd spent the entire morning in our hotel, never more than a few feet away from each other. It's been a week since we barged in on my grandmother, one we'd spent mostly in bed. Bash is doing his best to squirrel me away and keep me for himself. I'm pretty sure we'd still be in the hotel if it wasn't for the threat of my brother coming to bang on our door. He's been busy figuring out everything with the Romanov side of our family. Apparently, if you chop off the head of an organization, it leaves a power vacuum that someone needs to fill. It turns out that person is going to be Nikolai. He and Damon have been hashing out a plan on how they'll combine the Romanov and Volkov families under the Order of Saints. Basically, double our family's influence. I offered to whisk Nikolai away from here, but he's surprisingly okay with it. He says so long as he's the one controlling what happens with his life, then he's happy. I shouldn't be surprised. He always did like taking care of things.
"Anna!"
Nikolai's shout booms through the entryway. His white dress shirt sleeves are rolled up to his elbows, and by the creases in the fabric, it looks like he slept in it. I take a step back as my brother strides toward me, and Bash tugs me closer to his side.
Where have you been? I've been calling you nonstop.
Nikolai wraps me in a hug, but the positioning is awkward because Bash refuses to let me go. Nikolai's gaze lands on where Bash's fingers circle my hip and a muscle ticks in his jaw.
Let go of my sister.
Bash laughs, his grip tightening on my hip bone as he takes a step forward. I shift so that I'm positioned between them so they don't start a fight. I answered your calls and you knew that I was fine. Plus, you had a lot to take care of here. Nikolai's smile brightens and he reaches a hand toward me.
We don't have to worry about anything anymore. You can come stay with me. Like fuck she will.
Bash growls, the tendons in his neck standing tall. The two men are staring down at each other, the tension swirling in the air around us. Their overprotective standoff has my skin prickling. The audacity of these two knows no freaking bounds. Hey! I shout, cutting them off. I've had enough of this misogyny for a lifetime. I'm not some piece of meat you two can fight over. Do not speak about me like I'm not freaking here. Both men look at their feet, the tips of their ears reddening.
Sorry.
Bash mumbles. I kick Nikolai's toes, and he squeaks out an apology. Good. Now that we all understand each other. Nikolai, I know you don't understand. I pause until he looks at me. I want him to see just how much I mean this. I love Bash. The man in question makes a soft, pleased humming sound in the back of his throat, almost like the purring of a cat.
But...
Nikolai goes to cut in, but I've had enough. No buts. I'm not your baby sister anymore. I told you I'd figure everything out, and I did, with his help. I squeeze Bash's hand, and he gives Nikolai a sly smirk. I can already see our future filled with these two bickering playing out. You've been so busy this past week, even if I wanted to meet up with you.
Which she didn't?
Bash adds, but shuts up when I glare at him. You would have been too busy. His brows pull together, and a tiredness descends over his features. You don't have to do any of this. I gesture to the room around us, currently teeming with the Everett family's men. I'm not a little kid anymore. You don't have to keep giving things up to take care of me.
I never felt like I had to give things up for you, Anna.
Nikolai turns sharp eyes on Bash.
Questionable decisions aside, you've always been more than capable of taking care of yourself. And if you really do love this guy, I'm happy for you.
Warmth rolls through me, and I lean my weight into Bash. I really am happy. But are you really okay with taking over the Romanov organization?
They did a lot of shady shit, and there's even more to atone for. It's my job to root out all of the poison from our family.
His voice is dark, menacing, nothing like his usual tone. I lower my jaw, looking up at him. Is it your job, though? You don't have to take responsibility for any of this. A shadow crosses his eyes as he replies.
You got your revenge on our grandmother. It's time for me to go find mine. Epilogue. Bash. My fingers tap against my leg as a jittery sensation builds under my skin. There's sweat on the back of my neck, but it has nothing to do with the strength of the beating sun. My gaze is fixed down the aisle, pinned on the door where Anastasia is supposed to emerge. The growing sound of children's voices as they grow frustrated from sitting too long is quickly followed by Matthias's chastising tone for them to behave. My lips tip up when that backfires on him, all 5 of them climbing from their seats, now arguing with my older brother. Xander laughs on my left when Matthias promises ice cream if they can just make it through the ceremony. That works. They all sit still, quiet like angels. I know they're not. The moment of distraction doesn't last long, and I'm back to my stare as tension grows under my skin and my neck prickles under my collar. A quick glance tells me she's 15 minutes late. I'm gnawing on the inside of my cheek when Xander taps his shoulder against mine. Maybe she came to her senses and ran away. You can fuck right off, I shoot back, ignoring the queasy, swirling sensation that grows in my gut. My jaw twitches. I can't put it past her, but she's delusional if she thinks I'll let her get far. I texted Misty. You're fine, Damon reassures me from his spot as the officiant. Relief flows in my veins, relaxing my shoulders like an anesthetic. I wasn't worried. Sure, Xander replies, and I'm about to elbow him when the music kicks on and the door finally opens. Misty steps out first, followed by Scarlet. I'm sure they look amazing, but all I can see is Anastasia. She's chosen a simple silk slip-like dress that skims below her knees and hugs every one of her curves. Her hair's free around her shoulders, bright red catching in the sunlight, making her look wild, like an untamable flame that's willingly tying herself to me. My breath catches, and my lungs collapse inward with each of her agonizingly slow steps as she closes the distance between us that I've grown to despise. If I had it my way, we'd never be more than a few feet apart. My throat grows thick, and the back of my eyes burns as she comes to stand in front of me. I exhale in a whoosh when blue eyes glinting with tears burn into mine. Her chin wobbles when she lets out a soft,
Hi.
I spent days preparing exactly what I'd say at this moment, but she's wiped all my thoughts, leaving only one left. You're beautiful. She gives me a watery smile, so sweet that I can feel my own tears forming at the corner of my eyes. I reach out, twisting a long strand of her crimson hair around my finger, my gaze focused on her mouth. Damon clears his throat, breaking the moment. Let's get this over with. That earns him a sharp look from Misty. If this fucking bastard thinks he's going to ruin this day... I glare up at him, but he just gives me the knowing wink of a man who'd been just as impatient to marry his own wife. Sebastian, you have something prepared? My nose crinkles at the sound of my full name coming from Damon. There's only one person who manages to make it sound good. Anastasia's fingers curl into mine, and their slight tremble has me snapping back to the present. I nod, pulling at all my courage, and force the words out as clearly as possible. I need to do this quickly, or I'll be sobbing midway. I used to think my brothers had everything because they found the women who completed them, but now I know that they have everything because they found the women they can give everything to. Anastasia, you are that person for me, with your fiery red hair and matching personality. You will, no doubt, keep me on my toes. She bites the corner of her lip and looks up innocently through her lashes. She definitely knows what she's doing to me. She squeezes my fingers, and I continue. I was lost, bored in a life that felt empty, an ever-present pressure in my chest whispering that there was more to life. Now I know that all this time I've been waiting for you. I lift her hand, running my thumb over the back, then slip the simple white gold band over her ring finger. It nestles perfectly under her diamond ring like it's always been there. I kiss her knuckle and rasp just for her. I'm sorry it took me so long. Tears pool over her lashes, and I catch them on her cheeks, brushing them away. I mouth, I love you, loving how her breath hitches. Didn't you prepare something to say to me? I say it playfully, earning her eye roll. I'm inwardly proud when her hesitance washes away, and she begins.
You always know just what to say to ease my worries, to make me feel like I'm truly where I belong.
I expect her to make a clever remark, but her next words gut me.
Bash, you make me believe in second chances and happiness that I never thought I deserved. I've spent my entire life weighed down by guilt.
I grip her chin, forcing it up, and bore into her eyes, not letting her look away so she knows just how much I mean it. You have nothing to feel guilty about.
See, you're doing it again.
She chuckles, and my grip loosens, my finger falling to rest on her neck. I'm captured when she leans in, her voice soft, but carrying the weight of her sincerity.
You see me for who I am, not who I once was or who I could be. And for that, I am eternally grateful.
It's hard to focus as she slides a thick black band encrusted in sapphires over my knuckle. My heart is pounding in my chest, sending my pulse rushing in my ears. All I can think about is showing her just how much I love her in a way words never could. I'm proud to welcome you as my sister. I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride, Damon says. I don't waste a second, pulling Stasia into me and crushing her lips to mine. I devour her sigh, loving the way her nails dig into my shoulders, clutching me tight. There are cheers from around us, and she's breathless when our mouths part, and I lean my forehead against hers. I love you, Mrs. Everett.
I love you too.
I love you more. She laughs, kissing me again, not letting go until I'm the one struggling for breath. Still kissing me to shut me up, I see. I rasp with a grin. She tilts her head.
Get used to it. It's going to happen for the rest of our lives.
I never said I didn't like it. I lift her off her feet, swirling her in my arms, my heart aching with how full it is. Giggling erupts near the shoreline, bright smiles and little bare feet running through the sand as Anastasia lifts and spins our nieces and nephews into the air, winning their game of chase. Tingling forms in my chest, and a sense of relief takes over now that she's officially mine. Not that I'd ever let her go before we were married. Watching her now, it's as if she's always belonged here, as if it was only a matter of finding her for her to meld into our family. Her red hair catches the fading pink light as the sun lowers in the sky. Adoration isn't a strong enough word to describe how I feel about her. It's a bone-deep obsession, one that's built on brief moments and sly smiles as she's lit up my life and filled the hollow space beneath my ribs. I chuckled inwardly. She'd tease me mercilessly if she knew what I was thinking. A shadow casts over me, and there's a looming presence to my right. I don't have to look to know it's Nikolai from the weight of his penetrating stares. He appraises me, no doubt wondering how his perfect sister ended up with someone like me, and I can't blame him because I wonder the same thing daily. Nikolai shifts until he enters my vision, and his severe expression softens a fraction as he observes the scene unfolding in front of us. I still don't like you. He pauses for several seconds before begrudgingly saying, but I've never seen her smile like that. His brows are pulled together as he turns to face me and says in a sharp tone, just know that if you ever hurt her, I'll be coming for you. I roll back on my heels, never losing eye contact with him, meeting his challenge head-on with ease. I'd rather kill myself before I hurt her. I chuckle. Too bad for him, I'd rather play with him than ease his worry. Another threatening big brother chat. A vein pulses at his temple, and I decide to take mercy on him. He is my family now, after all. Don't worry. I've already gotten the warning from both Damon and Matthias. My levity vanishes as my wife comes back into view, a warmth filling my chest until it's full enough to burst. I will never hurt her. If anything, I'm the one at risk of being crushed. The truth of the statement settles over me. Where it would have once scared me, all it does is provide comfort now. Eve rests comfortably on Stasia's hip as she chats with Scarlett. I can't help but think how natural it looks and how soon our own child might be in her arms. The image of a pregnant Stasia has my thoughts turning, and I almost forget about her brother still watching me. Good. He nods curtly, the veins still tight in his chest, revealing he doesn't quite believe me, but it doesn't matter, because I'll never go back on my word. Stasia's looking over the ocean, alone now that the kids have been sent to bed, her back turned to me, the sunset silhouetting her slight frame. Even the concept of breathing feels foreign to me as my feet move forward, closing the distance between us. She's warm in my arms and leans her weight into me as I brush my lips against her temple. She's wearing a content smile as she watches the final rays of sunlight dance over the water.
I could watch this forever,
she murmurs, lacing her fingers with mine where they rest on her stomach. The slight slope of her nose, the blue shining in her eyes, and her breaths pressing into my chest are the only things I need. My voice is rough, coming from deep within my chest as I promise, me too.